Shadow Slave audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 101. Turf Warcaster had been lucky enough to enter the dream realm near the city and arrive at the castle much earlier than the three of them. By the time Sonny, Nephi's and Cassie had found their way to the human settlement, he was already in good standing there. Despite the fact that there were a lot of opportunities for a talented legacy to rise through the ranks of Gunlog's army, he had nevertheless decided to remain independent and eventually join the Changing Stars cohort, drastically raising their combat strength and reputation. Looking back, that was when all of Sonny's problems had really started. That's right, it was all his fault, not mine. Yeah, definitely. Grinding his teeth, Sonny kicked the heavy chest and cursed under his breath. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he smiled brightly and left the hidden chamber once again. Down below, things were getting interesting. Attracted by the smell of blood, several monsters tried to enter the ruined cathedral to feast on the fresh corpses. However, the Black Knight was as full of wrath as ever. Just as Sonny climbed onto the support beams, he was finishing off a large creature that looked like a praying mantis made of human skin. Initially, Sonny planned to take a look at the material possessions left behind by the 5 unfortunate thugs, but the sight of the ferocious battle made him change his mind. He would have to do it later. Besides, his shadow had already looked through the bloody remains and came to the conclusion that there was nothing really valuable among the dismembered corpses. Not wasting any more time, Sonny escaped through the roof of the cathedral and retraced his steps to the place where he had fought the blood fiend. The body of the hunting party's leader was still there. Of course, his memories had long disappeared, leaving the bearded man dressed only in rags. The heavy battle axe was gone, too. Sonny sighed. That's why killing people is not worth it. His shadow covered its face with a hand and shook its head dejectedly, trying to express that his wording was nothing short of unfortunate. Sonny frowned. What? It's not. And for him, it was doubly so. When one awakened killed another, they received a considerable portion of the enemy's soul essence without having to shatter their soul shard. Sonny, however, was not an ordinary awakened. His aspect was based on consuming shadow fragments instead. That meant that even if his enemy had absorbed hundreds of soul's shards in the past, Sonny would only receive the number of shadow fragments matching their rank and class, just like he would after slaying a nightmare creature. Since all sleepers were mere dormant beasts, in this case the number was 1. Just 1 fragment away from 400, Sonny said, a bit disheartened. All that work for nothing. Some small, rational piece of his mind was actually relieved that killing humans was not very lucrative. Otherwise, in his state, no, he wouldn't, surely. Ah, wouldn't what? Sonny blinked a couple of times, waiting for his inner voice to answer. However, it was strangely silent. Shrugging, he bent down and searched the dead man's body, hoping to find something of value. However, he was left disappointed. There was no pouch full of soul shards as he had imagined. All Sonny found was a strange piece of fabric that had been secretively tucked away into the tall thug's shirt. Looking at the fabric, he noticed crude shapes drawn on it with ink. Some shapes looked strangely familiar. Is that a map? Indeed, it was a primitive map. The shapes he recognized were the various landmarks located in the neighboring parts of the cursed city. Sonny knew many of them by heart, and had even explored a few in the past. A treasure map. Suddenly, the strange timing of the hunting party's arrival and their lack of experience made perfect sense. They weren't actually hunters. Instead, they were a bunch of fools who had been swindled by some smart person back at the castle into buying a fake treasure map. At least that was the most likely possibility. However, but what if it's real? Sonny blinked, looking at the map with a mix of distaste and avarice. He couldn't decide whether he should try and follow it or throw it away. Luckily, his thought process was interrupted by a thunderous crash. One of the buildings not far from where he was standing suddenly collapsed, filling the street with a cloud of dust and flying debris. A massive shape flew through the air and heavily crashed against another wall, causing an avalanche of stones to fall down. The creature tried to stand up, but then twitched and grew still, spilling rivers of fetid blood all over the pavement. It was unmistakably dead. Sonny quickly hid the map in his armor and dove into the shadows, trying to understand what was happening. Somewhere near, furious roars and the sound of steel clashing against steel could be heard, growing closer with each second. Strangely, there were no human voices. A battle between nightmare creatures. Such things were not rare in the cursed city, but to Sonny's knowledge, there were very few things capable of challenging the current masters of this street and the adjacent square. These creatures were not the most powerful among the inhabitants of the city, but due to their unique characteristics, Sonny tried to avoid them like the plague. He saw several monsters much more powerful than anything he would be willing to take on, ending up sliced and diced into tiny pieces on that square. However, none of them was able to give the protectors of the square as much trouble as they were having right now, at least judging by the desperate sounds of the battle. Intrigued, Sonny decided to take a look. Hidden in the shadows, he climbed up the tall wall of an ancient building and soon arrived on its roof. Watching his footing, Sonny walked forward until he reached the opposite edge of the building. From there, he could see the wide square in all its dark glory. In the middle of the square, a moving statue was fighting against several hulking monsters. Chapter 102. Stone Saint. On a dark square surrounded by ruins of once magnificent buildings, a vicious battle was coming to an end. The remains of its solemn protectors were lying on the cold cobblestones, ruthlessly shattered into pieces. Sonny blinked in shock. They actually lost. He was really astonished. The living statues that used to guard the square were a very tough bunch. As far as nightmare creatures of the cursed city went, they weren't the most formidable in terms of size and physical might. However, their strange bodies were extremely durable and capable of withstanding truly devastating amounts of damage. Aside from that, the stalwart stone warriors were also disciplined, proficient in the use of weapons and utterly deadly. They were able to perfectly coordinate their movements, using strategy and tactics to silently overwhelm opponents whose power far surpassed their own. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's why Sonny had always avoided getting into a confrontation with these weird creatures. Even though they weren't fallen by rank, the stone revenants represented a threat that was enough to make him wary. However, now the ownership of the square was about to change hands. The bodies of the previous masters lay shattered to pieces. In death, they looked just like broken statues. Even their metal armor and weapons had turned to stone after the wielders were destroyed. There were 5 or 6 of these stone piles scattered around the square, while the attackers seemed to have lost only 3 of their numbers, including the massive monster that had been sent crashing through a building earlier. Each body towered above the dark cobblestones like a small hill. The invaders were of a type of the nightmare creature that Sonny had never seen before. These new menacing monsters looked like giant spiders with bodies covered in thick plates of wrought iron. They moved with terrifying speed and force, sending cracks running through the cobblestones with each step. There were currently 2 of them left on the square, circling around the lone surviving stone warrior. The last of the living statues seemed to be a female. Compared to the spiders, she was almost comically small in stature, standing no taller than Sonny himself. The graceful stone creature was armed with a sword and a round shield, wearing a plate armor that covered most of her body, leaving only the eyes exposed. Or rather, 2 rubies burning with crimson flames that these creatures had instead of eyes. Her armor and weapons were black in color, forged from some unknown and incredibly heavy stone-like alloy. Of course, in reality, they were made out of the same stone as their wielder. However, the dark force that had turned the granite body of this nightmare creature into the strange approximation of flesh had also turned the stone armor into metal. Currently, the last of the living statues was standing with her shield raised, the blade of the sword resting on its rim. Her head was lowered, ruby eyes silently following the movements of the two spider monsters. Sonny didn't know for sure, but he suspected that these spiders were both fallen beasts. In any case, the stone woman was doomed. Her enemies were just toying with her, savoring the helplessness of their victim before finishing the job. He didn't really care. In fact, he was waiting for the show. Watching nightmare creatures slaughter each other was one of his favorite pastimes, and the best thing about it was that it didn't matter who won. Come on, get her. However, in the next moment, he was surprised. In a strange turn of events, the stone monster lunged at the spiders first. Calmly striking her sword against the rim of the shield twice, she dashed forward with grim determination. The spider she was aiming at was a second too late to react. However, due to its superior physical form, it was still able to meet the sudden onslaught with a vicious strike of its own. One of its legs shot forward, threatening to shatter the stone body of the attacking living statue into tiny pieces. The smaller creature deflected the blow with her sword and bashed the spider with the round shield, putting all of her weight and inhuman strength into the strike. Sonny blinked as the massive body of the fallen beast was thrown back and toppled over. The black sword immediately lashed out, sending a shockwave through the spider's guts. A rain of strikes fell on the iron surface of the monster's abdomen, filling the square with the clangor of metal. The stone warrior attacked with savage ferocity, using both the sword and the shield to inflict as much damage as possible in a short amount of time. Just as the iron plate protecting the soft innards of the monster cracked, the second beast joined the fray. The following bloodbath was nothing short of horrifying. Despite the fact that the spiders were much faster and stronger, the steadfast stone wraith kept up with them for a while. Her indomitable will and ruthless resolve were enough to give the fearsome creatures pause. Moving with the deadly precision of a bloodthirsty killing machine, the living statue completely disregarded self-preservation in favor of making her enemies suffer. It seemed as though she was determined to take them to the grave with her. Soon, the terrible wounds on her body accumulated, making the stone creature look like a vandalized piece of macabre art. However, the spiders were no better. Their fetid blood was spilling everywhere, painting the whole square red. Severed limbs and shards of cracked iron littered the ground, mixing with the shattered remains of the fallen stone warriors. Finally, one of the spiders fell heavily to the ground and twitched, drawing its last breath. The remaining beast lunged at the staggered stone monster, its countless eyes burning with fury. The round black shield rose one last time and then flew aside, torn away along with the right arm of the stalwart living statue. However, almost at the same time, the blade of her sword pierced through the massive beast's skull, ending its life just a moment before breaking apart and turning to stone. Sonny shook his head. What an impressive sight! A lowly awakened creature slaying two fallen beasts. Midnight Shard would have liked that fierce last stand a lot. Come to think of it, this was nothing short of inconceivable. However, the graceful stone warrior paid dearly for performing the bloody miracle. Staggering once again, she fell heavily to the ground, clearly done for. The battle for the ownership of the Dark Square was over. Nobody won. Chapter 103. Coup de grace. As the dust settled, Sonny abandoned his hiding spot on the roof of one of the buildings surrounding the square and jumped down. Avoiding the puddles of fetid blood, he walked among the corpses littering the ground and approached the dying stone monster. The nightmare creature was lying on her back, her body battered and broken. From up close, Sonny was able to see it better. The black armor of the strange monster was slowly turning to stone. In its gaps, he could see her slightly lighter skin. It was smooth like polished granite and dark gray in color. Streams of ruby dust was flowing from the terrible wounds, looking almost like blood. two crimson gems that served her as eyes slowly moved, focusing on Sunny. There was no particular expression in them, just tired stillness. The flames that used to burn inside were slowly dimming. The statuesque creature stared at him without making a sound. In fact, Sunny wasn't sure that these monsters were even capable of producing sounds. Throughout the whole fight, she had remained eerily silent. He sighed. "Life is not fair, huh?" With these words, he summoned the midnight shard and thrust it through the visor of the dying creature's helm. Even at the death's door, the stone-like flesh of the living statue proved to be extremely tough. However, he put enough strength into his strike, not wishing to make the poor thing suffer more than necessary. He was always glad to kill a nightmare creature, but this one deserved a quick death. To be honest, he was very impressed by the small stone warrior's desperate last stand. They didn't know who they were messing with, but you showed them. At that moment, the familiar voice of the spell resounded in the darkness. "You have slain an awakened monster, Stone Saint. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny smiled. "That's 4 shadow fragments." Finally, 403, however, in the next second he forgot what he was thinking about, because the spell wasn't done talking. Whispering into his ear, it slowly said, "You have received an echo, Stone Saint." Sunny's eyes opened wide. Did he hear it right? An echo. He had finally received another echo. Cautiously looking around, Sunny lowered his voice and said to the shadow, "You heard it too, right?" The shadow stared at Sunny in exasperation, then gestured at its mouth, lowered its hands and didn't say anything. He smiled. "Exactly, that's what the spell said." Humming a song, he paced back and forth for some time, then suddenly flinched. "Oh right, I should get out of here. Now that the stone people are gone, who knows what kind of horrors will try to make this square their nest." He made a move to leave, but then stopped and looked at the scene of slaughter with avarice. "However, I really should get some mementos first. It's not every day that you stumble upon that many dead nightmare creatures before the carrion eaters arrive to feast on the corpses. This was a chance he won't get any time soon." Sunny hesitated for a few seconds, trying to decide which monsters to approach first. The spiders were obviously much stronger. If they were really of the fallen rank, their soul shards would be incredibly valuable. However, buying anything with a bunch of ascended soul shards would be very suspicious. Plus, it would take a while to find the crystals inside the massive bodies of the giant beasts. The living statues were of the lower rank, but their shattered remains were easy to search. The other inhabitants of the cursed city could arrive at any minute. So, with a deep sigh, Sunny ran to the nearest pile of shattered stones and kneeled beside it, hoping to notice the gleam of the soul shards as soon as possible. He was barely done with the second dead statue when a sudden noise made him stop. Knowing that greed had doomed a lot of people to their deaths, Sunny suppressed the desire to linger here to the last possible moment and quickly dashed away, putting the last crystal he had managed to find inside his armor on the run. Summoning the kunai, he threw it into the air and then pulled on the invisible string, making the dagger spin around a stone column. As soon as the string coiled itself around the column, he jumped and made the string contract, sending him flying up. Just like the golden rope, the invisible string that connected the kunai to his wrist was incredibly sturdy and capable of changing its length at will, which allowed Sunny to use the throwing dagger as an improvised grappling hook from time to time. Using the top of the stone column to jump even higher, he grabbed onto the cracks in the wall of one of the ruined buildings and quickly climbed up. By the time he reached the roof, the noises produced by the approaching creature were already loud enough to make him shiver. Whatever that thing was, Sunny didn't want to find out. The sound it produced while moving made him think of a giant snake one with countless mouths, each hissing the notes of a strange, maddening tune. Luckily, he left the wide square just in time to never meet that abomination. By the time Sunny had returned to the ruined cathedral, the night was already coming to the end. The eastern horizon was growing lighter, and the sound of the black waves crushing against the city wall was growing restless. Walking across the support beam stretching above the grand hall, he caught the glimpse of the marching Black Knight and sighed. One day, he was going to kill the bastard on some glorious day. But not this day. Today he had other things to do. Reaching the safety of his hidden lair, Sonny put the soul shards into his treasure chest and then sat down on a magnificent wooden chair. There was an excited smile on his face. It was finally time to find out what was the difference between a normal echo and one transformed into a shadow. Chapter 104. Soul Arsenal. Not wasting any more time, Sonny dove into his soul sea. Despite his changed mental state, it was as calm as always. The silent expanse of still water stretched into the empty distance, with the shadow core hovering above like a dark star. Tiny spheres of light floated in the air around it, reflecting on the surface of the tranquil sea. The silent shadows were still there, standing motionless at the edge of darkness. Compared to before, their ranks had swelled. Monsters of all shapes and sizes were among them now, making Sonny's collection of slain enemies look increasingly impressive. Walking past them, he glanced at one or another from time to time, recalling the thrilling battles with a mix of dread and pride. This was his personal museum, a dark monument to all his sins. Wait, sins? Why sins? Just at that moment, Sonny stumbled and stopped. Not too far away from him, a gaunt shadow stood among the menagerie of terrifying creatures, silently staring at him with empty eyes. That shadow once belonged to a young man, not much older than Sonny himself. He had lived in the ramshackle settlement beyond the castle's gates, struggling to survive like everybody else. Before, Sonny looked away. "Don't you look at me like that. It was your own fault, fool. You shouldn't have asked me all those questions." Out of the 3 people he had murdered with his own hands, this kill was the only one that made Sonny feel something, because it wasn't done in the heat of the battle or to settle a personal score. This one was done in cold blood. It was why he had to leave the castle, among other things. Sonny grimaced. "I said stop looking at me. Just stay dead and don't bother me with your nonsense." Huffing angrily, he turned away. Soon he walked past the shadows of the Blood Fiend, the hunting party's leader, and the deadly Stone Saint. Glancing at the statuesque figure of the stone monster, Sonny forgot all about the gaunt shadow and smiled. He was here to take a look at her echo after all. The prospect of having another echo under his command was already very exciting. The loyal and strangely personable scavenger had been of great help to Sonny in the past, tremendously increasing his combat performance. After all, despite having a divine aspect and a uniquely powerful ability, Sonny was still just a dreamer, one whole rank below the Echo. The scavenger, however, was merely a beast, while the Stone Saint was a monster. Her power was comparable to that of the ferocious Carapace Centurions, far surpassing anything that Sonny could ever hope to achieve in this cursed place. The strange nature of the steadfast living statue made her even more formidable. Having a servant like that would make many impossible things possible. However, Sonny wanted even more. He was waiting to see what miracle his aspect was going to perform, hoping that the results would surpass his wildest expectations. Soon, he was standing under the black sun of his shadow core, observing the spheres of light that represented his memories. There were 9 of them now. The ones that he actually used were the puppeteer's shroud, the midnight shard, the prowling thorn, the ordinary rock, and the endless spring. Savoring the anticipation, Sonny summoned each of them one by one and read the glowing runes surrounding the memories. He had got the heavy kunai after defeating a peculiar creature that resembled a monstrous armored porcupine. The rain of jagged bone quills had left several holes in Sonny's body, but the reward was well worth it. Memory, prowling thorn. Memory rank awakened. Memory tier Roman 2. Memory type weapon. Memory description. This flying dagger is as unpredictable and fickle as the affection of a young beauty, but perhaps not as deadly. Memory enchantments. Rose of betrayal. Enchantment description. The prowling thorn is connected to its wielder by an invisible string. This string is strong but mercurial, just like the treacherous bond of sentimental attachment. After reading this description for the first time, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if the spell had been scorned by a lover once. The runes practically exuded bitterness. Next on the list was his most dangerous memory, the talking rock. Memory, ordinary rock. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, I memory type, tool. Memory description, just an ordinary rock. Memory enchantments, not really. Enchantment description, the word is mightier than the sword. The rock is mightier than the word. The funny thing was that the ordinary rock, which was capable of repeating various sounds, had fallen into the hands of a person who was unable to tell lies. It was now the most honest memory in two whole worlds. It had also made Sunny think twice before opening his mouth. Sometimes. The last memory he decided to take a look at was, perhaps, the most precious to him. It was the beautiful glass bottle that Cassie had given Sunny as a farewell gift. Memory, endless spring. Memory rank, dormant. Memory tier, Roman 4. Memory type, tool. Memory description. A lovesick devil had once imprisoned a mighty river in this fragile glass bottle. It was his gifted to a beautiful desert spirit. Memory enchantments, gift of water. Enchantment description. This bottle contains enough water to make flowers bloom in the desolate heart of the most lifeless of deserts. This one was sort of romantic. It seemed as though the spell was all over the place when coming up with these descriptions, to the point where Sunny couldn't even tell if it was being serious. With a sigh, he dismissed the sphere of light containing the endless spring and glanced up. The other 4 of his memories were not very useful. They were an incredibly heavy tower shield, a suit of armor that was worse than the puppeteer's shroud in every regard, a glass eye capable of producing bright beams of harmless red light, and the obnoxiously loud silver bell, the first memory he had ever gotten. The remaining 3 had been awarded to him for killing comparatively weak monsters on the streets of the cursed city. He was hoping to trade them for something more suitable during his next visit to the castle, whenever that might be. Forgetting about the memories, Sunny finally focused his attention on the brightest sphere of light that was floating in the dark emptiness above his head, the one containing his new echo. He willed it to descent and watched as the sphere glided down, softly touching the surface of dark water. A few moments later, it slowly dimmed, revealing the stone figure hidden within. Here in the dark silence of the Soul Sea, the stone saint looked just like a statue. She was approximately as tall as Sunny, looking miniature in comparison to the rest of the nightmare creatures he had to face on the forgotten shore. She was also uniquely human-like in appearance. If not for the dark gray hue and the stone-like nature of her granite skin, Sunny might have even mistaken the strange monster for a sleeper, provided he couldn't see much of her body behind the graceful dark armor. The nature of these strange creatures remained a mystery. Chapter 105. Living Stone. Previously, Sunny had considered the living statues to be just that, monuments brought to life by evil spirits. There were a lot of revenants like that walking the streets of the cursed city. Take the Black Knight. For example, Sunny was almost sure that the bastard was actually just a suit of armor with a vengeful wraith imprisoned within it. He had no proof that there was an actual body in that moving steel fortress, at least. However, after watching the stone saint die right before his eyes, he wasn't so sure that she and the Black Knight were the same anymore. There certainly were similarities. Even the design of their armors was somewhat similar, as though one had originated from the other. But the stone warrior's armor seemed much more ancient. And then there was the ruby dust that flowed from the stone creature's wounds instead of blood. Since when did statues have blood? It was almost like these strange creatures were designed to possess their own weird form of life. Come think about it, the stone warriors resembled artificial beings brought to life by some dark magic much more than they resembled undead creatures. Mysteries, mysteries, mysteries all around. Perhaps the runes describing the stone saint would provide him with some answers. The echo, meanwhile, was coming to life. Two magenta flames ignited in her gemstone eyes. The stone of her armor suddenly gleamed with subtle metal shine, the smooth surface of her granite skin turned slightly less rigid. Silently turning her head, the saint gazed at Sunny through the narrow split of her helmet's visor. Let's see, he concentrated on the runes. Echo, stone saint. Echo rank awakened. Echo class monster. Echo attributes battle master, stalwart mark of divinity. Sunny blinked. Mark of divinity, that was the same as his original attribute. What business did a nightmare creature have walking around with the traces of divinity left in its evil, corrupted soul? And what with these other attributes, battle master attribute description? Born on the battlefield, the stone saint is proficient in all forms of combat. Stalwart attribute description. The stone saint is highly resistant to all forms of damage, as well as being fully immune to mind and soul attacks. Bewildered, Sunny shook his head. No wonder these silent stone warriors were so deadly. They were literally a bunch of killing machines created to last as long and deal as much damage as possible on the battlefield. But who had created them? Leaving the attributes alone, he lowered his gaze and read the next line of runes. Echo description. Deep in the cavernous halls of his dark domain, the last child of the unknown had created them from stone to quell the fire burning in his resentful heart. However, that fire only grew hotter. Designed to bring peace, they were instead born into an endless war. The unknown again, or rather their children. It seemed like his theory was correct. The stone saint was either an artificial being or a descendant of one. In any case, that was before she was corrupted by, well, whatever it was that had corrupted all the nightmare creatures and especially those in the cursed city. Now even gods wouldn't be able to describe what exactly she was. Not that it mattered. A monster was a monster. Sunny was more interested in the fact that the traces of divinity that the stone warrior bore had to have come from their original creator, who was at least partially one of the unknown, which meant that the unknown indeed were closely related to the gods and to divinity itself. Just like mysterious Weaver. Looking away from the runes, Sunny studied the motionless echo with his altered eyes. What he saw made him smile darkly. Just like the memories, the true essence of the echo was weaved from the countless diamond strings that formed an infinitely complex pattern. Only in its case, the pattern was even more elaborate, dwarfing anything that Sunny had previously seen. Two embers were burning inside the stone saint's body, serving as anchors for the endless strings. One of them was situated in the place where her heart should have been, the other in the lower part of her abdomen. Sunny closed one eye and looked more closely. And there, behind the shining pattern of the diamond strings, he noticed another, much more primitive and crude system of adamantine threads. They pierced the stone flesh of the echo, resembling a human nervous system. These strings were also seemingly made from diamond, but they were much less ethereal. In fact, they were entirely corporeal. Sunny frowned. Makes sense, that makes sense. Wait, how does it make sense? The memories and the echoes were created by the spell. They were artificial. The stone saint, too, was artificial, but in a much more mundane sense. She was made by a child of the unknown, just like her echo was made by the spell. Which meant what? That the technique that had been used to create the stone saint was eerily similar to the technique that the spell used, although it did look extremely primitive in comparison. Could that mean that the spell itself had come from the unknown? Sunny grimaced and shook his head. No, no. Although it was a sound theory, there was too little information to actually consider it substantiated or even remotely believable. He needed to find out more, learn more, uncover more before even beginning to understand the true story that connected the spell, the gods, the unknown, and his own life into one nightmarish tapestry. But there would be time for it later. Right now, he had something equally as interesting right within his grasp. Glancing one last time at the graceful stone monster, Sonny gulped and licked his lips. Then he said timidly, Let's do this." Taking a step forward, he hesitated and then carefully put his hand on the breastplate of the stone saint's armor, right across from the place where the main nexus of her spell weave was situated. To his surprise, the breastplate felt like stone and was warm to the touch. It was as though a furious crimson flame was burning inside the nightmare creature's chest. Huh! As soon as Sonny touched the echo, a new string of runes appeared in the air in front of him. Transform echo into a shadow. He hesitated, once again afraid to make the choice. What was he going to do if the process made the stone saint weaker or even useless? Trying not to think of this possibility, Sonny sighed and forced himself to say, "Yes." An imperceptible change happened to the soul sea, as though a gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The tranquil dark water seemed to simultaneously stay still and move restlessly. Then, a sudden pressure came from somewhere above. Raising his head, Sonny saw two dark beams descending from the depths of the shadow core. One of them fell on the echo, while the other landed on one of the silent shadows that stood motionlessly behind his back, as though connecting them together bathed in the dark light. The shadow of the dead stone saint slowly dissolved into it. And then the echo began to change. Chapter 106. Creating a monster under Sonny's watchful eyes, the echo began to change. The light falling from the shadow core seemed to seep into the flesh of the stone creature, making it shine with dark radiance. Wisps of shadowy fog emanated from beneath her impervious plate armor, slowly merging with it. It looked as though the stone saint was engulfed in ghostly black flame, being remade by it. What little color there was on her body was washed away and replaced with nothing but darkness. Only two crimson fires burning in her ruby eyes remained, slightly changing their hue and becoming more menacing. Of course, all these changes were happening on the surface. If not for the traumatic transformation that Sonny had gone through to inherit a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage, this would have been all he saw. However, with his eyes altered by the agony of consuming the drop of divine blood, he was able to see much more. Beneath the surface, the essence of the echo was being changed as well, in a way much more fundamental than its outer appearance. The shining embers that served as anchors for the weave of diamond strings had lost their radiance, becoming as transparent and empty as the shadow core itself. The diamond strings were gone, replaced by a sea of darkness. That darkness had a form, a shape that perfectly followed the lines of the stone saint's body. It was as though a living shadow was now inhabiting it, usurping the role that had been played by the pattern of the sorceress strings once. Although similar in appearance to the original echo, this new creature was a completely different type of existence. Sonny had never seen anything like it before. It was created by his aspect, after all. The process of transformation, meanwhile, was coming to the end. The ray of dark light cast by the shadow core was disappearing, its reflection drowning in the calm water of the silent sea. The black flames were already fully absorbed by the stone-like armor of the saint, gone with the dark radiance of her smooth granite skin. Sonny observed the stone saint, clad in the lusterless black armor, with two ruby flames burning in the deep shadows of the visor. She looked like an incarnation of pure darkness, a noble demon sent to wage war against heaven from the depths of hell. What changed the most, however, was her presence. Before, the echo felt like an empty shell, a magical tool rather than an actual being. Now, however, there were hints of mysterious will in her crimson eyes, A subtle sense there was a nascent spark of sentience burning somewhere deep within her lightless soul, or whatever it was that the menacing monster had instead of a soul. This was a shadow. Just as this thought appeared in Sunny's mind, the faintly familiar voice of the spell resounded above the dark waters of the Soul Sea. "You have created a shadow monster, Stone Saint." Hearing these words, Sunny smiled. However, a second later the smile disappeared from his lips, replaced by a pained expression. Only now, after the process was complete, he felt a subtle emptiness permeating his whole body. He felt weakened. The loss of 100 shadow fragments was finally making its effect known. He had suspected that spending them in this way would reverse the process of power accumulation that had consumed him for these last few months, but it was still an unpleasant feeling. He was much stronger than he had been during the journey through the labyrinth, however. Some of his physical might was unmistakably gone, leaving him with a bitter feeling of regret. No, he had known that this would happen, and decided to proceed with the experiment anyway. It was well worth it. Forgetting about the change in his physical state, Sunny walked around his shadow and observed her from different sides. The Stone Saint's eyes silently followed his movements, sending glints of crimson light reflecting from the black surface of the tranquil sea. "This is amazing. I wonder what she is capable of." Summoning the runes, Sunny immediately noticed that there was a new cluster shining right beneath the one describing his echoes. Shadows, Stone Saint. Excited to learn more about his new pet monster, Sunny was about to concentrate his attention on the runes, but then stopped and glanced down at his own shadow, a little embarrassed. Sorry. How are you feeling, buddy? You aren't, jealous or anything." The shadow looked away and pretended that it didn't know him. It was seemingly indifferent to the appearance of a new shadow creature in his service, even though this new shadow had a capital letter to its name. "Well, I just wanted to say that you shouldn't be. I still value you very much. Even though the Stone Saint is probably capable of slicing powerful monsters into tiny pieces with her sword, while you're still just a useless piece of an incredibly capable scout and my most trusted confidant, I still appreciate you. Yeah." He stared at the shadow for a bit and, seeing that it didn't react in any way, turned away. This guy, he'd better step up his game. Huh. Focusing on the runes, Sunny summoned the description of the shadow and read: "Shadow, Stone Saint. Shadow rank awakened. Shadow class monster. Shadow attributes, Battle Master, Stalwart, Spark of Divinity." Sunny blinked. It seemed as though Stone Saint's divine attribute had evolved to match his own. Was it because he was her master? This was a nice surprise. However, he still didn't see how she was different from before. Frowning, he continued to look through the shimmering runes. Shadow description. Shadow Saint was created by the treacherous lost from light in the cursed darkness of the forgotten shore. Again with this whole treachery stuff. Can I get another epithet, huh? But in the next moment he forgot all about this little frustration, because the following line of runes showed him something really unexpected. Just beneath the description, a familiar set of runes shined in the air. Shadow Fragments, 0200. Chapter 107. Growing Shadow. Sunny stared at the runes, perplexed. Then, a sudden light of understanding appeared in his eyes. He finally realized what was the principal difference between an echo and a shadow. It was really very simple. The echoes were mere replicas of the creatures that had left them behind. They were molded in their image and never changed, always remaining the same as the originals at the moment of their deaths. Shadows, however, were different. After all, they were mercurial by nature, always changing their forms and shapes depending on the environment. And so, a shadow was capable of change to some extent too. It was capable of growth. His eyes widened. By slaying nightmare creatures, he was able to absorb their shadow fragments and become stronger. Eventually, his shadow core was bound to evolve, turning from dormant to awakened and beyond. The jump in power that came with this evolution was nothing short of unmatched. Granted, he wasn't sure about the particular details of this process, not to mention that, as a human, he could only become an awakened after returning from the dream realm into the real world, which was impossible to do in this God-forsaken place. He also didn't know what would happen if he actually managed to accumulate the 1,000 shadow fragments that the runes demanded. But no matter what happened, if he were to continue walking forward on the path of the awakened, he would eventually outgrow his memories and echoes, rendering them weak and useless against the enemies of the comparable rank. He would then be forced to discard them and try to find suitable replacements, with no guarantee whatsoever that he would actually succeed. This problem was not as dire when it came to memories, which were comparatively easy to get. The echoes, however, were exceedingly rare. Once an echo grew too weak to accompany its master, replacing it was an extremely tall task. But shadows were capable of growing with him, becoming more powerful just as he grew more powerful. As long as Sonny was willing to put in the work, his shadow would never fall behind. The possibilities that this simple quality opened up were truly endless. It was enough to completely change his plans for the future. In the past, Sonny always envisioned himself as the main force on the battlefield, only relying on memories and a stray echo or two to support him. That was because echoes of higher ranks and classes were so unimaginably hard to come by. Although much more rare than memories, there were still many dormant echoes around, and a fair number of awakened ones too. They were mainly shared among masters and saints, who were capable of defeating the nightmare creature of these ranks with comparative ease. But battles against fallen and corrupted monsters, not to mention anything even more dreadful, were never easy. As such, there were not enough trophies brought back after killing creatures of their kind to make the idea of acquiring an echo of a higher rank a realistic possibility. For everyone, except for Sonny, he could slaughter weaker monsters, get lesser echoes, and then cultivate them into unstoppable beasts of slaughter. Not bound by the laws of probability and diminishing chances, he could slowly build an army of powerful shadows to fight his battles for him, and then watch them destroy his enemies from a safe distance while sipping on a cocktail. That's what rich people drank, right? Not to mention that monsters were not bound by the need to pass nightmares to raise their rank, at least not to Sonny's knowledge. To be honest, he had no idea how nightmare creatures evolved their cores. Carapace Demon had seemed to do just fine just by eating the fruits of the soul tree and slowly absorbing large amounts of soul essence. In any case, there was a possibility that he would be able to make the Shadow Saint much more powerful than he himself had the chance to become on the Forgotten Shore. Perhaps even powerful enough to make his life here truly tolerable. Looking at the Shadow with excited sparks dancing in his eyes, Sonny grinned from ear to ear. "You and I are going to accomplish great things together, buddy." If his own shadow wasn't worried about its place in his heart yet, it would be smart to start worrying about it right about now. The question that was consuming Sonny's thoughts now was this: how, exactly, was he supposed to feed the Shadow Saint with fragments? If he could simply transfer some of his own to her, he would do it without a second thought, even though that would diminish his personal strength even further. However, there seemed to be no way to do so. No amount of looking at the runes, touching the silent stone creature, or trying to talk to the spell did the trick. Sonny even asked for advice from his own shadow, but that guy was in no mood to talk. The scornful word traitor was written all other his expressionless dark spot of a face. At least that's what Sonny read from it after being met with the silent treatment. In all the excitement, he failed to remember that the shadow was physically unable to speak. Scratching the back of his head, Sonny paced around the soul sea and tried to come up with a reasonable way to stuff some shadow fragments inside the taciturn stone monster. Well, The most obvious answer is to go and make her kill some nightmare creatures. However, will it work? When my loyal scavenger killed something, it was I who received the fragments, not him. Wait, him. Did Cassie infect me with her childish desire to assign human qualities to everything? It not him. It was I and not it. Right, that's better. Wait, what was I talking about? Glancing at the outside world, Sonny frowned. It was currently the day there. Usually he would be sound asleep by now. Going out during the day was dangerous. He would have to walk outside the shadows, allowing all kinds of fallen horrors to lay eyes on him. He only survived for so long in this hell by being extremely cautious, cowardly, and only hunting during the night. He paid a harsh price to learn these lessons, almost losing his life in the process. But still should he risk it? Chapter 108. Test dummy still undecided, Sonny dismissed the stone saint. He was curious to see if the slumbering shadow would become a sphere of light just like an echo would. However, she did not. As soon as he gave the command, the ornate armor of the stone creature was immediately engulfed in black flame, and with a gust of ghostly wind, she was gone. It seemed as though the shadow was returned into the embrace of the shadow core that had created her, and was now sleeping in its depths, bathed in the invisible waves of nurturing dark flames. Sonny scratched the back of his head. So, the shadows literally dwelled within the deepest part of his soul. He didn't really know how to feel about this, but felt that it was strangely fitting. He was a child of shadows himself, after all. With a thoughtful sigh, Sonny emerged from the soul sea and looked around his secret lair. Outside the ruined cathedral, the sun was shining above the cursed city, but none of its rays could reach this tranquil hidden chamber. Sonny suspected that once, long ago, the secret room served as the private quarters of a venerated young priestess who performed sacred rites in this temple. He had found some of her things in the modest wardrobe that was hidden behind a stone panel, somehow preserved in pristine condition, despite the thousands of years that had passed since the city had fallen to the curse of darkness. If not for the lamentable disparity of their genders, he would have had a whole collection of clothes to wear, instead of spending every waking hour dressed in the same good old puppeteer's shroud. There were limits to the amount of abuse that even a fifth-tier armor could withstand. However, in a sense, he was lucky. At least his armor was made out of soft fabric. It would have been much worse if he had to wear a suit of plate armor or a rusty chainmail instead. That priestess, of course, had not used the same extravagant method to enter her private quarters. There actually was a doorway that led outside the room and into a concealed corridor that ended with a narrow stairwell. However, the stairs had long collapsed, leaving only a deep vertical shaft behind. This was Sonny's route of escape in case someone or something would find his lair. Standing up from the magnificent wooden chair, Sonny paced around for a bit and then lighted the fire under a makeshift stove, planning to make himself some late supper. The orange flames illuminated the hidden chamber, sending shadows dancing on its walls. Oh, right. I never got fresh meat. The night was so eventful that he had completely forgotten the initial purpose of his hunt. Throwing the last few strips of meat on the grill, he seasoned them with salt and sighed once again. The desire to simply venture outside and get into a fight with the nearest nightmare creature seemed more attractive with each minute. No, that's how you end up dead. To distract himself from these seductive thoughts, Sonny decided to summon the stone saint into the material world and perform a few experiments in the safety of his secret lair. Standing up, he willed the shadow to appear. The secretive chamber was submerged in deep shadows. His own was hidden in one of them, standing with its arms crossed on the cold stone wall. In Sonny's vision, it appeared as a silhouette made from a deeper shade of black. Usually, an echo would appear in front of the summoner, weaved from the countless sparks of moving light. However, the stone saint entrance was completely different. Instead of materializing out of thin air, She stepped out of his shadow like a sinister dark night. Wreathed in darkness, her elegant figure emanated a sense of danger and foreboding. First, two ruby eyes ignited in the depths of the shadow. Then the darkness came to life and surged forward, taking the form of the deadly stone monster. The sole of her stone-like soleret touched the floor with a loud clang, and a moment later, the shadow saint was standing in the middle of his room, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword. Sunny grimaced, feeling a slight headache. So, the shadow was hiding in a shadow, and then the shadow came out of the shadow to stand with it in the shadows. This is starting to get out of hand. I really need to come up with better terminology. He felt that this was a vital problem, but no suitable words came to his mind. Glancing at the silent duo, Sunny hesitantly asked, "Any ideas?" Sadly, both his shadow and his shadow were mute and unable to voice their opinions even if they wanted to. Left with no assistance whatsoever, Sunny sighed. "All right, I'll think of something later. For now, let's see what you're capable of." Summoning his shadow, he wrapped himself in its comforting embrace and faced the stone saint, preparing to test her strength. Inhaling deeply, he focused and gave the menacing monster a command. "Strike me." Sunny expected that the shadow would hesitate for a moment, maybe even requiring some persuasion to turn on her master. Instead, the stone saint immediately leaned forward and punched him in the chest without a second thought. With his physical prowess enhanced by the shadow, Sunny was sure of his ability to withstand one blow from the awakened monster, at least to a certain degree. However, he was wrong. So wrong. Before he could even react, the armor-clad stone fist crashed into his ribs, making Sunny feel as though he was hit by a train. In the next second, he found himself lying on the floor, surrounded by numerous pieces of broken wood. Oh no, my chair. The magnificent chair was gone, ruthlessly turned into splinters and firewood by the impact with his back. It was completely unsalvageable. Sunny's back wasn't doing much better. Turning onto his stomach with a moan, Sunny spat a bit of blood on the stone floor and weakly raised one hand, giving the shadow saint thumbs up. Good, well done. 10 out of 10, just like crap that really hurts, just like I expected. Casting a furtive glance at the elegant stone knight, he forced a smile out and tried to stand up. "I think I need to amend some details of the future experiments." Next, Sunny was planning to enhance the stone saint with the shadow before getting her to strike him again. However, on second thought, there were better ways to measure her power. Chapter 109. Soulmates. Picking himself up from the floor, Sunny staggered and found his way back to the fire burning under the improvised grill. Glancing at the motionless stone knight, he spat a bit more blood and groaned. As the appetizing aroma of roasting meat filled the air, the blood weave got busy repairing his body. By the time his supper was ready, Sunny was able to breathe without wincing. Putting the meat on his prized possession, the luxurious silver plate, Sunny prepared to eat. On the forgotten shore, simple everyday necessities like plates were rarer than enchanted swords and magical suits of armor. In the whole cursed city, only Gunlog and his 5 lieutenants were able to dine with as much decorum as Sunny. Granted, he had yet to find even a single pair of chopsticks in this whole damn place, let alone something more technologically advanced, like a spoon. Of course, Sunny could try and make one himself, but that wasn't the same thing. The Shadow Saint was silently looking at him with her burning ruby eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under her mysterious gaze, Sunny glanced at his plate, then at the menacing stone creature. You want some?" He raised a piece of meat and offered it to the taciturn monster. However, the stone saint showed no reaction at all. "Well, suit yourself." Using the prowling thorn as a kitchen utensil, Sunny dug in, devouring the juicy meat like a starving animal. With not a single human soul around, he didn't bother with table manners at all. That's the life. His perpetually hungry outskirt self would have been really shocked to see this extravagant feast. That was real meat. He had hunted and prepared it himself, no less. More than that, he got to enjoy a similar type of luxury food almost every day. Of course, that real meat had come from a revolting horror of a monster, but these were just small details. Chewing on the last piece with a sense of deep satisfaction, Sonny thoughtfully looked at the stone saint. It was time to continue. Earlier, he wanted to see if there was a possible synergy between the different powers that his aspect possessed. Namely, if the enhancement provided by shadow control could be applied to shadows. Sonny knew that his shadow was able to enhance his body, his memories, and with lesser effect, various inanimate objects. However, it was unable to enhance other humans and memories that belonged to them, as well as any living creature except for Sonny himself. He had secretly tested it during his travels with Nephi's and Cassie to come up with this conclusion. More importantly, it couldn't affect echoes. But what about shadows? Giving a mental command, Sonny sent his shadow in the direction of the stone saint and held his breath. Flowing like water, the shadow silently grasped the statuesque monster in its dark embrace. Then, it seemed to disappear, as though absorbed by the stone flesh of the tenebrous night. A moment later, Stone Saint's ruby eyes blazed with crimson fire. Her smooth granite skin shined with dark radiance once again, smoky wisps of the ghostly gray fog oozing from beneath her stone-like armor like dancing flames. Suddenly, it felt as though the temperature in the hidden chamber dropped by a couple of degrees. Shadows around the menacing creature seemed to swell, becoming deeper and darker, like a vast mantle sewn from boundless empty blackness. The elegant stone saint had always looked dangerous and deadly, but now she was downright fearsome. Even without having the shadow saint strike him again, Sonny could tell that the experiment ended in a resounding success. It was apparent that the two types of his shadows were practically created for each other. Her power was increased twofold at least. A bit peeved, he looked down and sighed. Why does she look so much cooler than I do when using the shadow? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I'm the true divine shadow, hear me. Where's my aura of mysterious coolness? Shaking his head, Sonny lamented his lack of good looks and simultaneously congratulated himself on becoming the master of such a stylish monster. Technically, it didn't matter how his shadows looked, just as long as they were powerful. However, he was secretly glad that his first shadow was not only powerful, but also a darkly beautiful sight to behold. Killing monsters was great, but killing monsters while looking good was even better. Wait, if she can use my shadow, what else can she use? Suddenly excited, Sonny finally swallowed the half-forgotten piece of meat and dismissed the stone saint. Then he shifted his perspective to look at the soul sea and summoned her again, this time inside it. The shadow appeared in the whirlwind of black flames and stood motionlessly upon the still waters of the silent sea. Her mysterious ruby eyes stared at him through the narrow visor of her stone helmet. Not wasting any time, Sonny looked up at the spheres of light circling around the shadow core. What if I can equip her with actual memories? What to choose? She was extremely strong and very proficient with her round shield, so wasn't it logical to assume that a tower shield would suit her even better? Coincidentally, he happened to have one of those. Sonny summoned the memory that he had gotten in one of the fights on the streets of the cursed city. It was a large, square tower shield that was almost as tall as him. The thing was too heavy and unwieldy to actually use in combat, at least not by Sonny. Plus, he wielded a takai which could only perform to its full potential while held in both hands. Grabbing the cumbersome shield, Sonny walked over to the Shadow Saint and handed it to her with a hopeful smile. Here, take this. Please. The shadow stared at him for a few moments, then lowered her head and glanced at the tower shield. Come on, take it. His heart skipped a bit when the statuesque creature slowly raised her hands and grasped the memory with her stone gauntlets. Yes, that's right, now use it. The stone saint obediently brought the shield to her chest, and then shattered it. Sonny froze, his mouth hanging open. Your memory has been destroyed. What? The shards of the broken memory turned into a river of tiny sparks of light, just like the echo of the carapace scavenger and the azure blade had done before disappearing forever. My tower shield. Sonny felt a sharp dagger of sorrow stab at his heart. Yes, the shield was of no use to him, but it would sell for so much money in the real world. Why did this evil thing have to break it? Why? Wasn't his beautiful chair enough? He gazed at the tiny sparks, wanting to cry. However, a moment later, his eyes widened, because the river of sparks did not disappear. Instead, it circled around the stone saint's body and then suddenly flowed through it, separating into two streams. Each stream was then absorbed by one of the dark embers burning in the depths of the living shadow that was hiding inside the monster's body. Sonny blinked. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Chapter 110. Memento. Sonny stared at the Shadow Saint, dumbfounded. The storm of emotions that the destruction of the tower shield had produced was still tugging on his heartstrings, but now an equally powerful feeling was slowly welling up in his chest. Not knowing how to process all of this, he simply blinked a couple of times and said in a flat tone, "Huh. So let me get this straight." He gave the shield to his pet monster, hoping that she would be able to use it. And she did, sort of. It's just that instead of wielding the memory, she ate it. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, wondering if he had finally lost it. But no, the echo of the spell's voice was still resounding above the dark waters, whispering the same phrase over and over again. Stone Saint has grown stronger. With a heavy sigh, Sonny summoned the runes and found the description of the shadow. Down at the very bottom of it, the runes were slightly changed. Shadow Fragments, 2/200. A wild gleam appeared in his eyes. 2 fragments. He had received the memory of the tower shield after slaying a particularly hardy wraith, who, despite its frightening appearance, had turned out to be merely an awakened monster. For killing it, Sonny himself had received 4 shadow fragments, but that was because his own shadow core was dormant, and as such, he always got double the reward in battles against creatures of the higher rank 2 for each soul core that an awakened creature possessed. The Stone Saint was such a creature herself, so it was logical to assume that she would not receive the same treatment. The tower shield had come from a monster with 2 awakened cores, so she received 2 fragments for consuming its memory, which meant that, with a fire of excitement burning in his eyes, Sonny hurriedly summoned another memory. A disgusting eye with a menacing vertical pupil appeared from the dissipating brightness of the descending sphere of light. That eye came from a basilisk-like creature that Sonny had killed a few weeks ago. To survive the battle, he had to fight it with his own eyes closed, relying solely on the shadow sense to move through the rubble and dodge the attacks of the deadly beast. In the end, he had beheaded the vile thing with a slash of his swift blade, seconds before being ripped apart by its claws. It was a fine test for his nascent combat skill. Sadly, the memory came with none of the powers that the actual beast had possessed. It was only capable of producing a harmless beam of red light, which could only be used for creating mood lighting, at least in the case of Sonny, who could see in the dark. Grabbing the eye, he held it out for the Stone Saint to take. The shadow grasped the disgusting thing, brought it to her chest, and then crushed it in her armored fist. Once again, the memory disintegrated into countless tiny sparks of ethereal light, which were then absorbed by the darkness hiding inside the elegant creature's body. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Sonny grinned, then threw his head back and laughed. So that's how it was the shadows fed on memories. They consumed them to receive power, just like he killed nightmare creatures to consume the remnants of their shadows. To make sure, he glanced at the runes again and saw exactly what he had expected to see. Shadow Fragments, 3/200. Tier 1 awakened memory, 1 fragment. Makes sense. Giddy with anticipation, Sonny summoned the next memory. A bulky suit of rusty plate armor appeared from the sphere of light and hovered in the air in front of him. This one he had received after burning the towering nest of monstrous, flesh-devouring termites to the ground. Creating a bonfire in the absolute darkness of the Forgotten Shores night was a dangerous endeavor, but he had hoped to receive hundreds of shadow fragments by eviscerating the whole swarm of these tiny gluttonous creatures. Judging by the amount of bones littering the ground around the nest, they were a real plague. Sadly, the entire colony had turned out to be a single demonic being, landing him only 6 fragments. He even had to retreat without collecting the soul shards from the smoldering remains of the hive, scared away by the approach of several fallen horrors that had been attracted by the bright flames. The memory was of little consolation, since his own puppeteer's shroud was superior to it in all regards. But now, finally, it could be of use. The stone saint devoured the armor just like she had devoured the over 2 memories. Once again, the spell announced that the shadow monster had grown stronger. The runes changed again. Shadow fragments, 6/200. Every time the numbers changed, Sonny felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His menacing stone knight was becoming more fearsome with each second. He suspected that gambling addicts felt something similar in the throes of a rare winning streak. Caught in the moment, he grasped the next memory, but then stopped and stared at the small silver bell that lay silently in his hand. This one was the first memory he had ever received, barely holding onto life in the bitter cold and terror of the first nightmare. It was the weakest memory he had, but also the most meaningful. Sonny had killed one human to receive it, and had used it to kill another. The silver bell was a reminder. With bleak eyes, he read the runes that shimmered in the lightless emptiness of his soul, a small memento of a long-lost home which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Suddenly drained of the excitement that had been consuming him just a few moments ago, Sonny sighed heavily and dismissed the memory. There was a dark expression on his face. Glancing at the motionless shadow saint, he turned away. "That's enough for today. Ah, what a long day. I think I'll go to sleep now." Leaving the soul sea, he stood silently for a few minutes, then slowly walked to his bed and fell on it. Dismissing the puppeteer's shroud, Sonny wrapped himself in the blanket and closed his eyes. He was so tired. Chapter 111. Lesser creature Sonny woke up from the oppressive feeling that drowned the whole world. The sunset was drawing near, and with it, the abyssal shadow of the Crimson Spire had once again fallen on the cursed city. The distant spire could be seen from anywhere in these somber ruins, looming over the Forgotten Shore like an eternal dark omen. It was cyclopean and unimaginably high, with its roots growing from the endless sea of crimson coral, and its peak lost somewhere beyond the veil of gray clouds. In these past few months, Sonny had gotten accustomed to its presence and learned to not pay it any attention. Thinking about the spire was a sure road to madness. After all, somewhere inside that inconceivable structure lay their only hope of ever returning home, and hope was a poison. Yawning, Sonny stood up and stretched his arms. His good mood, which he had momentarily lost for some strange reason, was already returning. Now that he had some time to put the events of the previous night into perspective, he understood even more clearly how amazing his luck had been recently. The acquisition of the Stone Saint and her following transformation into a shadow were nothing short of miraculous. His life was about to change for the better. However, Sonny had to think things through thoroughly. He was in uncharted waters in regards to how to cultivate his pet monster. The initial excitement he felt after realizing that the Shadow Saint was capable of consuming memories to collect shadow fragments was gone. In its place, there now was a series of uncomfortable questions. Sonny had spent somewhere around 6 months on the Forgotten Shore. In all this time, he had only been able to collect 3 memories that were suitable to be fed to the shadow, giving her mere 6 shadow fragments. With the current speed of progression, he would have to wait for 16 full years to see his labor bear fruit, and find out what exactly was going to happen once the Stone Saint had accumulated all 200 shadow fragments that the runes demanded. Even among the elites of Gunlog's army, there was no one who had survived on the Forgotten Shore for more than 10 years. The king of the castle himself had only been here for 8, and only lived that long in large part due to luck. Granted, Sunny's battle ability would grow dramatically once the deadly Stone Knight was added into the equation, but still, it was too long. He had to think of something. While he was doing the math, Sunny's eyes fell on the iron chest that stored his painstakingly accumulated fortune of soul shards. Distracted, he froze for a few moments, then hesitantly approached the chest and stared at its lid. By the standards of the Forgotten Shore, he was an incredibly rich man. His fortune could buy him a lot of things in the castle, from comparatively simple to increasingly rare and hard to come by. Some of the things that could be easily bought in that pit of despair he didn't even want to think about. What interested him the most, however, was the possibility of acquiring a large amount of memories. Powerful memories with useful enchantments were not cheap. In fact, they were extremely expensive. But he didn't really care about the quality. Since Stone Saint could get the same amount of fragments from the most useless of memories, all he needed was quantity. If he were to spend all of his shards, her power would instantly leap by a considerable amount. In the future, he would be able to cultivate the shadow at double the speed, 2/2 of the materials coming from the memories he would be acquiring from slaying monsters, the other from the memories he would be buying with the soul shards the monsters had left behind. That would potentially reduce the overall time frame to a somewhat sensible period. However, there was a big problem with this plan. Once Sunny began to spend a large number of soul shards, he would inevitably draw a lot of attention. Dealing with random daredevils who would try to rob him, while not pleasant, was not a big problem. But if Gunlog himself were to become interested in his exploits, that would spell disaster. And then there was Nephi's, whose presence made any sort of planning futile for reasons that only she and Sunny knew. Everyone else seemed to be blind and deaf to the truth, which was the source of the problem. Sunny frowned and turned away from the chest. I might come back to this idea later, but first I'll have to check if consuming memories is the only way for a shadow to grow stronger. He still wanted to know if the Stone Saint could absorb shadow fragments by slaying nightmare creatures, just like he could. Sometime later, Sunny was cautiously moving through the stone maze of the Forsaken City. Able to become one with the shadows, he had a certain advantage over anyone else who would dare to explore these cursed ruins in the absolute darkness of the night. However, even he was always just one step away from death. Attracting the attention of the real masters of the streets, the fallen creatures who dwelled here from the ancient times, would be the end of him. Sunny had no illusions about that. Humans only survived here by learning how to avoid the fallen ones and seek out weaker monsters to hunt. There weren't a lot of lesser creatures who were able to secure a foothold in the cursed city, so hunting them was always dangerous. Nevertheless, that was what Sunny had made into his profession, and that was what he was doing now. Finally, he reached the area where he had observed a particular creature in the past. Surprisingly, Sunny was intimately familiar with that type of monster. After all, one of them had almost cost him his life in the past. Somewhere around this particular street, a lone carapace centurion had made its lair. Climbing atop a tall stone column, Sunny stood motionlessly in the darkness and waited for his prey to appear. Time moved excruciatingly slowly, but a good hunter had to have a lot of patience. His dark eyes pierced the veil of night, observing the ghostly ruins. 1 hour passed, then another. Sunny waited. Soon, his patience was finally rewarded. From the deep darkness of one of the toppled buildings, A familiar hulking shape appeared in all its menacing beauty. The carapace centurion stepped onto the cobblestones, his black carapace decorated with crimson patterns, two terrifying bone scythes scraping against the stone. Sonny smiled. The carapace centurion only had time to take a single step before two crimson flames suddenly ignited in the deep shadows that consumed the ruined street. Then, a graceful stone knight stepped out of the darkness. Raising her shield, she rested the blade of her sword on its rim. Wisps of ghostly gray fog were seeping from under her armor, a strange dark radiance emanating from her skin. The darkness around seemed to move, as though wanting to embrace her like a dark mantle. The two monsters, one massive and savage, one small and steadfast, froze opposite each other. And then, all hell broke loose. Chapter 112. Duel of the Monsters. Just like in the battle against two fallen beasts, the stone saint attacked first. Striking her sword against the rim of the shield twice, she dashed forward without fear or hesitation. Of course, Sonny was not sure if shadows were even capable of feeling fear. The carapace centurion reacted swiftly and savagely, lunging at her in a furious onslaught of adamantine chitin and jagged blades. In front of this towering creature, Shadow Saint looked meager and slight. The two monsters collided in the middle of the street, a small shockwave spreading outward from the point of their impact. Dust and small pieces of gravel were sent flying through the air. Sonny watched the battle with vigilant eyes. He suspected that these two nightmare creatures were somewhat equal in terms of power. The centurion was much bigger and heavier, the impenetrable carapace making it an especially deadly adversary. All carapace creatures were unnaturally tough and strong. It also had the advantage of reach and mass. The Shadow Saint was equally as resilient due to her heavy armor and stone-like nature. Despite her small frame, the graceful knight possessed a stunning amount of strength. Sonny also had to keep reminding himself that she was not actually human, and as a being made of stone, weighed much more than a human would. The disadvantage of her size was bridged by battle awareness and skill, making the outcome of the fight unpredictable. However, that was only true if he failed to account for the dark embrace of his shadow. With its reinforcement, the Stone Saint was unimaginably more powerful. Sonny was pretty sure that the Centurion stood no chance. Meanwhile, the two monsters were entwined in a ferocious battle. The Shadow Saint withstood the onslaught of bone scythes by bashing one away with her shield and evading the other. Not losing her momentum, she brought the shield down and slammed its edge into the Centurion's carapace, causing the hulking creature to stagger. The force of the impact was so grievous that it sent cracks running through the impregnable carapace. Sonny marveled at the sight, congratulating himself on the decision to not test the augmented monster's strength on himself. Using the opening that she had created, the Stone Saint twisted her torso and delivered a backhand blow with the boss of the shield, striking the same spot again. The already damaged chitin plate splintered, revealing the soft flesh beneath. A moment later, she was already moving to evade the fierce retaliation of the savage carapace creature. The graceful knight was miserly in her movements, dodging each strike with measured precision. Although Sonny was only a novice in the art of combat, he had learned enough to be able to recognize the hints of a distinct battle style in how the Stone Saint fought. Her whole technique was based in simplicity and economy of movement, each action calculated and efficient. Combining hard blocks, dodges and deflections with grounded footwork and well-timed ripostes, the Shadow was able to create a stark contrast between defense and offense, the former being solid and indomitable, the latter abrupt and inevitable. It was very different from the flowing and unpredictable style that Nephis had used, and that he himself had been taught. Only now did Sonny realize that the basic katas and forms he had practiced were, in fact, very unique and unusual. Where did his fighting style come from? There was a lot to consider here, both in terms of how to improve his current technique and how to incorporate new elements into it. However, that was a task for the future. Right now, he was more interested in the outcome of the fight. The Stone Saint was already suppressing her monstrous enemy. A few of the Centurion's legs were either broken or severed, streams of azure blood gashing out of the terrible wounds. However, it was still resisting furiously. But no matter how enraged it became, the silent and menacing poise of the graceful Shadow Knight was much more terrifying. Just at that moment, the Shadow Saint sidestepped a downward slash of one of the Centurion's scythes and then pinned it under her greave. Using her weight to immobilize the enemy's weapon, she delivered a vicious blow with the rim of her shield and shattered the bone blade into pieces. The carapace monster screeched, dazed by the loss of its scythe, and immediately tried to eviscerate the loathsome little fiend with the remaining one. However, he was a fraction of a second too late. With one side of its body left defenseless, the Stone Saint now had much more space to attack. Deflecting the scythe with the shield, she dashed forward and lashed out with an upward slash, severing it near the joint. Continuing the motion, she then stepped through the rain of azure blood and mercilessly thrust her sword into the opening in the Centurion's armor that had been created by her at the start of the fight. The stone blade pierced through the flesh of the monster and devastated its spine. The force of the blow was so immense that the tip of the sword broke through the chitin on the Centurion's back. Pulling the sword out of the dying creature's body with one sharp motion, the Shadow Saint shook the blood off the blade. Then she indifferently stepped back and froze, seemingly turning into a dark, motionless sculpture. Only the crimson fire still burning in her ruby eyes betrayed that the shadow was alive. Sonny held his breath, waiting for the spell to speak. Soon, he heard its faintly familiar voice. "You have slain an awakened monster, Carapace Centurion. Your shadow grows stronger." Slightly disappointed, he summoned the runes and checked the number of the shadow fragments in his possession. Shadow fragments, 307/1000. 93 left to 400, he thought automatically. Then, just to be sure, Sonny glanced at the description of the Stone Saint. Shadow fragments, 6/200. So, just like with the echoes, the kills performed by the shadow benefited her master instead of the monster herself. It seemed as though consuming memories was truly the only way to feed the Stone Saint. Sonny frowned. Well, that complicates things. Chapter 113. Dark. Well after the Shadow Saint had ruthlessly eviscerated the Carapace Centurion and confirmed Sonny's suspicion that he wouldn't be able to cultivate her in that way, he was left with nothing much to do. The knight was still young, but he had already achieved his goal. Now he was free to do whatever he wished. However, there weren't very many options available in the Cursed City. He could continue to hunt, reveling in the newfound power. With the Stone Saint at his command, Sonny would be able to bathe the ruins in monster blood. However, that thought, no matter how seductive, left him uneasy. Hunting in this hellish place required patience and preparation. He only survived this long by carefully scouting the potential battlegrounds in advance and studying his prey from the shadows to learn its strengths and weaknesses, not rushing into a fight until he was absolutely sure that there was a solid chance of victory. Shadow Saint or not, betraying these principles would still get him killed. And with his mental state slightly unstable, Sonny didn't trust himself to stay cautious once the easy wins kept piling up. He had to proceed slowly. Looking around the quiet ruins, Sonny smiled slightly. Actually, he wasn't that far from the library. He had indeed turned hunting nightmare creatures into a sort of profession, but it was just that, a job. Like any well-adjusted young man, he also had a hobby. In his free time, Sonny liked to explore the ruins. The warm feeling of satisfaction he had experienced after finding the hidden nest of the vile thieving bird never left his memory. There was something deeply engaging in uncovering fragments of long-lost history and piecing them together. Maybe Sonny had inherited this passion from teacher Julius, or maybe it had always been slumbering deep within his heart. In any case, he enjoyed exploring the ancient city a great deal. It was full of all kinds of mysteries, both large and small. After thousands of years had passed, most traces of the past had been erased by the merciless flow of time. But by looking in the right places and exercising critical thinking, insight and imagination, it was possible to piece together tiny shards of truth. Every time the seemingly disparate clues clicked into a coherent picture, Sonny felt a pleasant rush. Interestingly enough, it didn't matter whether that picture pertained to something important or completely useless. In fact, he enjoyed learning about the small details of the daily life, that the inhabitants of the ancient city had once led much more than he enjoyed learning about the possible origins of the catastrophe that had befallen them, despite the fact that the latter was directly related to his own survival. For example, he was very curious to learn more about the young priestess whose private quarters he had made into his secret lair. The things she had left behind told him a lot about how the people of the city used to dress and think about the world, filling his imagination with colorful pictures of crowded streets and solemn cathedrals. But it was still not enough. His latest exploration project was the ruins of a grand library. Of course, none of the books and scrolls had survived the thousands of years in the cursed darkness. Luckily, the people who used to live in the city before its fall were very fond of stone engravings. He spent a lot of time studying the intact wall carvings, as well as fragments of surviving frescoes. One fresco, in particular, was especially grandiose and tantalizing, covering the entire floor of the library's main hall. Sadly, it was almost completely buried under rubble. Sonny had managed to clear some of it away, but most pieces of the collapsed roof were too heavy for him to lift. Maybe the Shadow Saint would have more luck. It was a suitable plan, but, for some reason, Sonny felt strangely reluctant to return to the exploration of the library on that particular night. What else can I do? He jumped down from the stone column and approached the dead carapace centurion to carve out some meat and the soul shards. Come to think of it. The spot marked on the crude map that he had found on the body of the strange hunting party's leader was not that far away, too. Maybe he could check it out. Sonny vehemently shook his head. No, the map has to be fake anyway. Right. Trying to suppress the unhealthy fire of curiosity burning in his chest, Sonny concentrated on the task at hand. Once the meat and the shards were in his possession, though, the persistent desire to follow the map returned. And if it's not fake, that's even worse. Who knows what kind of horror those fools were searching for? Surely there wouldn't be any treasure or important secrets hidden there. This whole thing smelled of nothing but peril. In fact, it reeked of something sinister, terrifying, and utterly evil. Sonny sighed. But honestly, what's the harm in taking one tiny look? It's just one look. What's the worst that can happen? Quietly stepping through the stone rubble, Sonny cautiously approached the spot marked on the map. For some strange reason, very few nightmare creatures seemed to choose this remote part of the city as their hunting grounds. It was as though they were compelled to avoid this place. Come to think about it, that fact alone would be enough to scare Sonny away. In normal circumstances, but with the stone saint hiding in his shadow, he felt a bit braver. He would be able to run away if anything happens, at least. Approaching a large building that had been magnificent once, Sonny climbed over the collapsed wall and found himself in a dark and secluded courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there was a well. Its round mouth loomed like an open wound in the stone, filled with nothing but empty blackness. The well was covered with a strange, ornate iron grate. It must have weighed several tons at least, as though someone desperately wanted to prevent anything from ever lifting it from its place and leaving the well open. Sonny gulped before approaching and looking through the grill of the grate. The silent well was so deep that he couldn't see its bottom. Maybe there wasn't one. Picking up a small stone, Sonny dropped it down. The black mouth of the well swallowed the stone, making it disappear. Many seconds passed, but there was no sound of the rock hitting anything. Sonny was almost ready to try again, but then the well spoke. A melodic, strangely enchanting voice resounded from its dark depths, filling Sonny's ears with sweetness. "Ah, a guest," he staggered back, his eyes opening wide in fear. "Nope, not doing that." Sonny wanted to turn around and run away, but something stopped him from following his instinct. He sensed that leaving without finding out more was going to be a wrong decision, and the voice sounded so human-like. It was like the voice of someone you would want to be your friend. He shook his head, breaking free from the reverie. What were those damned fools up to? What are they doing there in that damn castle? I need to warn Nephi's. No, wait, I need to find out more first. I'll try to understand what is going on here, but if there's any sign of danger, I run. Greeting his teeth, Sonny forced himself to stay still. A moment later, the well whispered, "How wonderful! I haven't been fed in a long time." Chapter 114. Voice of Darkness. The enchanting voice came from the well in a wave of whispering echoes. It was soft and charming, flowing like a smooth silken melody. It seemed to belong to a young man, if mere humans could even possess such a voice. A divine being would suit it more. Or a profane one. Sonny wasn't in the mood to appreciate the smooth and rich texture of the voice, though. He was covered in cold sweat. The echoes whispered, "Time, time, time." In all his time on the forgotten shore, Sonny had only met one other creature capable of mimicking human speech. The memory of that encounter still made him tremble. The thing that had come from the depths of the dark sea, in a mantle of fog and stolen Cassie's voice, was by far the most terrifying being he had ever met. He didn't even want to remember the utter horror he had felt when the swarm of whispering voices had surrounded him. On that night, Sonny had only been able to keep his sanity intact because of the blind girl's timely warning. He had only survived the meeting with the creature that possessed a human voice by keeping his eyes tightly shut. And now here was another. Why were those hunters searching for this ancient horror? He frowned. If something sinister was brewing inside the castle, he had to warn Changing Star. But he couldn't do anything before establishing at least some understanding of the entire situation. That's why Sonny forced himself to stay still despite the fact that every instinct in his body screamed for him to run away. Instinct was not always the best advisor. Humans possessed intelligence for a reason. The black fissure of the well loomed in front of him like a pool of darkness. Suddenly, he was incredibly grateful for the immensely heavy ornate grate that kept the charming talker imprisoned in the lightless depths. Sonny licked his lips and tried to regain his composure. Ready to summon the stone saint and the midnight shard at any moment, he took a step forward and gazed into the dark emptiness once again. Then he slowly said, "It's nice to meet you." He couldn't quite believe that he was trying to communicate with the terrifying prisoner of the well instead of running away without looking back. Life was sure full of surprises. Until the moment it gave you the last one, of course. A soft chuckle resounded from the well. After its melodious murmur disappeared in the darkness of the secluded courtyard, the voice said, "Oh no, the pleasure is mine," the echoes whispered. "Mine, mine, mine." Sonny was considering his next words very carefully. My life might be depending on what I say next. He couldn't help but remember old fairy tales about terrible monsters that liked to play riddles with lost children. One wrong answer and the children were devoured, never to be seen again. Was he going to end up in similar danger? It was still not too late to turn back. However, before he could ask his question or make the decision to retreat, the thing in the well spoke again. It said, "So, are you guys going to feed me or not? Not to offend anyone, but lately you've been very tardy. I have been sitting here by my lonesome for 3 days already. Or have you decided to try something new?" Sonny blinked. "What, that That wasn't exactly what he expected to hear from the mouth of an ancient evil. The thing sounded so human. He was almost tempted to believe that it actually was. That's how it gets you, fool. Sonny forced himself to remain vigilant. What did he know about how primordial evils were supposed to talk anyway? If it was able to steal the knowledge of human language from his head, it would surely be able to steal some other things too. While Sonny was trying to comprehend what was happening, a few seconds flew by. The voice waited for a bit, then returned. "Oh, I see. So we are going with starvation now. Well, I have to give you guys some credit. This is your best idea yet. Sadly, it won't work. Do you even know what type of diets we trainees have to follow to debut? I guess not. Actually, I have to thank you. This is a great opportunity to work on my BMI." The echoes whispered, "BMI, BMI, BMI. Wait, what?" Sonny stared into the well, dumbfounded. His eye twitched. Don't tell me that there is really just some guy sitting on the bottom of that damn well." Feeling like the world suddenly stopped making any sense, he rubbed his temples, then asked in a strange tone, "Who are you?" The well fell silent. Sonny tried to remember what the charming voice had told him before. Something about not being fed in a long time. It surely sounded ominous and creepy in the moment, but if he looked at it a bit differently, if the group of hunters he lured to their deaths had been on its way to deliver food to a prisoner, then that would explain why the poor guy had to skip a few meals. But why would they keep someone imprisoned in this remote area of the ruins? Meanwhile, the voice spoke again. This time it sounded tense. "Wait, you're not one of the, you're not. Oh gods." Sonny covered his face with his hand, realizing what was going to happen next. "Oh gods. It's not a human, heavens, I'm going to die. Those damn fools finally got me killed." From the perspective of a sleeper locked inside a well in the middle of the ruins, only two types of beings could come here to find him. Either his captors or nightmare creatures. Sonny revealed that he wasn't one of the captors by asking his last question, which left only one other possibility. The fact that he came to the well during the night alone, and not using anything to light the way, only made the conclusion easier to make. Wait, it speaks, oh gods. I've only ever heard of one other creature on the Forgotten Shore that can mimic human speech. No, not like this. Damn, he really does have a nice voice. It's beautiful even when full of despair. What? It's just a voice. Why am I so enamored with, was he so desperate to hear a human voice? Why? He was doing fine on his own. Great, even, better than ever. Focus on the task. But what exactly was the task? Sonny had never expected to find a human at the end of the crude map. What was he supposed to do now? I guess the first step would be to find out who the guy in the well is and how he got there. Then I can decide what to do with him or if I should do anything at all. But there hid the problem. First, Sonny had to convince the young man in the well that he was actually a human, too. Sonny glanced at his shadow, feeling somewhat helpless. The shadow was bent over, holding its stomach. Its shoulders were shaking. Chapter 115. Nightingale. Sonny could really understand how bad the situation looked from the perspective of the young man with a beautiful voice. The only thing that could be worse than approaching a terrifying dark well while thinking that there's an ancient and utterly evil creature hiding inside was to actually be locked inside that terrifying dark well while thinking that some abominable thing was looking down on you from above. At least Sonny had a chance to escape if things were to turn really bad. The poor guy in the well literally had nowhere to run. Of course, there was still the possibility that all of this was just a cunning act performed by some incredibly horrifying monster. Sonny had to keep that in mind while exploring the other theory. So, if he is indeed a human, how do I make him believe that I'm not a monster? That wasn't a very simple task for Sonny. He had never been good at communicating with people in the first place, and 3 months of complete isolation did not make things any better. In fact, they had made everything worse. Now even Sonny sometimes felt uncomfortable when talking to himself. What would Cassie say? He cleared his throat. Are you a human? I am too. I am a human too. We are both humans. Great job, idiot. After that abhorrent attempt, Sonny wouldn't be even surprised to find out that he was not in fact a human. Who talks like that? The young man in the well grew silent. Then he silently said, yeah, it's definitely all over for me. Oh well, I had a good run, I guess. Sonny sighed heavily. Stop panicking, you idiot. I really am a human. The owner of the charming voice laughed. Please forgive me if I don't believe you. He was using respectful honorifics as though recognizing Sonny as an elder, which was logical given that he believed him to be an eldritch horror. An eldritch horror would technically count as an elder, all things considered. Sonny groaned inwardly. Why are you using honorifics? I bet I'm younger than you. The young man imprisoned in the well hesitated. Wait, you really are a human. Sonny smiled with excitement, feeling that he was making progress. Yes, I really am. The voice returned a dozen seconds later. How come you're here alone and in the middle of the night? You also don't seem to have any source of light with you. Please don't get angry, Sir Monster, but that's not exactly something a human would be able to do. Maybe you should work on your story a bit more next time you venture out to devour innocent souls. Just a piece of friendly advice, Sonny sighed. Very funny. I'm able to walk around the city at night because my aspect allows me to hide in the darkness. I can also see through it too. How did you end up in this well anyway? The young man lingered before answering. How does one usually end up in these situations? A bunch of thugs decided to shake me down for my memories. I politely refused, and here we are. They've been keeping me here for a couple of weeks, trying all kinds of methods to get me to transfer the memories to them. But I must say, their attempts were very clumsy. In terms of knowing how to terrorize people, these fellows are not even anywhere near the laziest of assassins. Sonny didn't know what assassin was, so he just assumed that it was some kind of a horribly malevolent nightmare creature. The rest of the story was somewhat easy to believe. Of course, it would take a very special kind of fool to choose the ruins of all places to keep a prisoner, but thugs were not known for their intelligence. Plus, their plan seemed to have worked pretty well right until the moment they had the misfortune of stumbling onto Sonny. Well, now he knew what this whole thing was about. Just some tiresome human business. How disappointing. Nephi's and Cassie were also not in any sort of danger, at least not with regard to this mess. The mystery was solved. He had wasted a whole night on this nonsense. I see. Well, goodbye. With an annoyed sigh, Sonny turned around and began to walk away. However, the owner of the beautiful voice stopped him. Wait, are you really human? Sonny grimaced. I am, I've told you already. The young man imprisoned in the well hurriedly asked. Can you maybe get me out of here? Those guys are not coming back tonight, I think. If you help me escape, I'll make it worth your while. Sonny scratched the back of his head, then frowned. In what way? After a short pause, the charming voice returned again, this time somewhat hesitant. Well, you might not know this, but I am quite a rich person. I have a whole stash of soul shards back in the castle. Some might even say that I have a small fortune. Half of it is yours if you get me out of this pit. That's 10 shards at least. Sonny suddenly got an idea. Of course, he did not need the 10 shards that the young man was offering. The fact that he had these shards, though, that was potentially very useful. If he wanted to avoid unnecessary attention when buying memories with his hoard of soul shards, he would need a suitable proxy. A sleeper with a lot of shards of his own, one that was indebted to Sonny no less, was a perfect candidate. He smiled. Do people know that you have a fortune? The young man answered, a bit of surprise in his voice. Do they know? Yeah, I guess they do. I am known to spend a lot from time to time. On entertainment as well as, some other things. I'm a patron of arts, one can say. Perfect. So no one would be surprised if he suddenly begins to spend shards on memories. However, there was a small problem. Sonny could remove the grate, but he had no way of helping the poor guy climb out of that unimaginably deep well. Even if he was to use the prowling thorn, he doubted that the invisible string would reach that far. Its maximum length was not that impressive. And he certainly was not going to climb into the creepy well himself. Plus, he still held a bit of suspicion about the charming young man's identity. He was almost certain that he was human, but the remaining tiny bit of doubt was enough to make his paranoia ring the alarm. After hesitating for a bit, Sonny said, "What's your name?" The melodic voice answered, "It's Kai." Sonny sighed. "Well, Kai, I don't know how to tell you this, but unless you can fly, I won't be able to help you escape." Young man grew quiet. After a long pause permeated with deathly silence, he then said in a strange tone, "I can." Sonny blinked. What, did he hear wrong? No, that was unlikely. Maybe Kai was just willing to say anything in his desperation to escape. The prisoner of the well chuckled. "I can fly, that's my aspect ability." Chapter 116. Deal with the devil. Sonny considered Kai's words. An ability that allowed the awakened to fly was not unheard of, but it was rather rare. And here on the forgotten shore, where a cursed flood of darkness devoured the world every night, it was nothing short of priceless. Sonny couldn't even imagine how easier it would have been to traverse the labyrinth with someone like Kai by his side. Suddenly, it made a lot more sense why someone like him would possess a small fortune of soul shards. It also explained why his captors were so gentle in their attempts to force the memories out of the young man. He was much more valuable alive. Sonny remained motionless for some time, thinking things over. After a while, Kai spoke again, his pleasant voice tinted with a bit of apprehension. "Well, will you help me?" Sonny sighed and walked back to the dark fissure of the well. "All right, I'll remove this grate and you can fly out. However, I don't really need your shards. If you want to come out of there alive, you'll have to do something for me instead." The prisoner of the well hesitated, then cautiously asked, "What?" Sonny smiled. "I'll tell you when you need to know. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just need help completing a few errands inside the castle, so do we have a deal or not? If not, I'll be on my way. I've wasted enough time here already." Kai didn't have to think about it too long. Soon, his voice resounded from the darkness once again. "We have a deal." It sounded strangely relaxed, as though the young man had become resigned to fate. Sonny slightly frowned and said, "Great. One more thing. If you break our agreement and simply fly away, I will find and kill you. This is not a threat, just facts. Do you understand?" Kai lingered for a bit before answering. "Yeah, no problem." Sonny gazed into the black cavern of the well and hesitated. He was more or less sure that Kai was human, but had to be prepared to act immediately in case he was not. Following his silent command, the stone saint came out of the shadows and kneeled near the well, grasping the grate with her hands. The steel of her gauntlet scraped against the ornate iron, and with some visible effort she slowly moved the heavy grate to the side. Sonny shivered as he listened to the wrenching sound of iron grinding against stone. The midnight shard appeared in his hands, and he lowered himself into a combat stance with grim resolve. Whatever came out of the well, he was ready to face it. A few seconds passed, each feeling like an eternity. Sonny was tensely staring into the circle of pure darkness in front of him, waiting to see if he was right to trust the prisoner of the well or not. Then several more seconds passed, and then a few more. Nothing happened. Sonny tilted his head, then asked with some irritation, "Aren't you going to come up?" After a bit of a delay, the charming voice resounded from the darkness once more. "You see, I just thought of something." Sonny sighed and lowered his sword a little. "What is it?" Kai was silent for some time, then answered with a bit of wariness. It's just that this grate is so heavy that it wouldn't even budge when I tried to move it. It took all 6 of my captors to put it in place, actually. And they were all big, strong men. So," he hesitated, "I know that we have already established that we are both human, and it's not that I doubt your honesty, but would you mind explaining to me how is it that you were able to remove it all by yourself?" The honorifics were back. Sonny cursed under his breath. This guy was even more paranoid than him. He was unwilling to reveal his hidden ace to Kai, but the cautious prisoner left him with no other choice. Glancing at the shadow saint with a dark expression, Sunny said, "That thing is too heavy for me too, but I was lucky enough to get a very strong echo." Kai seemed to suddenly become very curious. "Oh, that is indeed lucky. Very few people in the castle have an echo. I think I know every one of them by name." After a short pause, he added, "By the way, what is your name?" Sunny rolled his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Sunless." This conversation was entering dangerous waters. Depending on what Kai was going to say next, Sunny might be forced to climb into the well after all. Not to save the young man with a beautiful voice, but to silence him forever. Meanwhile, Kai suddenly laughed. "Sunless. That name does not sound like something only a soul-devouring demon would be called at all." "Zero chance of that, right?" After saying that, he laughed again, this time with a hint of desperation in his voice. However, even then Kai's laugh was very pleasant to the ear. More pleasant than his charming voice even, but Sunny was in no mood to appreciate its melodious sound. "Got him it." Sunny rubbed his temples. Why didn't anyone ever trust him? He was such an honest young man. The most honest young man in the world, really. Annoyed, he said in a flat tone, "Very funny. Now come out of that well before I change my mind." Eventually, Kai stopped laughing and said, "There's no one in the castle with that name, at least no one with an echo under their command. Do you maybe live in the outer settlement?" "Oh, come on." Feeling the pressure of the flaw growing in his mind, Sunny closed his eyes and answered truthfully, "No." Kai cleared his throat. "So you are someone who walks the cursed ruins alone at night, possesses the strength of at least 6 men, dwells in the darkness beyond the castle walls, and calls himself Sunless." "Did I miss anything?" Sunny grimaced. "Not really." For a few moments there was silence. Then the prisoner of the well said with a voice full of dark humor, "Would you climb out of this well to meet a creature like that?" Hidden in the darkness of the cursed night, Sunny smiled with a bit of menace and said, "If I was in your shoes, I would. And I think that you should do it too. Do you know why?" After a small pause, Kai asked with sincere interest. "Why?" Sunny stopped smiling and allowed a cold indifference to seep into his voice. "Because I can put that grate back any time." Without waiting for Kai's response, he ordered the stone saint to move the grate a little. A moment later, the horrid sound of iron scraping against stones invaded his ears once again. Almost immediately, the prisoner of the well changed his tune. All right, wait, stop." The shadow saint released the grate, allowing silence to reign over the lonesome courtyard once again. Kai was quiet for some time and then said with dejected reluctance, "You'd better not be a demon, all right. Stand clear, I'm coming out." Chapter 117. Cruel injustice. Sunny felt a soft breeze lightly caress his cheeks, and then something moved in the darkness of the well. Gripping the hilt of the midnight shard tightly, he prepared for the worst. On the other side of the dark fissure, Shadow Saint slowly raised her shield and rested the blade of her sword on its rim. However, they had nothing to fear. A few moments later, a graceful figure appeared in the air, rose above the well, and then gently landed on the stones in front of it. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. The owner of the charming voice was indeed human. It was a young man wearing a light lamellar armor, with luscious dark auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes. His well-fitted armor was made out of burnished brown leather, with deep blue embroidered garments beneath. However, for a moment, he wished that Kai actually turned out to be a demon, because the damn guy not only possessed the most charming voice he had ever heard, but was also drop-dead gorgeous. Honestly, it was simply unfair. Kai was tall, slender, and incredibly handsome. His face was small, perfectly shaped and beautiful, with high cheekbones and flawless ivory skin. His green eyes were nothing short of electric, and his lips were soft and full like, what am I thinking? What's more, he seemed to possess that special type of warm charm that made some people almost irresistibly attractive. Sunny wouldn't be surprised to find out that droves of girls simply fell to Kai's feet every time he happened to casually walk by. Perhaps a few guys, too. Even worse still, the bastard looked like a genuinely nice person, without the smallest trace of arrogance or entitlement on his pretty face. There were playful sparks of humor hiding deep within his eyes, and one could be absolutely sure that when Kai smiled, cute dimples would appear on his cheeks. You couldn't even hate the damn guy. 2 weeks spent in the deep, dark pit did nothing to lessen his glamour, too. In short, Kai was the most beautiful person Sunny had ever seen, even compared to other awakened. He looked like one of those screen idols that people love to obsess over, only somehow even more attractive in person. Sunny glanced at himself, feeling a strong desire to grind his teeth in outrage. Well, this is just a cruel injustice, simple as that. Meanwhile, Kai noticed the Shadow Saint's burning ruby eyes, which were the only source of light in the absolute darkness of the night, and flinched back with a paled expression on his face. Oh no, it's a demon after all. Sunny got distracted from his self-pity and blinked. Then, feeling somewhat spiteful, he said, "I'm behind you, idiot." Kai froze, then slowly turned around to face him. Sunny didn't fail to notice that the young man held one of his hands out, obviously ready to summon whatever memory he used as a weapon. Blinded by darkness, Kai couldn't see him, of course. Well, good. Let's not let this fellow know that I'm not as, good-looking as he is for a few more moments. Pretending to be perfectly composed, Sunny asked in a calm voice, "Haven't I told you that I had an echo? It's her over there." "Well, sort of. That is to say, those aren't my eyes." The handsome sleeper hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "Sunless, you really are a human." Up until that moment, both of them were just disembodied voices to each other. But now, while Sunny had already made sure that Kai was not some ancient horror, or at least didn't look like one, the former prisoner of the well was still in the dark, both literally and figuratively. "Last time I checked, I was still human, yes. If you have a memory to produce light, you can summon it and see for yourself." Kai lingered. "Won't the nightmare creatures be attracted by the light? Smart and cautious. I like him." Sunny shook his head. "Usually they would, by this courtyard is really secluded. Plus, there are not a lot of monsters in this area. I guess that's why those thugs chose this particular place to keep you imprisoned." With a sigh of relief, Kai summoned a paper lantern that glowed with soft yellow light. Sunny hissed, "Arg, damn." Relying on shadow sense to keep track of the young man's movements, he raised a hand and covered his eyes. Accustomed to the darkness, they weren't ready for such a sudden appearance of light. Of course, Sunny knew that this would happen. He allowed himself to be momentarily blinded to give Kai some sense of safety and better convince him of his human nature. "Oh, sorry." The beautiful young man lowered the lantern a little and looked up, trying to finally lay eyes on his mysterious liberator. Then, with a bit of surprise, he slightly lowered his head and looked down. "Great, that is not humiliating at all." Kai stared at Sunny for a few seconds and, after realizing that he was indeed a human, offered him a dazzling smile. His smile was as charming as the rest of him. Even the cute dimples that Sunny had imagined would inevitably appear on his cheeks were, indeed, there in all their glory. It was nothing short of obnoxious. "Well, what a surprise. I was almost certain that you will turn out to be a terrible monster. But you aren't. You really are a human, and such a cutie too." Sunny coughed. "Wah, did he just call me a cutie? How dare he? I mean, thanks. What is happening?" Meanwhile, Kai frowned. "But Sunless, what?" The beautiful sleeper blinked a couple of times. "Can I ask something? If you really don't live in the castle or in the outer settlement, then where do you live?" Sunny shrugged. "I mean, are there many options left?" "I live in the city." Kai hesitated for a bit, but then, suddenly, a light of realization ignited in his mesmerizing green eyes. "Oh, I think I've heard of you. Aren't you that crazy kid that lives alone in the ruins?" Sunny stared at him with murder in his eyes. "Why does everyone keep calling me kid? Why does everyone keep calling me crazy?" I'm not crazy. With a deep sigh, he answered, Indeed, that's me. You can call me Sonny, by the way. Once you get to know me better, you'll realize that I am not in fact that crazy. Kai looked at him with doubt. Noticing that, Sonny grinned. He decided to tease the obnoxiously gorgeous young man a little. Of course, with the limitations of his flaw, that was going to require a bit of finesse. Putting too much enthusiasm in his voice, Sonny said, And I don't actually live alone. I have plenty of creatures to keep me company. You might even call them my friends. There's a talking rock that sometimes tells me to do stuff. There's also my shadow. It has a lot of interesting opinions. He stared at Kai with a sincere smile. When the young man's handsome face became a little pale, Sonny laughed. Gee, relax, man. I am just joking around with you. Then he looked down at the shadow and added in a dark, angry tone, They're not really my friends. I actually can't stand that rock, and the shadow and I barely talk these days. Chapter 118. Mirror image. Perhaps joking around with Kai was a bit cruel, but Sonny was really annoyed by how ridiculously good-looking the other sleeper was. Plus, he had not talked to another human in such a long time that his already lacking communication skills had become truly rusty. Since they were going to visit the castle soon, Sonny had to prepare himself for the inevitable moment when he would be forced to talk to strangers. Stretching his flaw to its limits was a good practice. He wouldn't want for something like that accident to happen again. The unpleasant memory soured Sonny's mood. Meanwhile, Kai was staring at him with a very strange expression on his face. Sonny cleared his throat. That was a part of the joke, by the way. The handsome young man continued to stare, his face full of doubt. Did I go too hard on this poor guy? He must have been scared out of his wits already. He's probably in an utter panic now. Who wouldn't be a bit apprehensive about meeting a madman? Yeah, maybe it wasn't as funny as I thought. Kai cautiously shook his head. It's not that. I just feel like I have to inform you about something. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Yeah, about what? Kai hesitated, then said in a very calming tone, It's about my flaw. I can actually tell when someone is lying to me. So, when you said that there's a rock that tells you what to do, I knew that it was true right away. Sonny glared at the beautiful young man with an incredulous expression. Internally, he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Flaw? How is that a flaw? That's a damn superpower, you despicable bastard. Why was that Kai so lucky? He had the charming voice, the tall stature, the perfect face. Even his flaw was a damn blessing. Coincidentally, it was also a perfect counter to the better half of Sonny's tricks. If Kai had not informed him about this strange flaw of his, Sonny would have gotten himself into really big trouble pretty soon. Luckily, the beautiful young man happened to be a very honest guy. What an angel! While Sonny was seething in outrage, Kai said in a gentle tone, So Sonny, what exactly does that rock ask you to do? Do you maybe want to tell me? Sonny sighed. I'll have to be really careful and watch what I say around this guy. Well, you're no fun at all. The talking rock is actually a memory capable of repeating words. I use it as an alarm occasionally, so it mainly tells me to wake up. As for that stuff I told about my shadow being opinionated, that's also true. But you already know, I suppose. My shadow has a bit of personality due to its function within my aspect. Kai thought about it, then smiled. Oh, I see, so it was really a joke. Very crafty. Sorry to ruin it with my flaw. Sonny scowled. Don't you patronize me. Then he stopped, thought about something, and said angrily, Wait, if you can tell when someone is lying, then why did I have to spend half an hour convincing you to get out of that well? Kai blinked a couple of times, looking innocent and hurt. Well, how do I know if my flaw works on nightmare creatures? I've never had a conversation with one before. A person can never be too careful when making deals with ancient horrors, you know. Sonny covered his face with a hand. Yeah, I know. Kai looked at him with concern. Ah, Sonny, are you all right? This is those cursed strings of fate screwing with me again. What are the odds of meeting a person whose flaw is almost the exact opposite of mine? And why is he so goddamn stunning? Is that supposed to be the opposite of how I look? Huh, I am. Anyway, let's get down to business. Kai sighed. Of course, a promise is a promise. I will help you do whatever it is you want to do in the castle. Shall we go together? Sonny shook his head. Not yet. I'll have to stop by a place first. Do you know the big ruined cathedral to the south of here? The other sleeper thought for a bit, then nodded. I think I do. I fly over that part of the city often, and it's hard to miss. Are you taking me there? Good question. On one hand, Sonny didn't want anyone to know where he lived. On the other hand, he didn't trust Kai enough to simply let him return to the castle and wait there. But moving through the city with a source of light was not something he was prepared to do either. Was there a compromise? I can't take you anywhere with that lantern of yours. I survive by hiding in the darkness, remember. So you can go on and fly to the cathedral on your own. Wait for me on the roof. Kai looked south, remembering the location of the ruined temple, and nodded. All right. Sonny raised a hand, stopping the young man from flying away. Wait. Whatever happens, don't go inside the cathedral, okay? I'm not joking. There's a fallen devil residing inside, so if you do, he'll butcher you just like he had butchered that bunch of idiots who had kidnapped you. Kai stared at him in shock. What? They are dead? Sonny shrugged. How do you think I found you in that well? One of the dead thugs had a map on his body. I thought there'll be treasure hidden in the marked location, but the beautiful sleeper smiled. But it was something much better. Aw, thank you for the compliment. I'll be careful not to enter the cathedral, rest assured. Sonny stared at the smiling Kai for some time, then shrugged in exasperation. Sure, off you go then. And remember, if you break our agreement, I will. Find and kill me, yeah, don't worry, Sonny, I never break a promise. With these words, Kai raised his head and looked up. A soft gust of wind touched Sonny's skin, and in the next moment the charming sleeper suddenly soared above the ground, quickly disappearing into the sky. Soon only a tiny dot of his paper lantern could be seen, moving south through the black skies like a lonely star. Suddenly, Sonny trembled. A cold feeling of dread grasped his heart like an iron grip. Following the dot of light with his eyes, he whispered. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. He stood for a while in the darkness, motionless. If Sonny didn't know better, he would have thought that this part of Cassie's prophecy talked about Kai. But he did know better. He had known the truth of that prophecy for some time now. Lowering his head, Sonny licked his lips and asked the voiceless shadow in a raspy voice, Is it already starting? Like always, the shadow did not answer. What a stupid question. Of course not. It had started a long time ago, right at the moment when the three of them had entered the ruined city. Chapter 119. A fistful of soul shards. It took Sonny some time to find his way back to the cathedral. With the approach of the dawn, the nightmare creatures that hunted at night grew restless. He had to be especially careful as he lurked through the narrow streets, keeping to the darkest patches of shadow. Even though there was no moon or stars in the lightless night of the Forgotten Shore, many of the monsters here had their own ways of perceiving shapes moving through the darkness. Their ability to see in the dark was somewhat offset by Sonny's Child of Shadows attribute, which allowed him to become indistinguishable from any shadow that he dove in. However, he still had to be cautious. In this cursed place, nothing was ever certain except for danger, death, and terror. Sometime later, he climbed the familiar pillars of the cathedral and appeared on its vast roof. Walking on the wide ridge separating two slanting expanses of ancient tiles, he approached Kai, who was standing nervously some distance away. The beautiful young man was grasping a long bow made of horn in his hands, staring into the darkness with a tense expression on his pale face. Sonny stopped a few steps away from him and looked at that bow for a long time. There's not much time left. To avoid getting an arrow between his eyes, Sonny decided to announce his arrival with a gentle greeting. Hey, Kai. I'm here. The archer turned around with a startled expression and raised a hand as though trying to summon his lantern. However, he thought better of it, afraid to attract unwanted attention. Instead, Kai gulped and whispered, "Lower your voice, what if that fallen devil hears us?" Sonny blinked. Oh right, he's a very careful person. Which was a great personality trait to have as far as he was concerned. The more paranoid the better. Smiling inwardly, he said, "Relax, he won't." Kai stared at him with doubt, then asked, "Are you sure?" Sonny gave him a nod. Yes. He was prepared to explain the reason behind this confidence, but surprisingly, Kai immediately believed him and calmed down. Right, he knows when people are lying to him, which means that he also knows when they're telling the truth. And since I can only tell the truth, he can pretty much believe everything I say without the need to ask unnecessary questions. Huh. Come to think of it, that flaw of his was actually very convenient. Meanwhile, Kai cautiously looked around and asked, "So, what are we going to do here?" Sonny gestured at the group of shattered tiles not too far away from them and answered in a calm tone, "I'm going to climb into that hole and retrieve something from the temple. You just wait here until I return." Kai's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? What about the devil? What about that bastard?" Sonny couldn't help but fantasize about slaughtering the damn creature for a few seconds. "The day will come," returning to the present situation, he said. "What about him? I told you I'm good at hiding. As long as I know who I'm dealing with, they won't be able to notice me unless I want them to." He had learned that first part of the sentence the hard way. Actually, it was the bastard who taught him that even concealment of shadows had its limits. That's how Sonny ended up with his insides on his outside and in possession of this vital piece of information. Some lessons you only needed to receive once to remember them forever. Kai was looking at him with a strange expression again. Sonny frowned. "What?" The beautiful young man shook his head. No, it's just that it's an awesome ability. I wish I had an ability like that, to be honest." Sonny glared at him and uttered through gritted teeth, "Says the guy who can fly. Why would you want to hide your perfectly symmetrical face anyway? Tired of being ogled by love-stricken supermodels?" Kai sighed. "Something like that. How did you know?" Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it again. "Anyway, wait for me here. I won't be long." Throwing a glance at the charming sleeper, he shook his head and walked over to the hole hidden behind several broken tiles. Soon, he was back in his secret lair. Looking around with a bit of apprehension, Sonny sighed and removed the rucksack fashioned from the skin of a monster from his back. Then, he unloaded the strips of carapace centurion's meat on the silver plate and walked over to the iron chest. To be honest, he really didn't want to go anywhere near the castle. The idea alone made him long to stay in this dark, quiet, familiar room forever. But he couldn't. If he wanted to make the Shadow Saint stronger, he had to return to the human settlement and risk facing his fears. "Whatever. I'll just go in and out. Kai will be the one doing all the work anyway." With a heavy sigh, he raised the lid of the chest and began loading his rucksack with soul shards. Dozens of beautiful crystals were soon glittering inside. Sonny only took half of them, but the amount was already enough to drive many people to murder. He couldn't really blame them. On the Forgotten Shore, shards represented money, and money represented life. Without it, you couldn't buy yourself a place within the safety of the castle or procure food without having to risk death in the cursed maze of the city. Anyone would be willing to commit murder in order to survive. Keep telling yourself this. With an angry grimace, Sonny shut the rucksack tightly, made sure that no light seeped through its seams, and turned around. Glancing at his peaceful hidden lair one last time, he shut his eyes for a moment and then walked away without looking back. It was time to return to the castle, and all the terrible memories he had left there before running away. Chapter 120. Approaching the castle washed in the ghostly light of the nascent dawn, Sonny and Kai were walking through the ruins of the cursed city. The night was slowly crawling away. Its retreat made one of them feel safer, while the other one grew uneasy without the familiar veil of darkness hiding him from the world. I have almost forgotten how mournful this place looks when the sun is up. Somewhere in the distance, the waves of the dark sea were halting their eternal assault on the stone walls of the ancient city. These walls had withstood thousands of years of wear and abuse without allowing even a single drop of black water to seep through. Sonny suspected that they would stand unbroken for 1,000 years more. Suddenly uncomfortable, he turned his head west and found the distant silhouette of the Crimson Spire. The menacing structure was looming over the forgotten shore like an evil omen, spelling doom to anyone who would dare approach it. Maybe not. Sonny had chosen a complicated and meandering route to reach the castle. Kai, who was less familiar with the cursed city, simply followed behind. The charming young man was alert and collected, his bow ready to send arrows flying at any moment. They had to circle around many areas where especially terrifying creatures were known to dwell and hunt, making slow progress. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. At some point, Sonny raised his hand, gesturing for his companion to stop. He peered into the distance with a deep frown on his face. Kai glanced at him and whispered, "What is it?" Sonny brought a finger to his lips before answering, "SHH. Listen." Soon they heard an eerie sound that resembled stifled, heart-wrenching weeping. It was as though there was a crying woman in the fog ahead of them, slowly drawing closer. Her trembling sobs made both sleepers shiver. Kai looked at him and asked without much confidence, "What are the chances that it's actually a human girl?" Sonny gave him a crooked smile. Lo! Without needing to discuss it, they hid behind a large pile of rubble and waited. Pressing himself against the cold stones, Sonny sent his shadow to climb the building and observe the surrounding streets. Kai saw the shadow off with a bewildered look, blinked a couple of times but didn't say anything. A minute or two later, Sonny glanced at him and asked, "Where are your arrows?" The charming young man hesitated, then said, "I usually carry a quiver with a few dozen arrows that were specially crafted for me by one of the best blacksmiths in the castle. But the gentlemen who put me in that well, may they rest in peace, weren't kind enough to let me bring it." Sonny gave him an amused look. "So that bow of yours is actually useless." Kai lingered for a few moments before answering, "I also have arrow-type memories." "How many?" The elegant archer lowered his gaze in embarrassment. "Us too. Will that be enough?" Sonny was silent for a bit and then answered in a flat tone, "No, I don't think that will be enough." Out there in the fog, his shadow was looking at the creature that had been producing the heart-wrenching weeping. It was not a human girl. A massive, four-legged beast was walking through the morning mist. Its flesh was rotten and emaciated, hanging from the bones like a tattered coat. Sonny could clearly see the white arcs of its ribs through the holes in the rotting hide, the unnatural darkness hiding behind them, and the powerful jaws of the partially bared dog-like skull that were full of terrifying teeth. One didn't have to be a genius to understand that the horrid creature was one of the fallen masters of the ruined city. As he was looking, the beast opened its maw and produced another long, human-like sob, then stopped and listened, as though waiting for an answer. When nothing happened, it lowered its head and slowly continued on its way. Luckily, although their hiding spot was somewhat close, it wasn't actually on its path. If nothing changed, the fallen would walk past without even noticing them. They just had to wait. Sonny sighed. "We'll have to stay here for 10 minutes at least. Get comfortable." Once again, Kai didn't ask anything, simply taking Sonny's word for it. It seemed as though his strange ability to sense lies made the charming sleeper less prone to having a lot of questions, which was a wonderful quality to have as far as Sonny was concerned. With nothing to do but wait, they had a bit of time to rest and catch their breaths. Sonny summoned the endless spring and took a few sips of cold, sweet water. Noticing that Kai was staring at him, he hesitated, then passed him the beautiful glass bottle. The charming young man drank greedily as though someone dying from thirst. Come to think of it, feeling a little guilty, Sunny asked, "When was the last time they gave you water?" Kai detached himself from the bottle, wiped his lips, and smiled in pure delight. "Ah, 2 or 3 days ago, I think. Thank you kindly." He returned the bottle and looked at Sunny with curiosity. "Hey, Sunny, can I ask you something?" Sunny tensed up and gave the charming archer a dark look. "You can." His eyes, however, hinted that he shouldn't, but Kai either didn't notice the menacing glare or wasn't bothered by it. "You came to the Forgotten Shore this last solstice, right?" "Yeah." Sunny held his breath, guessing what the beautiful sleeper was going to ask him. How they had survived in the labyrinth. Why he had abandoned the castle. How he had survived in the ruins. Each of these questions could potentially lead to a disaster. Kai leaned forward with excitement in his eyes, hesitated for a second, and then said, What's the top music video in the charts out there right now?" Sunny blinked. What?" That was absolutely not what he had expected to hear. Noticing that the charming young man was staring at him with anticipation, he shifted and answered with a bit of uncertainty. I have no idea." Kai sighed, clearly disappointed, but then suddenly smiled again. The smile was wide and dazzling. "Can you ask you another question?" Chapter 121. Graveyard of Hope. In the next 10 minutes, the foundations of Sunny's worldview were shaken to the core. Kai had drowned him in a torrent of questions, all of which had nothing to do with anything even remotely important. What interested the charming sleeper were very strange things, like what types of shoes were in fashion, which celebrity wore what to some pompous award ceremony, who of them had a scandal, and what was that scandal about, what was the latest dance craze, and so on. He was endlessly curious about that type of stupid crap, and absolutely indifferent about all of Sunny's dark secrets. It was almost insulting. What's worse, Sunny felt like a complete fool because he couldn't provide even a single answer. What did he know about fashion and high culture? Nothing. After a while, Kai's enthusiasm had waned. Looking at Sunny with a comically disheartened face, he sighed and gently asked one last question. "Sunny, tell me honestly, were you a hikikomori in the real world as well?" Sunny blinked. "What is this fool talking about? A what?" Kai cleared his throat and offered him an apologetic smile. A recluse, a shut-in, someone who lives under a rock." Sunny stared at the gorgeous young man, feeling like the world completely stopped making any sense ever since they had met. "What are you talking about? Why would I live under a rock? You would freeze to death. I lived in a cargo container once, but it had 4 walls and a roof at least." Kai sighed one more time and turned away. "I see. Well, sorry to bother you. It's just that I've been stuck in this place for about 2.5 years now, and life here is so monotone." His beautiful profile was radiating melancholy and sadness, as though Kai was lamenting something serious as opposed to utter rubbish. 2.5 years. That dimwit survived here for 2.5 years. Sunny was surprised to hear that. Kai seemed like a nice guy, but not exactly someone well suited for the ruthless nightmare of the Forgotten Shore. Perhaps he had underestimated the charming sleeper, or perhaps there was another, much simpler reason. Sunny frowned. There was a group of people who tended to live here the longest. Suddenly suspicious, he asked in a cold tone, "Are you a part of Gunlog's gang?" Kai looked at him with surprise. Then he chortled. "Gods, no. If there's one thing I absolutely despise, it's bullies like him. I would rather die than become one of Gunlog's minions. Plus, the man has no style. That armor of his is the most hideous thing I have ever seen." However, after saying that, he suddenly grew quiet and added after a few seconds in a dejected voice, "But I do accept jobs from his lieutenants from time to time. That is the reason why he tolerates my existence, so I don't really have a choice." Sunny hesitated for a bit, but then decided that he believed the other sleeper. He really didn't look like one of Gunlog's thugs. Besides, if he had been one of them, no sane person would have dared to kidnap and imprison him. Members of Gunlog's cohort were nearly untouchable, which meant that Kai was, indeed, much more capable than Sunny had given him credit for. Interesting. Noticing that the eerie sobs of the fallen beast had grown sufficiently distant, he shifted his perspective to the shadow and made sure that the terrible creature was already far away. Standing up, Sunny dismissed the glass bottle and said, "We're safe now. Time to move." Once they were ready to leave, he summoned the shadow back and prepared to take the first step forward. However, then Sunny suddenly stopped and glanced at the charming young archer with hesitation. "Hey Kai, can I ask you a question as well?" The older sleeper smiled, honesty and eagerness written all over his face. "Of course." Sunny was silent for a couple of seconds, then said in a strange voice, "That armor of yours, do you wear it because it's the best one you could get, or because it looks good?" Kai looked at him with confusion. Raising one exquisite eyebrow, he said, "I don't understand the question. Is there a difference?" Sunny closed his eyes, sighed, and turned away. "Never mind, let's go." As the sun rose above the horizon, they went deeper into the city, slowly approaching its center. The castle stood on a tall hill in the middle of the cursed city. It was grand and magnificent, with dozens of towers rising into the air, each supported by a number of elaborate arches and columns. Grotesque gargoyles were staring down on the ruins from under the eaves. The road leading to the castle was as impressive as the castle itself. It was narrow and heavily fortified, circling the hill in a way that allowed the defenders of the castle to endlessly rain arrows down on any possible attacker. At the end of the road, a grandiose staircase led to the gates of the castle. In front of it, there had once been a vast stone platform, meant to serve as the gathering ground for the soldiers in case the enemy was to somehow breach all but this one last line of defense. Now, the platform had turned into a makeshift settlement, with small shabby buildings made out of stone, wood, and anything else the inhabitants of this slum could get their hands on standing chaotically here and there, forming messy groups and narrow alleys. This place did not look like the outskirts where Sunny had grown up, but it had the same unmistakable air of misery, fear, and desperation. As the two of them approached the outer settlement, several sleepers greeted Kai with friendly smiles. "Hey Knight, glad to see you, man. Where have you been lately?" Kai smiled in embarrassment. "Ah, flying around. What about you, pal?" While the charming young man was exchanging pleasantries with his acquaintance, Sunny cautiously looked around. The place had imperceptibly changed since the last time he was here. The settlement itself seemed to be almost the same, with just a few buildings slightly changing shapes. The people, however, somehow seemed more energized and confident, as though the ever-present fear of death and starvation was not as pressing anymore. However, there was a strange sense of tension in the air. I guess she was busy in these 3 months, too. Finally managing to end the conversation, Kai turned to him and smiled apologetically. "Sorry about that," Sunny frowned. "Why are they calling you Knight?" The charming young man stared at him, then cleared his throat and said with a bit of strangeness in his voice, "Oh, you really don't know? Well, it's a nickname of sorts. Nightingale, that's how I am known around these parts." What a stupid nickname, Sunny thought, and decided to get things done as quickly as possible. He couldn't wait to leave this depressing place. "All right, since we're here, time to make good on your promise." Kai gave him a nod. "Sure, what do you need me to do?" Sunny looked around, making sure that no one could hear them, and said, "It's simple. Go into the castle and find out about who is selling memories and what the price is. Then come back and report to me." His companion blinked a couple of times, clearly surprised, then shrugged. "No problem, but it's going to take a while, if you want the best information possible, of course." Sunny grimaced. "Do as you see fit. I'll be waiting for you in that alley over there." Kai looked at him one last time, smiled, and walked away. Feeling nervous and tense, Sunny walked to a secluded alley and rested his back against the wall. He tried to become as small and unnoticeable as possible. Being here was making his skin crawl. Maybe his decision to come back was a mistake after all. Maybe he should simply turn around and walk away. However, he didn't. Deep down inside, he knew that he had to take this opportunity to gather as many memories as possible so that his shadow could become stronger as fast as possible. Perhaps he would never get this opportunity again. Time slowly passed. An hour went by, then another. Kai was certainly taking his sweet time gathering the information Sunny had asked from him. However, nothing bad had happened. Yet. Sunny was almost starting to believe that he was nervous for nothing. But then, of course, the thing he dreaded the most became a reality. A calm, painfully familiar voice suddenly resounded from somewhere behind him. "Hi, Sunny." He froze, feeling like a beast caught in a trap, and then slowly turned around. A strange, complicated expression appeared on his face. Forcing out a smile, Sunny licked his suddenly dry lips and said, "Hey, Neff. Long time no see." Chapter 122. 4 months ago, Neph's changed a lot since the last time Sunny had seen her. Outwardly, she looked almost the same, tall, firm, and strangely distant, as though existing slightly apart from the rest of the world. She was still wearing the Starlight Legion armor, which accentuated the graceful lines of her slender, lithe body. Only now, there was also a white cloak draped over her shoulders, close in color to the pristine metal of the elegant plate armor. Changing Star's silver hair was much longer now, almost reaching her shoulders. Without the short, tomboyish cut, she looked strangely mature and feminine, making Sunny's heart beat a little faster. Her calm gray eyes were as striking as ever. The true changes, however, hid much deeper. Perhaps only a person who knew her as well as Sunny did could notice them. Or perhaps it was precisely because he had come to know her so well that the veil of detached indifference shrouding her true self cracked, revealing the deeper feelings beneath. Nephi seemed to be much more alive now, much more present. Her eyes shined with resolve and determination, radiating an almost infectious feeling of temperate confidence. This was her power, the power of conviction. Sunny shivered under that gaze. Neff was the person he longed to see the most and at the same time hoped to never see again. She was the true reason why he had to leave the castle. Stirred awake by this fated meeting, a torrent of memories rose to the surface of his mind. If only he had known at the time, well, it would not have changed anything, really. 4 months ago, on the night that they had ventured into the cursed sea on a boat made of demons' bones, Sunny was shivering in the wind. After an eternity spent in the cold embrace of darkness, the endless night of their escape was finally drawing its last breaths. He shifted and turned to the east, where a ghostly line of pale lilac appeared over the horizon. Trembling, he licked his lips and said in a raspy voice, Cassie, it's morning." After he uttered these words, the last remnant of strength that had kept Sunny going disappeared, and he slumped on the stones, his chest rising heavily and then falling. A new dawn was ready to bathe the desolate hell of the forgotten shore in warm sunlight. They had survived. The three sleepers were perched on a giant stone hand that protruded from the black waves, as if held above the lightless abyss by a goddess. Sunny and Cassie were holding each other for warmth, while Nephi's was lying in the center of the stone palm, still unconscious. Visible through the gaps in the shattered armor, her ivory skin was pale and listless. We did it. They had escaped the clutches of Soul Devourer, sailed through the cursed darkness, and even lived through a battle with the horrifying Dweller of the Depths, by some miracle. Sunny couldn't quite believe that they had actually managed to pull their daring escape off. From the moment he had learned about the enthrallment hex put onto their minds by the ancient fiend, he felt that the chances of ever saving themselves from the gluttonous evil tree were more than slim. Perhaps because it had taken away his most dangerous and tested weapon, his mind. And yet somehow they had succeeded. Utterly exhausted, Sunny closed his eyes and listened to the dark sea as it retreated to hide from the coming sun. Without even noticing it, he slipped into the embrace of sleep. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Sunny expected to feel crippled now that adrenaline had left his battered body, but, to his surprise, he wasn't in even half as much pain as he had anticipated. Blood weave was truly a miraculous attribute to have for someone as prone to disasters as he was. Even his broken finger wasn't hurting that much anymore. Sunny still had to groan while sitting up, though. Cassie was sleeping by his side, as drained by the events of the previous night as he was, perhaps even more so. Her delicate face seemed vulnerable and pale, twisted in an anxious frown. Sunny sighed. Nephi's had yet to regain her senses. At some time while he slept, the blind girl had used her cloak to cover Changing Star, helping her to preserve some warmth. Neph lay still and motionless, her face drained of all color. Only the quiet sound of her breathing told Sunny that she was still alive. He trembled, remembering the harrowing sight of her mangled flesh restoring itself in the crucible of purifying flame. Unleashing that flame always took a heavy toll on Nephi's, bringing her unimaginable pain and suffering. Who knew what price she had paid to pull herself away from the doors of oblivion? He had not even realized before that she could use it to heal herself. Perhaps there was a reason why she had never done so in the past. Only time could tell. It's time to assess the situation. Turning away from Changing Star, Sunny looked around, trying to discern their current circumstances. His heart was heavy. If they had survived the attack of the tentacle monster and the ensuing shipwreck only to find themselves stranded in the middle of the cursed sea, with no way to continue forward, that would be a truly macabre twist of fate. To the east of them there was nothing but the empty expanse of the colossal crater. Same thing for the Sunny froze, noticing a dark line in the distance. That was the western edge of the crater. They had almost crossed it. Feeling a strange excitement grasping his heart, Sunny quickly turned around and looked west. His eyes widened. For a few moments his head was silent and empty. Then a single thought appeared in it. We were so close. He sat quietly for a long time, forgetting about everything else. A few hours later, Cassie finally woke up. Feeling that he wasn't next to her anymore, she called in a frightened voice, "Sunny." He licked his lips. "I'm here." Cassie sat up and stretched her hand out, finding his shoulder. Why do you sound so strange?" Sunny blinked, then slowly turned his head to look at the blind girl. A tentative smile found its way onto his face. "Cassie, we found it. We have found that city you saw." In the end, Nephi's had remained unconscious for 2 whole days. Sunny was really starting to worry about her, but then, on the 3rd day, Changing Star had finally come back to her sense. At the time, he was sitting on top of the giant hand's index finger, staring west with a warm, excited feeling in his heart. They did it. They were finally going to go home. Sunny couldn't wait to return to the real world. He didn't even care about becoming an awakened and the corresponding leap in power and status that much anymore. All he cared about was his soft bed, mountains of delicious food, and limitless hot showers. Sunny lowered his head and glanced at Nephi's, trying to determine if there was anything wrong with her. In the webtoons, one of the characters was bound to suffer from something like amnesia right before things were about to take a turn for the better. But Changing Star seemed to be fine. She was still the same Neph he had known, tall, firm, and strangely distant, as though there was an invisible barrier separating her from the rest of the world. When the gaze of her striking gray eyes fell on him, Sunny felt his heart beating a little faster. He smiled. "Thank gods." Nephi's frowned, lowered her head, and then asked in a flat tone, "Why are you smiling?" Realizing that he was grinning from ear to ear like a fool, Sunny blinked, then tried to shrug with false indifference. Abort, divert her attention. Look behind you." The sight of what lay in the west was one of the reasons for his good mood, so it wasn't that much of a stretch. Neph stared at him for a few moments, then sighed and turned around. Behind her, a tall city wall built of gray, polished stone towered above the slopes of the colossal crater. That wall was a sign that all their suffering was not in vain, and that all their dreams were about to come true. It was hope. Chapter 123. Helping hands. Soon after Nephis had finally come back to her senses, they prepared to leave the shelter of the giant stone hand. The morning had just begun, so there was plenty of time to cross the remaining distance and climb out of the deep and vast crater. If all was going to go well, they would meet the next sunset on top of the tall wall of the mysterious city. Of course, numerous things could go wrong between now and then. But for some reason, Sonny felt optimistic. This was a rare moment for his cynical, paranoid heart. Just like before, Sonny and Neff took turns climbing down a few dozen meters and lowering Cassie to one another with the help of the golden rope. However, they had grown considerably stronger since the last time they had to do it. Sonny remembered how tiresome it was to descend from the giant knight's statue in that way and chuckled. Now, he felt as though he could do it 3 times in a row, and considerably faster too. Even though he had spent the last few days in an endless nightmare and brought his body to the point where it was about to shut down, now, there was nothing but resilient strength filling his muscles. These 2 months that they had spent in the perilous hell of the Crimson Labyrinth, constantly fighting for their lives and slaying monsters that no sleeper should ever face one after another, had made all 3 of them much more powerful. Sonny doubted that a lot of awakened had ever gone through this ruthless of an initiation and lived to tell the tale. Once he returned to the real world, he would most likely be considered one of the elite representatives of the current generation. That might actually be a problem. Well, he could always blame everything on Nephis. She was already close to being a mythical existence, the last daughter of the legendary Immortal Flame clan, one of the few awakened in history who had managed to receive a true name in the first nightmare, the top student in her batch of sleepers in the academy, and so on. People would easily believe that a prodigy like her had been able and willing to carry 2 pathetic weaklings on her back all the way to the gateway. Sonny just had to choose his words carefully when describing the events leading up to their triumphant return. Luckily, in that regard, he was a master. Entertaining himself with such thoughts, he didn't even notice the flow of time. Soon, they were already approaching the ground. Just before jumping into the soft black mud, Nephis looked at Sonny and said, "Stay vigilant." She didn't have to remind him. Sonny knew that the last stretch was often the most dangerous, mostly because it was natural for people to allow themselves to relax in these moments, falsely believing that the worst was already behind them. Numerous awakened perished tragically with their goal already in sight. He wasn't planning on becoming one of them. Sonny carefully lowered Cassie down, watched as Neff helped her step out of the rope loop, and jumped down. He landed on the ground in a nimble roll, immediately jumped to his feet and outstretched one hand, ready to summon the Midnight Shard at a moment's notice. However, nothing was trying to kill them. Sonny and Nephis exchanged tense looks and then slowly walked forward. With each minute, the distant gray wall was growing closer. At some point, Sonny gestured for Changing Star to stop and turned around, curious to take a look at the statue whose hand had saved them from drowning in the dark depths of the cursed sea. Out there on the slope of the colossal crater, slightly tilted to the side, a giant statue of a slender woman dressed in a light flowing robe towered over the black mud. She was lovely and graceful, with a slim waist and delicate arms outstretched to the skies, as though trying to embrace them. At least that was how she had looked once, a long time ago. Now one of the arms was broken off, with only its shoulder remaining in place. Luckily, the other one was still there, and had served as a safe haven for the 3 sleepers in their moment of desperate need. Just as Sonny expected, there were 7 shining stars carved into the stone surface of her robe. What piqued his curiosity the most, though, was the fact that just like the giant knight, the graceful woman seemed to be missing her head. Once again, Sunny wondered if these stone titans were created without faces to begin with, or if something had beheaded them much later in a fit of destructive rage. 7 severed heads guarding 7 seals, he thought, remembering Cassie's frightening vision. The mystery of that vision was nothing short of tantalizing. However, it seemed as though it was destined to remain unsolved. Sunny doubted that he would ever come back to this cursed place after returning to the real world. There were many regions in the dream realm, and almost every one of them was far better than the hellish Forgotten Shore. To hell with all this crap. Sending silent gratitude to the statue that had saved their lives, Sunny turned around and headed west. As they approached the section of the slope that was almost vertical, something dangerous finally happened. Just as Sunny was about to step on a wide stone buried in the mud, the stone suddenly shifted and rolled to the side. A terrible roar resounded across the vast emptiness of the colossal crater, making him shiver in fright. Fearing that something was crawling from under the soil, Sunny jumped back and summoned his sword. To his side, Nephis was doing the same, while Cassie swiftly stepped back to not be in the way. However, there was nothing moving in the mud. No giant beast rose from it to feast on their flesh. No horrifying abomination had extended its limbs to pull them underground into its maw. Then, what made that terrible roar? Just as Sunny was trying to understand what was happening, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his right leg. Looking down, he saw the damned stone was chomping on his shin. The stone, which turned out to be a bizarre nightmare creature, revealed a mouth full of long, sharp teeth on its surface. It awkwardly rolled a couple of times to reach Sunny, and then tried to dig its fangs into his soft flesh. It might have bitten Sunny's leg clean off, but luckily, the leather boot of the puppeteer's shroud turned out to be too tough for the stone's jaws, so it was just munching on the leather in powerless resentment. The situation was painful, but not at all dangerous. Sunny stared at the stone, then raised his head and glanced at Nephis in bewilderment. Her expression was as indifferent as always, but after all the time they had spent together, he was able to recognize the similar kind of amusement written clearly on her face. Sunny strained his muscles, raised the trapped leg into the air and shook it a couple of times, trying to send the stupid stone flying. However, the weird monster was really stubborn. With another thunderous roar, it doubled its attempts to gnaw on Sunny's shin, its stone teeth on the verge of shattering from all the pressure exerted on them. What a pathetic thing. The only hope of killing me it has is if I die from annoyance, Sunny thought with a confused frown. How could a nightmare creature like this even exist? I guess there are losers even among their kind, eh? Shaking his head, Sunny allowed the shadow to wrap itself around the midnight shard and brought the tip of the blade down on the hungry stone with all the strength he had. The takai was met with some resistance, but managed to pierce and shatter the monster's stone body in the end. The bizarre creature died while still trying to take a bite out of Sunny, defiant till the very end. As the shattered remains of the stone fell into the mud, the voice of the spell whispered, "You have slain an awakened monster, rolling stone. Your shadow grows stronger. You have," seeing a strange expression on Sunny's face, Nephis asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at her and blinked a couple of times. I just received a memory." Changing Star raised her eyebrow and said in an uplifted tone, "That is great. What type of memory?" Sunny scratched his head, hesitated, and then answered, It's a rock, an ordinary rock." Chapter 124. Desolation. Soon, they were standing beneath the impregnable stone walls of the mysterious city. Behind them, the great chasm of the vast crater stretched to the horizon. Somewhere ahead, the lone human citadel in this loathsome region of the dream realm awaited. It promised to deliver them from this dark place and bring them home. Sonny really couldn't wait to be finally done with this nightmare. The city wall was built from massive slabs of gray granite. Still wet from the cold touch of the cursed sea, the ancient weathered stones looked almost black. Despite the thousands of years that passed since the mysterious builders of the wall had disappeared into the fog of time, it still looked monumental and unassailable. The joints between the granite slabs were barely wide enough to insert a narrow blade. Looking up, Sonny tried to guess the height of the wall. It had to be 60 meters tall, at least twice as high as the awakened Academy defense barrier, which was constructed with the help of both modern technology and various aspect abilities. For a few moments, he wondered about the people who had erected this wall, the city behind it, and the giant statues that still stood lonesomely on the desolate shores of this cursed land. Their creations had withstood the onslaught of darkness and time, but the creators were gone. Who had they been? What terrible fate had befallen the citizens of the ruined city? But then, Sonny angrily shook his head. These mysteries had nothing to do with him anymore. He was going home, never to return to this awful pit of horror and despair. Let someone else solve them. After a short rest, they decided that it would be easier to climb the wall instead of circling it in search of an entrance. Even if they were to find a gate, there was no guarantee that it would be open. Climbing the wet granite was not an easy task, but they somehow managed. When there was nothing to use as a hold, Sonny and Nephi's resorted to using their swords by inserting them into the joints between the slabs. A few unpleasant cuts later, they found the right rhythm and made quick progress. Enhanced by the consumed soul shards and shadow fragments, as well as the ruthless training regimen of the never-ending battle for survival, their bodies were full of strength and endurance. Both of them were at the peak of human physical ability. Pretty soon, they had reached the top of the massive wall and climbed over its edge. Without even needing to catch his breath, Sonny hungrily crawled forward, jumped to his feet, and gazed down. In the ensuing silence, he could hear the sound of the golden rope scratching against stone. However, his heart was beating louder. Soon, Nephi's and Cassie joined him. The blind girl grasped his shoulder and asked, her voice bright and full of hope, "Sonny, what do you see?" He licked his lips. Beneath them, an expansive city lay in ruins. The beautiful stone buildings were broken and shattered, many of them turned into mere piles of rubble. There were no people walking along the wide streets, no clamor of voices to drive away the silence. Under the cold gray sky, the ruined city looked dead and mournful. It was impossible to say what terrible disaster had happened here, but it was clear that it was not natural. Many of the collapsed houses were blackened by fire, with claw marks cut into the still-standing fragments of walls. Here and there, monstrous bones of ancient horrors protruded from the ground, telling tales of desperate battles that must have taken place on these streets once, a long time ago. Looking closer, Sonny felt cold sweat running down his back. There were strange shapes moving through the rubble, and even more hiding in the shadows. Seeing them filled him with an icy sense of dread. The ruined city was teeming with nightmare creatures. There is a vast, ruined city built of weathered stone, and there are numerous monsters wandering its streets, just like you said there would be. The tall city wall they were standing on was as wide as a road. It stretched endlessly in both directions, enclosing the vast ruins into a strangely perfect circle. Every so often, there were towers built into its impenetrable granite body, serving as bastions against potential enemies. Who would have thought that one day this great barrier would serve not to repel the horrible monsters, but to keep the true horrors imprisoned inside? But Sonny wasn't that interested in the wall. He wasn't even too interested in the monsters. Instead, his eyes were drawn to the tall hill towering above the ruins. On that hill, there is a magnificent castle standing on a hill in the middle of the ruins. It looks like something out of a legend. Its walls are built from radiant white stone, with tall towers and majestic spires piercing the sky. It stands above the city like a symbol of hope, the only thing in this hell that seems to be untouched by the darkness, and a wide smile appeared on Cassie's face. Yes, this is the castle I saw. However, Sonny didn't hear her. Just as he was describing the splendor of the bright castle to the blind girl, his gaze accidentally slid behind it. Now all he could see was the dark silhouette of a cyclopean tower that loomed above the world like an unholy spear made out of solidified blood. As soon as Sonny saw it, his heart was gripped by an unexplainable fear. This was the Crimson Spire. The feeling of horror it emanated was enough to make him never wish to gaze at it again. And yet he wasn't able to look away. By his side, Nephise was staring at it too, her thoughts a mystery. There was a tense, dark expression on her face. After a few seconds had passed, Changing Star was finally able to compose herself and turned away. Looking in the direction of the castle, she frowned and said, "The final stretch of the way to the citadel might be extremely dangerous. We must not hurry. Let's find a way down first." Chapter 125. A feast in time of plague. Neither Nephise nor Sonny wanted to climb down from the wall, because that would leave them with no path of retreat should something terrible happen. Without the need to discuss it, they had decided to explore the nearest tower and see if there was a suitable way to descend from the wall inside of it. They followed the slightly bending wall north, keeping an eye on the ruins below. From time to time, Sonny was able to notice the shapes of creatures moving through the desolate streets of the ancient city. However, nothing seemed to be interested in scaling its tall granite bulwark. For the time being, they were safe. However, he didn't feel safe. Instead, he kept glancing at the distant axis of the Crimson Spire and shivering. That thing was seriously way too ominous. Good thing we will be out of here soon. That was the only thought that kept him from falling into an irrational panic. Their journey through the Forgotten Shore was about to end. They had endured a lot and survived through a lot. At times, he had not even been sure that they were going to make it out of here alive. But now, all their suffering was about to be rewarded. The path to freedom was already in their sight. They just had to overcome this one last hurdle to return home in glory. Soon, they were closing in on one of the mighty towers built into the wall. The structure was round in shape, rising above the main embankment by a good dozen meters. There was a wide wooden gate leading inside the tower, which was broken a long time ago, with only a few splinters remaining on the ancient iron hinges. Behind the doorway, there was nothing but darkness. Sonny felt that the sight of this entrance was a bit creepy. Of course, darkness was nothing to him, and yet suddenly Cassie tugged on his shoulder, forcing Sonny to stop. Both him and Nephise turned to her, their hands outstretched and ready to summon their swords. "What is it, Cassie?" Sonny asked, alarmed. In some situations, the blind girl was able to recognize danger before they could. Her keen hearing and sense of smell allowed her to sometimes perceive things that normal humans would not be able to. Now there was a scowl on Cassie's face. Turning her head slightly, she whispered, "Listen." Sonny held his breath and followed her words, straining his hearing to the limit. Soon he was able to discern a strange sound coming from inside the tower. Chomp, chomp, crunch. Chomp, it sounded like something was being devoured there, flesh and bones being ground by sharp teeth. The nauseating sound of meat being torn and chewed made him grimace. Sonny and Nephise looked at each other, then summoned their swords. Like usual, before the two of them moved forward, Sonny sent his shadow to investigate the potential enemy. The shadow glided on the stones, quickly approaching the tower. Then, it dove into the darkness and concealed itself in the vast shade that permeated the structure. Sonny was able to see inside. The first thing he saw was several dead monsters lying on the stone in puddles of blood. The bloody trails left on the stone floor suggested that their massive bodies were dragged here by something very powerful. They were cut apart and eviscerated, as though dressed down by an enthusiastic butcher. Then he saw a large pile of gnawed bones lying on the stones. Some of them still had pieces of meat stuck to them, while others were split apart and emptied of even the marrow. The next thing he saw was a fire burning in a circle of stone shards, with several skewers of monster meat roasting above it. Next to the fire, the source of the chomping and crunching sounds was sitting on the stones, munching on a well-roasted rib. It was a human. In fact, it was a young woman. She seemed to be only slightly older than the three of them. Sunny blinked. The young woman was tall and attractive. She had hazel eyes and beautiful brown hair, currently tied in a simple braid. Her build was extremely athletic, with perfectly defined lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin with each movement. And there was a lot of skin on display, since she only wore a provocatively short white tunic, augmented with bronze greaves, vambraces, and a cuirass with leather terrages. While Nephis was slender and lithe, this stranger radiated a sense of vitality and vigor. Everything about her was lavish and generous, screaming of strength, potency, and power. The strangest part, however, was that there was an absolutely relaxed, comfortable, and happy expression on her face. In the months spent on the forgotten shore, Sonny had never, even for a second, allowed himself to lower his guard completely. Neither had Nephis or Cassie. Even in the rare moments of rest, sheltered in reliable safety, they were always slightly tense, expecting all kinds of horrors to fall on them in an onslaught of teeth, poison, and claws. Even while under the hex of the soul devourer, there was always an invisible shadow in their hearts. However, the young woman seemed to be completely content with being in this cursed place. In fact, she looked happier than Sonny had ever been, even in the real world. As Sonny watched, the young woman messily devoured the meat of the unfortunate monster. The juices were flowing down her face and fingers. Done with the meat, she bit on the bone itself. His eyes widened. The adamantine bone of the nightmare creature was easily crushed between her teeth, and closing her eyes in pleasure, the girl proceeded to suck out the marrow, then chew and swallow most of the bone itself. Crunch, crunch, chomp. Crunch. Finished with the rib, she threw its remains into the disturbingly sizable pile of bones at her feet, loudly burped with no decorum whatsoever, then immediately stretched her hand out to pick up another piece of monster meat from the fire and sunk her teeth into it. Sonny blinked a couple of times more, then shifted his perspective back and looked at Nephis. "What did you see?" He lingered for a bit and then said in a hesitant tone, "Well, it's either a very hungry human girl or a very gluttonous demon." Chapter 126. Nephis stared at him for a few moments, then turned her head to Cassie and said, "Follow behind us." The three of them cautiously approached the entrance to the tower and lingered there, uncertain of how they should proceed. In their minds, there were two outcomes to this unexpected situation. One, the mysterious young woman would turn out to be a local awakened. In that case, all their problems were going to be solved. If an awakened happened to meet a group of sleepers in the wild reaches of the dream realm, it was customary to guide them to the nearest human citadel. Of course, exceptions happen, but in general, awakened strive to take care of sleepers in this alien land. Humans had to band together. It was not only a moral obligation, but also in their own best interest. 2. The stranger would turn out to be a nightmare creature. In that case, they were going to have a tough fight on their hands. Since the rank and class of the enemy were unknown, it was impossible to predict the result. They just had to risk it. Drawing a deep breath, Sonny followed Nephis into the cool darkness of the tower. Immediately, the appetizing smell of roasting meat hit his nostrils. His stomach growled. Crap. Before Sonny could react, a piece of bone flew past his head and hit the wall with enough force to shatter into tiny pieces. Belatedly, he raised the midnight shard and assumed a defensive stance. But it was a little too late. The young woman had already been alerted of their presence. Raising her head, she bared her teeth in a wide grin and murmured, "Is someone hiding in the shadows? Why don't you come out to play?" Her voice was deep, smoky, and had a raspy huskiness to it. But what mattered the most was that she was speaking in the human language. She was human, probably. The stranger was still sitting in a relaxed pose, but Sonny didn't miss the subtle tension in her carved muscles. He had no doubt that the alleged awakened could explode into a whirlwind of violence at any moment. It was better not to provoke her. Glancing at Neff, he followed her example and dismissed his sword. Then, the three of them hesitantly stepped into the circle of light cast by the bonfire. The young woman looked at them in surprise and raised her eyebrows. Humans? Huh, unexpected. Then she smiled and shook her head. Ah, where are my manners? With that, she lightly rose to her feet. The white fabric of her tunic shifted slightly, revealing even more of her toned, powerful thighs. Sonny blinked. He had assumed that the stranger was tall, but only now did he realize how imposing her true height was. The woman stood considerably taller than even Nephis, not to mention Sonny himself. Complete with her robust physique, olive skin, and archaic armor, she looked like an ancient goddess. Craning his neck to look her in the eyes was sort of irritating, though. But Sonny had no choice. If he were to just look straight, his line of sight would land directly on her shapely. The young woman, meanwhile, wiped her dirty face with a forearm and gestured at the fire. "Here, would you like to take a seat?" Despite the polite invitation, they hesitated. After several seconds passed in awkward silence, Nephis finally took a step forward and asked the question that had been tormenting all three of them. With her voice uncharacteristically tense and full of suppressed emotion, she cautiously said, Are you human?" The stranger stared at her with a blank expression, then blinked a couple of times. "What else would I be? A horse?" With that, she threw her head back and laughed loudly, amused by her own silly joke. Nephis and Sonny glanced at each other, confused as to what to do. Meanwhile, the young woman giggled a few more times and looked at them with sparks of glee dancing in her eyes. "Of course I am human. Why are you even asking? Anyway, come sit. My neck is tired from looking down on you." With that, she sat down near the fire and assumed a relaxed pose. Nephis, Sonny, and Cassie finally approached and lowered themselves to the stones, looking at the tall girl with hungry flames burning in their eyes. She looked them over, then frowned a little. "Haven't seen you guys around. Are you new?" Nephis gave her a nod. "Yes, we have just reached the city." She was trying very hard to act like a normal, well-adjusted person. It seemed that her endless attempts to improve her social skills had not been in vain. If Sonny didn't know how awkward and clumsy Neff's natural state was, he wouldn't have suspected anything. The young woman grinned. "In that case, my condolence, wait. You guys survived for 2 whole months in the labyrinth." She whistled and looked at them with newfound respect. "That's a real feat. Congratulations." Nephis lingered for a few seconds, then said, "I'm Nephis, and these are my companions, Kasha and Sunless. We are sleepers who came here during the winter solstice." The young woman gave them a wide, friendly smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Effie. Well, at least that's what people call me. I'm also a sleeper." Sonny frowned. So the beautiful giantess was not an awakened, just a sleeper like them. Strangely, he didn't remember ever seeing her in the academy. Still, too impatient to remain silent, he leaned forward and said, "Are you from the castle? There are people living there, right?" Effie glanced at him. In her eyes there was a hint of a strange emotion. It almost looked like pity. "There are indeed people living in the castle, yes." Nephis and Sonny exchanged excited looks. Then Changing Star cautiously asked, "Can you take us there?" Effie shrugged. "Sure, no problem. Do you guys have shards?" Sonny blinked. What did soul shards have to do with any this? They had retrieved 2 from that weird stone he had killed at the base of the wall. Was she going to ask for payment? Nephis retrieved the soul shards and showed them to the tall girl. "We have 2, Effie sighed. "Only 2? Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. Keep them. You'll need them later." Not quite understanding the meaning of her words, Changing Star lingered, then said uncertainly, "We were hoping to reach the Citadel and access the gateway as soon as possible. How long will it take?" The young woman stared at them for a long time, and then suddenly bent over in a fit of hysterical laughter. She laughed so long and hard that tears soon appeared in the corners of her eyes. Unpleasantly surprised, the three sleepers stared at her in shock. None of them understood the reason for this bizarre behavior. "Is she insane?" Sunny frowned, reevaluating the situation. Previously, the local girl just seemed to be a bit eccentric, but maybe there was more to it. Effie's laughter stopped as abruptly as it had started. Wiping her tears, she shook her head and said in a strange tone, "Ah, sorry guys. I just couldn't help myself. Please forgive my lack of manners." Then she straightened her back, looked them heavily into the eyes, and said, "I can take you to the castle, but there is no gateway there. In fact, there's no way out of this cursed hell at all. I've been stuck here for 3 years myself already. So, welcome to the Dark City, I guess. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here, and all that." Chapter 127. Abandon all hope. Shell-shocked by her words, the three of them stared at the young woman with pale faces. Sunny felt something brittle and precious shattering in his heart, piercing it with an almost physical feeling of pain. No, no, it can't be. It just couldn't be true. How could all of this have been for nothing? How could all of his hopes, dreams, and desires just be destroyed with a couple of words? How was it possible? Somewhere beside him, Cassie suddenly said in a tiny voice, "What do you mean there is no gateway?" Effie shrugged. "It's very simple, really. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, but deep down inside you must have known already. Didn't you? The Forgotten Shore, it's not really a place where humans are supposed to survive. That's why you have never heard of anything like it in the school or the academy." Sunny's face got contorted with anger. Of course. Of course, the answer was always within his grasp. He was just too naive and foolish to grasp it. The dream realm was vast and strange, with most of its regions barely explored by humans. However, there was at least a small amount of information available about them. Some were even fully under human control, with large citadels like Bastion providing shelter to hundreds of thousands of awakened. And yet, when he had first come to the Forgotten Shore, Sunny didn't recognize any of the unique characteristics of this place. At the time, he had thought that his patchy education was to blame. He should have realized the truth when neither Nephi's nor Cassie managed to succeed where he had failed. Why would a region as unique as this one be utterly unknown? The most logical explanation would be that no one had ever returned from this deadly abyss to the real world to tell others about it. What a fool he was. Just a few weeks in the comfortable life in the academy, and he had completely forgotten that the world never played fair against people like him. The truth was always worse than his worst expectations, so why would this time be any different? The world was a predator that always waited for an opportunity to devour you. Why would he even expect anything else? A familiar bitter taste appeared in his mouth. Meanwhile, Effie continued in a gentle tone. 15 years ago or so, a group of powerful and desperate sleepers managed to reach this city and claim the castle for themselves. Not because it had a gateway, but because it was the only place that could keep them safe. At least for a while. Ever since then, a few lucky or resourceful people would find their way to the castle each solstice, only to get stuck here with the rest of us. Nephi's was sitting quietly, with only her clenched fists betraying the storm of emotions raging in her heart. Cassie was taking the news harder than both of them, though. After all, it was her vision that led them into this trap. Her face was deathly pale, with an expression of pain and shock contorting its delicate lines. Closing her eyes, she whispered, "But that is not fair." Effie looked at her with pity. Then she chuckled, smiled darkly, and said, "When was anything ever fair?" She was right, of course. Justice didn't really exist outside of the ethereal realm of human imagination. Sunny had learned that lesson a long, long time ago. While he was stewing in his indignant despair, Effie's smile suddenly lost its grim undertone and turned into a happy grin once again. Leaning forward a little, she said, "But it's not all bad. At least you have met me. You guys are incredibly lucky, really. If you hadn't run into a local, you would have been dead already." Nephi stared at her and asked in a flat tone, "Yeah, why is that?" Her awkward manner of speech was back again in all its glory. Effie sighed. "The Dark City is simultaneously the safest place to be on the Forgotten Shore, and also the deadliest. It is safe because no sea monster can cross the wall, let alone reach the castle. But at the same time, it is far more dangerous than the labyrinth because almost every nightmare creature here is of the fallen rank." Sonny blinked, feeling a cold shiver permeate his whole body. Fallen creatures. Fallen creatures were immeasurably more powerful than awakened ones. Dormant humans like them had no business fighting against the latter, let alone the former. One awakened demon was already more than they could handle without resorting to summoning a true terror from the depths of the cursed sea. Something much more powerful than the carapace demon would simply wipe them out from existence in a matter of seconds. Remembering countless shapes moving through the ruins, he couldn't help but tremble. Was each of those shapes a fallen monster? How would anyone survive even a day in this cursed city? They would have to be insane to even try. Slowly, the magnitude of the perilous trap they had found themselves in began to seep into his mind. Effie smiled. "But you guys managed to stumble into me before descending from the wall. Otherwise, the fallen ones would have been feasting on your souls already. Lucky, very lucky. There are very few people in the castle who go out hunting in the ruins, let alone venture so far away from it. Meeting an experienced hunter like me was probably your only chance to avoid finding out about the true face of the Dark City a second too late." She shook her head. "That's like 1 to 1,000, 10,000, a million. At any rate, the odds were really not in your favor. Fortune is definitely in love with at least one of you guys, so cheer up. Do you want some meat? I had a truly amazing hunt today. It was so amazing that I don't even mind sharing." Nephi's didn't even look at the roasting meat and instead leaned forward, her words filled with intensity. "If there is no gateway here, why didn't you try to leave?" Effie blinked a couple of times and looked at her with sincere confusion. "Leave? And go where?" The meat was about to become burnt, so she leaned to the fire and removed the skewers, then replaced them with a couple of new ones. Then, with a sigh, she turned to Changing Star and said, "You've been to the labyrinth, so you know what it's like. There's nothing else but that damn coral and cursed sea for months of travel in every direction. You can't go on foot, you can't swim. You can't even fly because there are swarms of dreadful flying abominations hiding in the clouds. But try to leave." "Yeah, many have tried. They're all dead now. Actually, that's how the initial master of the castle had perished." Sonny gritted his teeth. "So what, you guys just hide in the castle and wait for death?" The beautiful young woman laughed. "Of course not, doofus." Then she pierced him with an unexpectedly grim look of her hazel eyes and said, "Most of us can't even get into the castle. The king demands his tax, you know, so we just wait for death outside." Chapter 128. King of the Hill. Sonny stared at her, trying to understand the meaning behind the strange words. "What do you mean?" Effie shrugged. "The castle belongs to a man named Gunlog. If you want to enter and live in the safety of the castle walls, protected and provided for by his hunters, you need to pay a tribute, 1 shard each week." Of course there was exploitation going on even in this pit of despair. What else did he expect? As long as there were people, someone was going to end up as prey. Sonny sensed a familiar dark feeling rising up from the depths of his soul. At some point, he had lulled it into a slumber and forgotten it, but now it finally returned to its rightful place. A corner of his mouth curled up. "What happens if you can't pay the tribute?" The huntress glanced at him with confusion. "What do you think? You are not allowed to step anywhere near the gates. There's a small settlement for us unfortunate wretches beneath the castle walls, where we make do with what little we have and tremble in the night, hoping that nothing comes out of the darkness to devour us. That's pretty much it." He hesitated. "But how are people even supposed to get soul shards in this cursed place?" Effie gestured to the corpses of the monsters she had slain. "By hunting. One can find awakened creatures here and there in the city. The trick is to find and kill them without stumbling into something far more deadly. Gunlog's people form parties and go out to hunt, with experienced pathfinders leading the way. They bring back food, memories, materials, and shards. Nothing stops people from attempting the same." She fell silent for a few moments, and then said in a darker tone, "Of course, without good memories, vast amounts of accumulated soul essence and intricate knowledge of the city, those people usually don't live long. Most of them either die or turn to other ways of earning shards. There's very few independent hunters with more than a couple of successful hunts to their names. Ones that are still alive, I mean." Sonny glanced at the dead monsters, each of them large enough to give him pause. "What about you? How many did you survive?" Effie smiled. "More than a couple." With a chuckle, she raised her hand and began folding fingers, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Let's see. 1, 2. 5. Running out of fingers on one hand, she scratched her head and said with a bit of uncertainty, "I'm not really sure, but it should be around 100 or 2. "Yeah." Sonny's eyes widened. 200. If what Effie had said was true, then she was a force to be reckoned with. Slaying even one awakened creature was worthy of respect. Slaying hundreds of them, however, was nothing short of remarkable, perhaps even heroic, and a little fearsome. Especially since she had hunted them alone in the middle of a cursed ruin full of fallen abominations, unaided, with no one to rely on except for herself. The easygoing huntress was not as simple as she appeared. He frowned. "If this is true, then you should have had no problem paying the tribute to stay in the castle. This doesn't make sense. Why haven't you?" Effie shrugged with ambivalence. The topic didn't seem to interest her. "Let's just say that I don't like the ambience there." Sonny wanted to learn more, but suddenly Nephi spoke again, her voice strangely tense. "You said that there were other ways of earning soul shards. What are they?" The huntress turned to her and was silent for a while, a hint of some dark emotion in her eyes. However, it was quickly erased by her usual laid-back smile. "Well, there's a few ways. If you have a useful utility ability, you can become a craftsman or an artifacts in the castle. There's not a lot of such sleepers, so they are well regarded and cared for. If not, there are other opportunities too. Boys can become gunlog soldiers while girls can enter his harem. Pretty ones like the two of you especially. No one will force you, of course." Nephi scowled. Sonny could see white sparks dancing in her eyes. "So, you can either become his soldier, his servant, his plaything, or die. But that is your own choice. No one is forcing anyone to do anything, of course." Effie grinned. "Smart girl, you get it." Changing Star looked down, her indifferent face turning hard and cold. Her fists were clenched so hard that they seemed bloodless. "So why hasn't anyone killed him yet?" The huntress laughed. "Kill Gunlog? Oh, many have tried, great people, terrible people, and everyone in between. You can see their skulls above the castle gate, actually." She shook her head. "I like your train of thought, princess, but you should forget it. Just consider him to be immortal. He practically is. Believe me when I say that no sleeper can defeat Gunalug ever. It's simply impossible," Effie sighed. "Plus, no matter how much I hate the bastard, he is the only thing that holds this place together. Despicable as he is, without him, we would have all been dead already." Sonny watched Nephi's, waiting to see her reaction. What he saw did not make him happy at all. On her beautiful ivory face, there was nothing but cold indifference and resolve. It was the same expression he had seen on it before the battle with the Carapace Centurion first and the Carapace Demon later. Without even needing Cassie's pathetic ability, he could easily imagine what was going on in her head. "This is going to become a problem." As though sensing the same thing, Effie grimaced. "No, seriously. Trying to go against Gunlaugh will only get you killed." If you're lucky. Don't even think about that. Thinking too much is not good for your health here in the dark city anyway." Then she smiled and gestured to the fire. "Just have some of this delicious meat instead. Life is good when your stomach is full, right? Let me tell you, this is most likely your last chance to eat anything for free. Food is a real rarity in these parts. Can you believe it?" Sunny sighed, then leaned forward and picked up a sizzling piece of meat. No matter what happened, they had to keep going, one step at a time. This was the only way to survive. "Of course I can believe it. I'm from the outskirts, you know. I didn't even know what real meat smells like before entering the academy." With that, he handed the piece of meat to Cassie, took another one and began devouring it greedily. Nephi's lingered for a bit but then followed his example. Effie giggled. "That's the spirit. See, Doofus gets it." It seemed as though Changing Star had listened to her advice. At least on the surface, she had accepted that defeating the current master of the castle was impossible. But Sunny knew that, deep down inside, she remained unconvinced. After all, Nephi's was in the habit of making impossible things happen. Chapter 129. Solace after the shocking revelation about the cruel futility of their long and arduous journey to the Dark City, the desire to reach the promised castle that kept the three of them going for so long had diminished significantly. However, they still wanted to get there as soon as possible. There was a tiny remnant of hope still burning in Sunny's heart. Perhaps Effie was lying to them or wrong about everything. Somehow, he didn't really believe it, though. The beautiful huntress seemed sincere and competent, if a little eccentric. More than that, her words made too much sense, but Effie wasn't in a rush to leave the granite tower. There's not enough daylight left to traverse that much distance. Moving through the ruins is a slow ordeal. Get comfortable and rest. We'll leave tomorrow at dawn. After that, she got busy dressing down the monster carcasses with a long knife that appeared in her hand. She even summoned a memory that looked like a leather apron to avoid getting blood on her tunic. Whistling an upbeat melody under her nose, the vigorous young woman looked like an enthusiastic gourmet chef. Nephi's, Sunny and Cassie were in no mood to talk. Each of them sat somberly by themselves, trying to digest the awful reality of their new situation. Sunny was utterly disheartened. He felt as though someone had pulled the batteries out of his body, leaving him with no strength or desire to do anything. The world had become dim and tiresome. That's hope for you. He didn't even have enough motivation to get angry. It was as though he had run an exhausting marathon and crossed the finish line, only to find out that there was another race waiting for him on the other side. In fact, he would have to keep running forever. He would never meet Master Jet and Teacher Julius again to thank them for the advice and teachings that had helped him survive, and maybe even repay their kindness. He would never become an awakened and learn more mysteries of his strange aspect. Most importantly, his dreams of becoming rich and spending the rest of his life in comfort were also not meant to be, which hurt the most. Figures. Crestfallen, he made an effort to find some semblance of solace in this disastrous fiasco. Well, if you think about it, I'm still alive. That has to be worth something, right? His shadow glanced at him, not entirely convinced. Plus, I can easily stay alive for the foreseeable future. Yeah, the big picture changed for the worst, but our immediate situation has actually improved a lot. We are safe from the constant threat of drowning or being devoured by the dwellers of the deep dark sea. We have also found a strong community of humans. No matter how things were run in the castle, there were hundreds of people living there. Numbers and experience meant everything in the dream realm. By becoming a part of a human collective, they were going to shed most of the burdens that had been silently crushing them all this time. Compared to the infernal gauntlet of the labyrinth, life in the castle was going to be like a dream. If they were willing to submit to its thug of a master, of course. If Sunny was alone, he probably would. Now, however. But even if they were to refuse, there was still the outer settlement. Effie seemed to be doing just fine as an independent hunter. She didn't even seem miserable. In fact, she might just be the most contented person I've ever seen. Seriously, how can she be so laid back and cheerful? Is she insane? He cast a sidelong glance at the unreasonably tall huntress and frowned. Well, let's ponder about it. She has a roof over her head and a limitless supply of delicious food, provided that she hunts it down herself. That is already better than my life in the outskirts. Come to think about it, remaining in the dark city for the rest of his life was not how he had envisioned his future, but it was not that different from struggling to survive in the slums of the real world. Actually, in a lot of senses, it was way better. So maybe, the situation seemed to be so bad not because it actually was, but because it simply didn't fit his inflated expectations. Perhaps Effie didn't expect anything from life at all, and that's why she was so damn happy and lively even in the middle of this odious hell. Yeah, that must be it. Problem solved. Easy. The shadow shook its head and turned away. Sonny sighed. Despite his somewhat rational attempt to find the bright side in this calamity, he didn't feel any better at all. In fact, thinking about how inescapable and bleak their future was only made him more tired. Suddenly, his skin crawled. The familiar sensation of dread and unease flooded his mind, only now, it was so much more profound and invasive. The shadow of the Crimson Spire had fallen on the dark city. Soon, the sound of waves crashing against stone informed them of the coming of night. Not in the mood to even stand up, Sonny silently sent his shadow to take a look outside. As the last rays of the falling sun colored the world in the shades of red, the cursed sea was surging out of the great crater. Sonny watched as the distant statue of the beautiful faceless woman was slowly drowned by the darkness, until only her open hand remained above the waves. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked down. The undulating black surface of the cursed sea stopped mere meters beneath the edge of the granite wall. It seemed as though he could almost touch it with his hand. On the other side of the stone barrier, the ruined city lay submerged in shadows, dozens of meters below the water level. Trapped between the endless expanse of the dark sea and the vast emptiness of the ruins, the mighty wall seemed to be as thin as a sheet of paper. And yet, it silently withstood the crushing pressure of the black waves, serving as a dam that protected the city below from being erased by the terrible flood, just like it did for thousands of years. However, Sonny couldn't help but imagine all that crushing weight bursting through the collapsing wall in an all-consuming torrent of darkness. He felt shivers running down his spine. Commanding his shadow to return, Sonny finally forced himself to stand up and walked over to Nephi's. Changing Star was sitting with her back against the wall, a dark expression on her face. Hearing his footsteps, she raised her eyes. Sonny sat down beside her, lingered for a while, and then said, "What do you think?" She was silent for a long time, simply looking at him with an inexorable expression. Just when he was about to think that there would be no answer, Neph finally spoke. As she did, white sparks ignited in the depths of her cold gray eyes. "We will find a way to return. No matter what has to be done, we will." Her words echoed inside the granite tower, making shadows on the walls dance in sinister glee. Chapter 130. Strength of a dozen men in the morning, they set out for the castle. Before leaving the safe haven of the granite tower, Effie gave them a list of instructions. "Follow behind me. Listen to everything I say. Don't make any noise. Don't bleed. Don't think too much. Some of the creatures out there can hear noisy thoughts, others can sense strong emotions, so don't feel fear either." Sonny stared at her with a grim expression. How was he supposed to control what he feels? The vigorous huntress grinned. "What? You never tried to solve math equations in your head to impress a lovely lady. Just do the same." As Sonny's SHEEKS began to turn bright red, she giggled and turned to Cassie and Neph. "Correction, the two of you try not to feel fear. Doofus, you try not to get too excited. If walking behind me turns out to be too much, ask to get slapped, all right?" Sonny scowled and uttered through gritted teeth. That won't be a problem. Effie blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Ah. Playing for the other team. I see, I see. What was that supposed to mean? Trying to get his emotions under control, Sonny took a deep breath and counted to 10. Math equations my ass, who does she think she is? Wait, why am I counting? Making sure that they understood her instructions, the huntress turned around and rolled the massive slab of granite that blocked the exit from the tower to the side. Lean muscles tensed and moved under her olive skin, making for a picturesque view. Sonny stared at her back and gulped. That slab of granite had to weigh a couple of tons at least. How strong was the beautiful giantess exactly? Catching a glimpse of his stare, Effie raised an eyebrow and winked. Like what you see, he answered on autopilot. Yes, wait, no, I mean that's not why I was looking. How are you that strong? She glanced at the granite slab, then at him. Oh, that's my aspect ability. It's a strong, all-around physical enhancement. That was a very rare and powerful ability to have. While not as flashy as many others, it was practically the ultimate warrior ability. With not only her strength but also her speed, agility, endurance, and resilience boosted, Effie was like one of those ancient heroes Neff sometimes talked about, especially since that boost seemed to be so extravagant. Plus, she had most likely absorbed a very large amount of soul essence over the years of hunting monsters in the Dark City. All those shards the recalcitrant huntress refused to pay as tribute to the tyrannical lord of the castle had to go somewhere. But why would she just admit what her ability was? Sharing secrets like that was not a wise thing to do, especially not in the ruthless reality of the Forgotten Shore. Noticing his surprise, Effie grinned. What? It's not like it's a great mystery. Around here, anyone with a pair of eyes knows what my ability can do. Do you want me to tell you what my flaw is as well? There was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yeah, right. As if anyone is insane enough to share there. It's very simple. My aspect not only enhances all my physical attributes, it also does the same with all my physical needs. Why do you think I ate enough meat to create a literal pile of gnawed bones for the fun of it? She laughed and shook her head. Well, it was fun, not gonna lie. So the price for having the strength of many men was to have the hunger of many men as well. Out here in the Dark City, where food was scarce and hard to come by, it was a dangerous flaw to possess. It was a curse that could force a person to hunt more, and therefore risk injury and death more than anyone else would have to. Most people would scoff at its severity, but not Sonny. He knew what hunger, real hunger, felt like, what it could do to a person. Perhaps that was the reason why Effie was out here in the first place. Perhaps she had become a huntress not because she wanted to, but because she simply didn't have a choice. What other physical needs do people have? Sonny thought, a little confused. Air, then water, and food, then Hey, I said not to get excited. Sonny flinched and looked up at Effie, who was staring at him and cackling. Embarrassed, he gritted his teeth in anger. Don't flatter yourself, Beanpole. However, when he noticed that Nephi's and Cassie were observing them with amusement clearly written on their faces, his anger somewhat subsided. Belatedly, Sonny realized that perhaps the experienced huntress had been joking around with him not just out of pure mischief. Perhaps she was trying to lighten the mood to get them into the right mental state, thus making traversing the cursed city less perilous. Meanwhile, Effie grinned. What? No answer. Sonny glared at her and said, Don't distract me. Then he forcefully changed the flow of his thoughts and reluctantly added, I'm solving equations. A minute later, they left the granite tower and stepped onto the streets of the Dark City. Effie had summoned the helmet of her archaic armor before venturing forth. It was of the Corinthian design, with a tall crest of blue horsehair and a narrow visor that left only her eyes and lips exposed. On her back, there was a leather bag containing the meat, bones, and hides of the monsters she had slain during the hunt. Sonny knew for a fact that this bag was much larger on the inside than it seemed from the outside otherwise. In order to accommodate all of F's trophies, it would have had to be comically big. However, it still weighed way too much for an ordinary person to carry. Including the armor, the long knife, and the black leather apron, it was the fourth memory he had seen the huntress summon. He wondered how many more did she have in her arsenal. He had yet to see what weapons Effie used. In the ghostly light of early dawn, they entered the cursed ruins. Chapter 131. Traversing the dark city, the mournful ruins of the once great city sprawled around them like a desolate stone maze. With gray skies above and nothing but dead silence surrounding the cohort of 4 tense sleepers, it seemed as though they were walking through a vast, cyclopean graveyard. Sonny had to constantly remind himself that there were countless horrors hiding in the ominous shadows of the dark city. One wrong turn could land them in dire peril. In this ancient ruin, they had no choice but to entrust their lives to the hands of their guide. Luckily, the guide in question was not a morose dead poet, but a tall, extremely attractive young woman clad in a pleasantly revealing archaic armor. In their current circumstances, Sonny much preferred the company of a warrior to that of a useless scribbler. In fact, circumstances had nothing to do with it. He was having trouble imagining any situation where a writer would be helpful to have around. From what he knew, all writers were lazy, talentless hacks whose only real skill was finagling money out of honest people while getting off on torturing them with sadistic cliffhangers. Not to mention that none of them had a backside like Effie. Oh, wait, what? Getting his mind out of the gutter, Sonny frowned and reminded himself to keep his emotions in check. In a sense, this harsh necessity was a blessing. The perilous reality of the ruined city prevented them from concentrating on the bitter despair that had taken a stranglehold on their hearts after the grim revelation of the previous day. They just had to put one foot in front of the other and not think too much about anything. One step at a time. That was how he was going to survive. With a heavy sigh, Sonny glanced around and continued walking. Just like Effie had said, traversing the ruins turned out to be a slow ordeal. The huntress led them through the complex maze of wide and narrow streets, following a strange, convoluted path that only she knew. Often, they would have to stop and hide, waiting for some unseen danger to pass. Sometimes they walked under the empty sky. Sometimes they dove into the weathered buildings and spent some time crawling through the piles of rubble inside. Other times, Effie was able to lead them straight through half-collapsed houses to emerge into secluded alleyways on the other side. Once or twice, they had even climbed to the rooftops and proceeded forward by walking on precariously rickety tiles or bared support beams, jumping across vast chasms and balancing on half-rotten planks of wood that had been placed there by someone to bridge especially wide gaps. During these moments, either Neff or Sonny would carry Cassie in their arms. Sonny was surprised to discover that the interiors of some buildings were incredibly well preserved. It was as though the inhabitants had just left a few days ago, as opposed to the thousands of years that had passed in reality. Because of that, he was able to catch glimpses of how the citizens of this ancient city had lived all that time ago. It was a strange and eerie sight. He was also able to clearly understand that Effie indeed knew the ruins very well. Everywhere they went, there were signs of her previous visits and preparations. From the planks placed across the gaps between roofs to the heavy slabs of stone used to hide improvised passages, it was apparent that she had spent years of meticulous effort turning large parts of this lethal maze into her own private hunting grounds. He had gained a new respect for the seemingly carefree young woman. She almost made traveling through the cursed ruins look safe and easy. However, he knew that this couldn't be farther from the truth. In fact, he suspected that death was constantly breathing down their necks, only barely held at bay by Effie's knowledge and timely judgment. Several freshly eviscerated carcasses that they had stumbled on served as a clear sign that Dark City was teeming with harrowing life. Even terrifying nightmare creatures were not safe here. More than once, they heard the distant sounds of claws scraping against stone, sensed the ground trembling under heavy footsteps, or noticed swift shadows falling through the clouds. In those moments, Effie would change their course on the fly or find a perfectly concealed hiding spot without fail. Meeting her had indeed been a rare stroke of luck, but with each hour that passed, Sunny grew increasingly somber. No matter what kind of future awaited them in this cursed place, he had no doubt that they would have to hunt for food as well. That meant that he was going to have to learn all the same things that Effie had learned, and maybe even more. The task seemed incredibly daunting. He wasn't even sure that he would be able to accomplish it. At least he wasn't going to do it by himself. There was Changing Star to partner with and Cassie. Their presence calmed him down. Living in this terrible hell alone, he didn't even want to think about it. Such a wretched existence would surely kill him, and if not, at least drive him insane. At that point, he wouldn't wish to be alive anyway. Who would want to endure that kind of misery? Why think about something that is never going to happen? Glancing at Nephi's and Cassie, Sunny hid a smile and hurried to catch up to Effie. Come to think about it, he had it way better than the recalcitrant huntress. There were reliable allies with whom he had forged bonds of trust and companionship at his side. The three of them made each other stronger. More than that, his own aspect was able to provide him with a similar comprehensive physical enhancement ability, albeit a lesser version of it. It was much more versatile, though, allowing him to transfer the enhancement effect onto memories and inanimate objects, not to mention his invaluable ability to move and scout around without being seen. Sunny would offer the services of his shadow to Effie, but he wasn't sure about how safe that would be. If there were creatures in these ruins capable of sensing thoughts and emotions, what were the chances that some of them would be able to sense the gaze of the shadow as well? He would have to learn more and experiment before allowing it to wander around on its own. These thoughts had cheered him up a little. Soon, as the sun began to fall toward the horizon, they had finally reached the base of the hill on which stood the magnificent castle. Sunny looked up, sensing his heart beating wildly. A heavy and anxious feeling took hold of his mind. Depending on what happened next, their fates were going to change forever, either for the better or for the worse. Chapter 132. End of the line. In the center of the cursed city, a tall hill towered above the ruins. At its base, an arch made of pristine white marble stood amidst the devastation. It was unscathed and spotless, as though protected from the entropic touch of the all-consuming darkness by some sublime force. Beyond the arch, a wide road paved with white stones scaled the hill. Sunny looked up as they passed beneath the arch, trying to imagine crowds of festively dressed people doing the same in the distant past. It was hard, and a little heartbreaking thinking about how the ancient city must have looked before the mysterious calamity. Not turning her head, Effie said in a wistful tone, "There are areas in the ruins that many nightmare creatures tend to avoid for some reason. The castle is one of these places. I was told that back when the original group of sleepers came here hoping to carve a foothold in the city, there was only a single spire messenger nesting in the throne room with no other monsters around. Those madmen actually managed to kill it." Nephi's gave her a glance. "Spire messenger," the huntress chuckled. "Big ugly bastards with black feathers and pale bodies. You must have seen them hunting in the labyrinth. They come from the spire." Changing Star hesitated. "What are their rank and class?" Effie shivered a little. "Fallen beasts. That's why I said that those guys were a little mad, but they were a powerful bunch." She grew silent and then added in a quiet voice, "It must have taken a lot to kill them in the end." Brought into a solemn mood by that last statement, they continued forward in silence. The stone road coiled around the hill, slowly climbing its sheer slopes. Here and there it was broken by long stretches of stairs and formidable but strangely graceful fortifications. No one was standing guard, though. The whole road was empty. Sonny gestured to one of the stone barricades and asked, "Why are there no watchmen?" Effie shrugged. "Gunlog has barely enough people to man the castle walls. They will notice anything that approaches the hill, though. The whole city is in clear view from up there, and there are different protective measures put in place. They have already spotted us, too." Sonny shifted his body a little, not enjoying the feeling of being watched by some unseen, potentially dangerous strangers. After a long time walking up the coiling road of white stone, they finally reached the zenith of the hill and saw the mighty castle in all its glory. Up close, it looked even more magnificent. Built from the same pristine marble as the arch at the base of the hill, it stretched into the sky like a white mountain made by human hands. The frontmost tower was wide and imposing, with a tall decorated gate and a grandiose staircase leading down from it to a vast stone platform that the road ended with. On both sides of the frontmost tower, brought slightly forth, two others stood as bastions, connected to it with arched aerial bridges and accompanied by smaller companion towers of their own. Behind them, the main keep soared even higher, as though trying to challenge the menacing crimson spire that loomed above the world far in the distance. Smaller towers, spires, and wings stood here and there, forming a complex and strangely harmonious formation. The whole structure was incredibly beautiful, striking, and at the same time radiated a feeling of unassailable firmness. It was as though the castle was built for gods, not mortals. The only thing that spoiled the picture were dozens of human skulls hanging above the gates on rusty chains. Sonny grimaced, brought down to grim reality by this ghastly sight. His gaze fell lower, only now noticing dozens of crude, makeshift hovels huddled on the stone platform. They were built from fragments of rubble, rotting wood, and pieces of monster hides, chaotically clinging to the stones as if afraid to be blown away by the wind. An unpleasant, strangely familiar smell hit him in the nose a few moments later. It was the motley but unmistakable stench of the slums. That stench was nothing like the poisonous reek of the outskirts, and at the same time exactly the same. Sonny couldn't help but smile crookedly. "Gee, I'm home." Between the hovels, gaunt and empty-eyed people were busy eking out their pitiful existences. They were dressed in a strange mix of dirty rags and shiny memories, with those wearing armor standing out among the rest like rare oddities. Most of them were extremely young, barely older than Sonny himself. He could smell their exhaustion and desperation even from where he was standing. Sonny really wanted to laugh. After everything he had been through ever since becoming infected by the nightmare spell, the cycle had finally completed. He was right back to where he had started, only much worse off. Wasn't that the funniest thing ever? If this wasn't fate, then he didn't know what was. Oh, the irony! Changing Star's voice tore him away from his reverie. "Sonny, are you okay?" He blinked a couple of times, then slowly turned to face her and said after a brief pause, "Yeah, I was just reminiscing." Something in his voice must have sounded strange because she gave him a long look before turning away with a short nod. "Good, don't relax just yet." Then she turned to Effie and asked, "What do we do now?" The huntress looked around and shrugged. "It's going to get dark soon, so I would advise you to find a shelter before that. Look around for an empty hut. With how many people die each season, there's always plenty of those. Otherwise, two of you can pay the tribute and go into the castle, but the third one will have to stay." Changing Star lingered, then said, "What about you?" Effie grinned. "What about me? That luxury one-bedroom cottage over there is mine. Mind you, it was built from the best kind of crap you can find here, although it's still crap. Anyway, I am going home, preparing myself a hearty supper and then going to sleep. I'm dead tired from these last couple of days. Sorry, I don't host guests." Nephi stared at her, obviously wanting to say more, but then simply nodded. "I see. Thank you for everything you have done for us. I won't forget it." Effie smiled, patted her on the shoulder, and turned to Sunny and Cassie. "Bye, doofus, beau doll, see you around." With that, she began whistling a cheerful melody and walked away. The three of them were suddenly left alone, lost and unsure about what to do. The inhabitants of the outer settlement didn't pay them a lot of attention, only occasionally throwing an indifferent glance at the three young strangers. Only Cassie's beauty attracted a couple of intense, darkly fascinated gazes. After a minute or so passed in disoriented silence, Changing Star hesitantly took out the two soul shards that they had collected from the remains of the rolling stone and looked at the glimmering crystals lying in her hand. They had to make a decision. Chapter 133. Farewell. Nephi's held the shimmering crystals, looking at them with a heavy expression. Sunny was also staring at the shards, his head full of dark thoughts. The remnants of shattered souls glowed softly in the dim twilight of dusk. Around them, the inhabitants of the outer settlement were hurrying to get inside their pitiful hovels before the coming of night. The sun was already hidden behind the cyclopean silhouette of the crimson spire, drowning the world in its eerie shadow. The air was full of fear and worry. He grimaced. "What are you thinking about?" Changing Star sighed and looked up. Her ivory face was harsh and thoughtful. She remained silent for a while and then said in her usual calm tone, "We need to split up." Sunny couldn't help but laugh. "You do know what usually happens when people split up in these kinds of situations, right?" She stared at him with no humor in her cold, gray eyes. "This is not a drama, Sunny. We have the means to provide two of us with food and shelter for a week. There's no reason to pass on this opportunity." Cassie turned to her, a confused expression on her face. But what about the third?" An uncomfortable silence hung between them, broken only by the whistling wind. Sunny looked at the blind girl, then at Nephi's, and finally glanced at himself. Which one of them was going to remain hungry in the bitter cold, while the other two would be eating their fill in the comfortable safety of the castle? He thought that he had an inkling. What else did I expect? It was less than 10 minutes since they reached the human civilization well, whatever passed for one in this loathsome purgatory, and the tentative connection that had been established between them in the crucible of the labyrinth was already coming apart at the seams. Just as he had expected, the nature of their relationship was going to change now that they weren't essentially the last three people in the whole wide world, with no one else to rely on but each other. Was it strong enough to endure without that desperate need? He wasn't sure. Throughout his whole life, Sunny had never managed to last long in any group. He didn't know if this time was going to be any different. Just as his insecurity threatened to break out of control, Nephi sighed and handed him the soul shards. "Here, take Cassie inside." He stared at her hand, then looked up sharply. A strange storm of emotions erupted in his heart. There was surprise, joy, concern, but at the same time, irrationally, a dark sense of shame and resentment. Not knowing how to deal with all these feelings, he scowled and asked, "Why me?" Changing Star simply raised an eyebrow. Shaking his head, Sunny offered her a crooked smile and added, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not refusing. I'm just curious, why are you so kind all of a sudden? Is it out of some misguided sense of nobility?" Nephi's looked at him for a while and then said with indifference, "I have never been noble. I have never been kind." He blinked, struggling with the desire to pinch Neph and make sure that she was awake. Had she met herself? If she wasn't noble, then who was? Meanwhile, Changing Star shrugged and looked away. "It is simply the best choice. Right now, we need information the most. With the help of the shadow, you will be able to learn much more about what is going on in the castle than I ever would. While you are gathering information inside, I will do the same here. We will meet in a week, share our findings, and decide what to do next." Sunny just stared at her. Did Neph just reveal herself to be as cynically pragmatical as he was? Once again, he felt a weird mix of emotions. He was simultaneously elated and hurt by her lack of sentiment. However, the fact that she simply assumed that they were going to continue working together as though it was a given had not avoided his attention. For some reason, this small detail gave Sonny a warm feeling. Nephi's looked at him and added, "Besides, the terms of our trade have come to an end. Your promise was to give up on your share of spoils on the way to the castle. Well, here we are. That stone creature was your kill, so these shards are yours by right. Trade? What trade? Oh yeah, the trade he had made with Changing Star to get her to teach him swordsmanship and hide the fact that he had no way to absorb soul shards. He has almost forgotten about it, but she didn't. Now that Sonny had been reminded of its existence and realized that it was over, he felt a sudden pang of regret. It was as though one of the few strings that connected them together had been suddenly severed. With a sigh, he took the soul shards from her hand and gripped them tightly. "All right, then I'll meet you in a week, I guess." Sonny opened his mouth, wishing to say something else, but then just turned away. Stepping aside, he gave the girls some privacy to say their goodbyes. Soon, Cassie's delicate hand found his shoulder. Sonny glanced at the blind girl, remained silent for a bit, and then asked, "Are you ready?" She hesitated before answering. When she did, there was a hint of sadness in her voice. "Yes." With that, they walked away and left Nephi's behind, standing alone in the surging darkness of the descending night. Guiding the blind girl, Sonny approached the grand stairs that led to the ornate gates of the magnificent marble castle. Out here, there was nothing but the howling of the wind and the encroaching veil of darkness. It seemed as though the dwellers of the slum were not allowed to build their hovels on the wide stretch of stone that separated the marble steps from the outer settlement. "Be careful, there are steps ahead." After warning Cassie, he sensed a cold feeling grasp his heart. For some reason, it felt as though once he stepped on these stairs, there would be no way back. Gritting his teeth, Sonny took a step forward and began his ascent to the castle. Soon, they approached the apex and stopped in front of a couple of unfriendly guards. Both of the young men barring their way wore armor-type memories and wielded their weapons in the open, as though trying to warn anyone approaching to not test their patience. They looked at Sonny without even trying to hide their disdain. "What do you want, rat?" Sonny hesitated, then held out the soul shards. One of the guards glanced at them and grinned. "Well, would you look at that? The rat has brought us a present." Chuckling, he took the glimmering crystals and waved a hand. "Come on in. Someone will meet you inside." Struggling to not glare at the armed sleepers with murder in his eyes, Sonny forced out a pale smile and cautiously walked past them. Then, looking up at the dozens of human skulls swinging above them on rusty chains, he sighed darkly and led Cassie through the gates of the castle. Chapter 134. Bright Castle. As they passed through the ornate gates, a large hall opened up before them. Hearing a strange rustle from above, Sonny raised his head and saw tall windows with stained glass panes soaring to the distant ceiling. During the day, the hall must have been filled with cascading rays of beautiful light. Currently, though, several young women were nimbly moving from one window to another, draping them with thick sheets of crude fabric. The makeshift wooden ladders they used creaked and cracked, creating a strange and almost melodic sound. It seemed as though the sheets of fabric were being fastened in a way that prevented even the smallest glint of light from escaping the castle during the night. Sonny suspected that every window in the marble fortress was currently being covered in the same way. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a loud noise thundered behind their backs. Turning around, he saw the ornate gates closing. The two guards who had met them outside were already sliding a heavy iron bolt into the sockets, their faces red from strain. The massive bar must have weighed more than the two of them combined. The castle was now sealed from the outside world, ready to face the onslaught of cursed darkness. Suddenly, Sonny felt like an animal caught in a cage. Trying to calm himself down, he looked around and noticed an opulent wooden desk that looked completely out of place in the grand hall. It must have been dragged here from some other part of the marble citadel. Behind the desk, a gaunt young man with nervous eyes was writing something down on a piece of parchment. The whole thing looked strangely similar to a reception desk in a luxurious hotel, or rather, to what Sonny imagined such a thing would look like. He had never actually been to a hotel, of course. Hesitating for a few moments, he walked over to the desk and addressed the young man. "Hey, we've been told that someone will meet us inside." The castle receptionist flinched and looked up from his paper, a fearful expression appearing on his face. When he realized who was speaking to him, though, the fear disappeared, replaced by a tentative smile. The young man had a thin face and a pale, unhealthy complexion. He looked hungry and weak, much more like those poor souls in the outer settlement than someone who lived in the castle. His clothes, however, were clean and tidy, without any signs of wear and tear like that of the people outside. "Ah, guests. Sorry you gave me a fright there. Welcome, welcome to the bright castle. Whoa, you were just in time. A couple of minutes later and the gates would have been closed." Saying that, he threw a tense glance at the two guards and then quickly looked away. "Anyway, my name is Harper. I'm responsible for guest accommodations today. Let's get you. Oh, I don't seem to recognize you guys. Is this your first time paying the tribute?" Sonny stared at him for a couple of seconds, feeling Cassie squeeze his shoulder a little tighter, then said, "Yes." Harper smiled. "Congratulations. You might not even suspect it, but I was once in your shoes myself. In fact, it was just a few months ago. But ever since Lord Gunlog graced me with his kindness, I've been living in the safety of the castle. You'll love it here too, I'm sure." "Right." Sonny didn't know if the young man was sincere in his gratitude to the local tyrant, or was simply saying these things for the guards to hear. And honestly, he didn't care. What piqued his interest, though, was that Harper did not seem as surprised by the timing of their arrival into the dark city as Effie had been. But then he realized that people living in the castle might not have known who came to the outer settlement and when. They would probably assume that he and Cassie had entered the dream realm close to the ruins, and then spent the last 2 months scrounging for soul shards to pay their way into the castle. This was a good detail to know, since Sonny didn't want to announce the true extent of their competence just yet. Judging by how impressed Effie was by the fact that they had managed to carve their way through the labyrinth, this would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. He smiled with the corner of his mouth. "So what do we need to do now?" Harper picked up his quill and opened a large ledger. "That's very simple, really. I'll just need your names to mark when the two of you paid the tribute, and that's pretty much it. We have a lot of spare rooms here, especially in the Tower of Dusk. It is very quiet, so how about I settle you there?" There was a nervous glint in his eyes. Tower of Dusk probably means that it's in the western part of the castle, facing the Crimson Spire. No wonder people don't want to live there. But to Sonny, fewer people meant less danger. He gave the gaunt young man a nod. "Sure, no problem," Harper smiled. "Great, that's great. So your names," Sonny interrupted him, trying to avoid dangerous questions. "I'm Sunless, and this is Kasha." The young man wrote their names down and marked the date of their arrival. Sonny stared at his neat handwriting, his eyes locked on the short strings of numbers. So, it had actually been exactly 77 days since the night they had arrived on the Forgotten Shore. The three of them had scrupulously kept track of time for a while, but after their harrowing experience with the Soul Devourer, Sonny had lost the grasp on the actual count. Out there in the real world, the spring was already starting. A whole season had passed. It felt like a lifetime. Not paying any attention to the storm raging inside Sonny's heart, Harper closed the ledger and offered them a polite smile. "All done. Now leave your worries behind and follow me. Between these walls you are completely safe. Nothing is going to hurt you." His tone was jovial, but Sonny didn't miss the quick glance Harper threw at the menacing guard standing silently by the sealed gate. Chapter 135. Cohabitation. Harper led them through the castle, explaining small details about the rules and customs one had to follow once inside. He was a talkative and friendly guy, so Sunny quickly got the gist of it. In general, it was very simple. They were free to do whatever they wanted unless it broke the basic rules of cohabitation, with a few small caveats. There were areas in the marble fortress open to everyone, and areas that only members of Gunlog's host could enter. Those were marked by the symbol of a serpent coiled around a tall tower. As they walked, Sunny noticed several crude tapestries with that symbol woven on them. The cloth of the tapestries was black, with a stylized white tower and a golden serpent embroidered in their center. He guessed that this represented the dark city, the bright castle, and its lord respectively. Apart from that, there wasn't much to know except for when and where to find food, water, and other necessities. The last thing Harper said was about how they should behave around other inhabitants of the fortress. People here are very nice, but you still must remember to have manners. Especially when you are interacting with the guards and the hunters. These guys protect us and risk their lives to provide for us, so they deserve our respect. If one of them, if there's a misunderstanding, be mindful of their burdens. Yes. Sunny threw a dark glance at the gaunt young man and translated that statement to "Don't mess with Gunlog's people, and if they are messing with you, just swallow it." How wonderful. Meanwhile, he was able to catch a few glimpses of how people actually lived inside the castle. To Sunny's surprise, they didn't seem nearly as put down and miserable as he had expected. In fact, everyone seemed to be more or less fine, going about their business with mundane casualness. Of course, there were signs of worry, stress, and pressure on their faces, but the same could be said about people in the real world. All in all, the inhabitants of the castle looked surprisingly ordinary. I guess humans can adapt to anything, and as Changing Star had taught him, adaptability was the greatest strength. As long as there was some semblance of stability, humans would find a way, and it seemed as though the tyrannical master of the ancient fortress, hateful as he was providing the sleepers trapped on the forgotten shore with that stability. Effie's words about how the bastard was the only thing holding this place together echoed in Sunny's mind. Perhaps he's a necessary evil. Finally, they reached the westernmost tower of the castle. Indeed, it was mostly empty and quiet. Few people seemed to want to stay here, driven away by the unnerving vision of the crimson spire looming in the distance. However, for the two of them it was perfect. Cassie couldn't see at all, while Sunny was long accustomed to the presence of the spire because of his sensitivity to shadows. Plus, right now, all the windows in the tower were closed, hiding it from sight. Harper suddenly stopped and said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, I forgot to ask. Would you guys be needing one room or two?" Without thinking too much, Sunny and Cassie answered at the same time, "1, 2. Then they froze and turned to each other with petrified expressions. Cassie blushed, while Sunny became even paler. He didn't mean anything untoward by requesting a single room for the two of them. It's just that over the months spent camping together, being close to Cassie in case she needed help with something had become his habit. More importantly, he was unwilling to let her leave his sight even for a second in this unpredictable castle. He didn't trust anyone here, but in these new circumstances, requesting a single room suggested a different meaning. But there wasn't. Clearing his throat, Sunny looked at Harper and said, 2 rooms if they're next to each other." That is not possible, then 1. The skittish young man scratched the back of his head and then answered in a somewhat surprised tone, all right. I think I can find 2 adjacent rooms for you. Follow me." With that, he began walking forward. Sunny glanced at Cassie, then shook his head and followed behind Harper. She won't misunderstand, right? Soon they were standing in front of 2 sturdy wooden doors. Harper handed Sunny 2 iron keys and smiled. "Here we are. The rooms are not very big, but they're really cozy. Enjoy your first night of safety, guys. You must have not felt safe in a long time. I know I never did before entering the castle. Thank heavens that time is behind me. Anyway, food will be served 1 hour after sunrise tomorrow in the main hall of the keep. See you there." With that, he glanced at them one last time, smiled sheepishly, and walked away. Sonny and Cassie were left alone in awkward silence. Still feeling a little embarrassed, Sonny sighed and said, "I hope you didn't think that I was." Cassie suddenly giggled. "I know, I just didn't expect it. Let me guess, you distrust every single person in this castle and therefore are going to watch me like a hawk to scare them all away. Like an overprotective, mean, violent big brother. Right." With a smile, she turned her head this way and another and then added, "To be honest, I don't feel safe here either. So, thank you. Although I must say, this place seems almost like a hotel. My parents took me on a mountain vacation once and we stayed at a really old hotel. What was it called? Overgaze, Overlook. Anyway, this place is exactly like that." Sonny grinned. "Right, I've never been to a hotel, but that was my first thought as well." Of course, that was if the hotel in question was populated by hundreds of nightmare spell carriers, with a murderous tyrant for an owner, and not a single police officer around to call for help if something happened. Huh. Funny, Sonny had spent most of his life scared of the policemen and trying to avoid them at all costs. But now, he actually missed them a lot. Chapter 136. Reflection. On the other side of the sturdy door, there was a tiny room with stone walls and a single, narrow window that was closed with wooden shutters and draped in thick cloth. Harper had warned them not to open the windows during the night, but out here in the Tower of Dusk, no one would want to stare at the view anyway. Allowing any amount of light to seep out of the castle at night was considered to be a severe crime, so he had been pretty emphatic on that point. Of course, the gaunt young man didn't know that neither Sonny nor Cassie required light to move in the dark. They could open the windows as wide as they wanted, not that they had any reason to. Inside the room there was a bed with a straw mattress, a flimsy chest, and a tiny desk. On the desk there was a basin filled with water, a few strips of clean cloth, and an oil lamp. There was even a small round mirror made of polished bronze. Sonny caught a glimpse of his reflection and flinched, as though seeing a stranger. In these past 2 months he had seen himself through the eyes of the shadow plenty of times, but it wasn't the same. He had changed a lot. His face was much sharper and angular now, the last remnants of youthful roundness chased away from it by the harsh gauntlet of the labyrinth. Although Sonny never had a lot of that to begin with. It was thin and pale, with dark circles under his eyes and other signs of extreme exhaustion. His black hair was longer, falling over his eyes in a dirty mess. What changed the most, however, were the eyes themselves. Deep in their dark depths, there was a glint of calm, heavy, bleak coldness that had not been there before. With a startling realization, Sonny understood that he, too, now possessed the look of a seasoned fighter. The type of calculating coldness hiding in the eyes of such men was known as the murder math in the outskirts. Hero and Nephi's had that quality, too. Only in their case, it made them seem like true warriors. Sonny, on the other hand. Sonny had the eyes of a killer. And even deeper than that, visible only to him, golden threads of Weaver's inhuman legacy glowed mysteriously in the darkness. Staring at his reflection, Sonny grinned darkly and said in a strange, hoarse voice, "Looking good, Sunless." Leaving his shadow to guard the door to Cassie's room, Sonny fell on the soft mattress, wrapped himself in a blanket, and tried to get himself to sleep. Here in the safety of the mighty castle, surrounded by hundreds of people, lying on a real bed, it was hard to believe that just a few days ago he was traveling through the cursed darkness of the deadly sea on a rickety boat, fighting terrifying monsters in the bizarre landscape of the coral labyrinth, and losing his mind piece by piece to the gluttonous hunger of an ancient soul-devouring tree. It all seemed like a feverish dream. This isn't bad. With that thought, he fell asleep. In the morning, washed and refreshed, he waited for Cassie in the hallway. Even the puppeteer's shroud, which finally got a chance to return to the Soul Sea for a decently long period of time and restore itself, looked clean and tidy once again. That poor armor had gone through enough abuse to kill a dozen sleepers, yet it still held fast, saving his life on numerous occasions. Sonny was reminded of how lucky he had been to receive it. The blind girl did not make him wait for long. Soon she came out of her room, practically glowing with loveliness and freshness. It seemed as though Cassie had done the same things as Sonny. After months spent crawling through blood and dirt in the wilderness, they finally looked and felt like humans again. "Good morning," Sonny blinked. He had almost forgotten how stunning Cassie was. With her delicate features, bright blue eyes, and pale blonde hair, she looked like a beautiful porcelain doll. The blind girl had dismissed the enchanted cloak, leaving her dressed only in a light tunic with leather sandals on her feet. She was nothing short of breathtaking. He closed his eyes and sighed. "This smells like trouble." "Good morning, Cassie." She turned her head to him and wrinkled her nose. Sonny frowned. What?" The blind girl knitted her brow. "I don't know. You smell different." He stared at her for a few moments and then laughed. "If this is your way of saying that I used to reek, then thank you, I guess." Giggling, Cassie came closer and put her hand on his shoulder. "That's not what I meant. Anyway, let's go eat." The two of them were in a strangely good mood. Sonny guided Cassie to the main keep of the castle, following the route that Harper had explained to them the previous evening. On the way, he was careful to avoid any doors and corridors marked with the symbol of the golden serpent coiled around a white tower. His shadow was going to take a look at the forbidden areas of the fortress later, most likely. But for now, they had to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Finding the keep was not hard, as many other sleepers were going there to partake in the breakfast too. Meals were served twice a day in the castle, once in the morning and once right before sunset. If you missed one and had no other way to procure food, you would have to remain hungry for the rest of the day. Sonny observed the sleepers with curiosity, sometimes describing them to Cassie in a low voice. The inhabitants of the castle were very different from the desperate dwellers of the outer settlement. They generally seemed healthy, or at least well-fed. The amount of armor-type memories here was also much higher, although many still wore clothes made of mundane fabrics. Almost all of them were young and beautiful, with only a couple of the people he had seen looking like they were past their early 20s. Despite that, few could compare to Cassie in terms of looks. Finally, they entered the main hall of the keep, where long wooden tables were placed to accommodate the morning crowd of hungry sleepers. Suddenly, hundreds of eyes turned to stare at Cassie and Sonny. Feeling cold shivers running down his spine, he gulped. Crap. Chapter 137. All eyes on me. The main hall of the mighty castle was grandiose and majestic in appearance. The gentle light of the morning sun was cascading through the tall windows and reflecting from the white marble walls, filling it with a bright radiance. The walls were decorated with intricate carvings that spanned dozens of meters, creating a regal tapestry. At the far end of the hall, a set of stairs led to a dark alcove. The back wall of the alcove had numerous small holes cut through it, and with sunlight shining through them into the deep darkness, it seemed as though a fragment of the starlit night sky was somehow locked within the castle. Beneath that light stood an empty white throne. Sonny stared at the throne for a few moments, then lowered his gaze and glanced at the several hundred people that were looking at them. Long wooden tables were placed along the length of the grand hall, with a motley crowd of sleepers sitting on crude benches behind them, busy consuming their food. There was some sort of hierarchy in how they were grouped, but Sonny couldn't understand it yet. Currently, most of them were staring in his direction. Sonny gulped. It took him a couple of seconds to realize that all these people were not, in fact, looking at him. They were all looking at Cassie, clearly startled by her loveliness. Crap. Just as he had thought, this smelled like trouble. The blind girl, meanwhile, was oblivious to the commotion her appearance had caused. Sensing the sudden tension in his muscles, she asked, "Sonny, why did you stop?" He narrowed his eyes, gave the crowd of sleepers his most menacing scowl, and answered in a flat tone, "Just taking in the view." Then Sonny walked over to the young women rationing the food, received 2 plates of steaming monster meat stew, and guided Cassie to a relatively empty spot at the end of one of the tables. He even got 2 cups of something that closely resembled tea. Sitting down, he put the crudely made utensils into Cassie's hand and stared at his plate. He didn't like all this attention one bit. "Look at that, Cass. They even got vegetables. I swear there's at least 2 pieces of a tomato in my stew. Or is it a carrot? What's that thing that looks like a red potato?" Sonny had only seen vegetables in the academy's cafeteria, so he was not well versed in differentiating them. Teacher Julius had also only mentioned them in passing, since the chances of encountering a vegetable from the real world in the dream realm were not very high. To be precise, he had briefly showed Sonny pictures of the most common earth vegetables and said that if he ever was to find something that makes him think, that thing looks familiar, he should turn around and run. Cassie smelled her stew and said with a smile, "I think it's a beetroot." Sonny blinked. "Never heard of it." While they were innocently chatting, he was observing the sleepers through his shadow, waiting tensely for things to go wrong. And pretty soon they did. Sonny gritted his teeth when 2 rough-looking young men suddenly rose from their benches and headed across the hall toward them with unpleasant excitement burning in their eyes. Here we go. Who would have thought that the thing that landed him in trouble would be Cassie's beauty of all things? Usually, it was either his sharp tongue or his general obnoxiousness. Never, not even once, had it been his looks. Ouch. I shouldn't be jealous, right? The worst part was that the 2 approaching sleepers were obviously a part of Gunlog's gang. It was apparent from their armor, and the fact that they carried their weapons in actual sheaths, like a pair of idiots. Memories could be freely summoned out of thin air, so the only reason to keep them visible at all times was for the sake of intimidation. He had noted that detail after meeting the castle guards yesterday. What had Harper said? If there is a misunderstanding with one of Gunlog's people, remember that these guys carry a heavy burden. Treat them with respect. In other words, swallow it. The young men approached their corner of the table with vulgar smiles. They were clearly undressing Cassie with their eyes. Sonny turned his head and looked up at them. The sleepers sitting nearby turned away with heavy looks, clearly afraid and uncomfortable. Maybe they just want to say hi. Sonny opened his mouth. "Respectful, remember, be respectful." And said, "What the fuck are you degenerates staring at?" The whole hall was suddenly enveloped in silence. Once again, Sonny had found himself in the center of attention. But this time, everyone was actually staring at him instead of Cassie. "I guess that's better." The few nearby sleepers who had pretended to not notice anything a few seconds earlier lowered their heads, as though trying to become smaller and disappear completely. Sonny glanced at them with disdain and turned back to the pair of young men who were currently towering above him, a dark and dangerous light dancing in their eyes. To be honest, his incendiary reaction had caught Sonny by surprise. The anger had taken the better of him for a moment, forcing the words out of his mouth. But the damage had already been done. It seemed as though his brotherly instincts were not only still alive, but also somewhat overwhelming. To hell with this. They want to see dark and dangerous. I'll show them. He glared at the 2 idiots, knowing that at this point there was no way back. Beside him, Cassie turned her head, an alarmed expression on her face. One of the idiots grinned. We were just hoping to politely introduce ourselves to this lovely little doll, but hey, we can get acquainted with the ugly little clown first. How about it?" He glanced at the other sleeper, who was looking at Sonny with no humor in his eyes whatsoever. Cassie frowned, then said, Why are you, however, at that moment the second young man took a step forward and growled, interrupting her. What did you just say, clown? Do you know who we are, fool? We're Gunlog's men. His hand was resting on the pommel of his sword. Sonny knew that escalating the situation was not a wise thing to do, but at this point he didn't have a choice. Backing down now would only lead to a disaster. He knew this type of people well. The moment they felt a weakness, it was all over. They understood only two things: fear and strength. Outstretching one hand, he scowled, looked the young men right into the eyes, and said, "Congratulations. Now get lost before I make you dead men." Perhaps recognizing something in his voice, or maybe in his eyes, the sleeper who had his hand on the pommel of the sword hesitated. For a second, Sonny almost believed that his threat worked. But then the young man furtively glanced around, and this tiny hope evaporated. If they were alone, maybe the sleeper would have reconsidered his desire to antagonize Sonny any further. But with all these people watching, he couldn't show fear. Sonny failed to account for one crucial detail. All bullies were cowards, but what they feared the most was people finding out about their cowardice. Gunlog's man bared his teeth in a threatening grin. "Those are terribly big words coming from a puny weakling like you. You know what? I think your girl needs to keep better company. Why don't we help her out by making you disappear?" Sonny smiled. "I guess I'm going to kill a couple of fools today." Cassie, meanwhile, was not happy with what was happening at all. The frown on her face deepened. "I'll decide what company to keep myself." "Now, please," however, they weren't listening to her. Sonny was already bracing himself for the worst-case scenario, prepared to summon the Midnight Shard at a moment's notice. But then, suddenly, a calm voice sounded from behind his back. "Leave them alone, please. They are my friends." Caught by surprise, Sonny hurriedly shifted his perspective to the shadow and glanced back. Behind him, a tall and confident young man stood calmly with his hands resting at his hips. He had brown hair and a gentle, handsome face. His eyes sparkled with friendly humor. It was Castor. Chapter 138. Unexpected reunion. Without a doubt, it was Castor, the only person Sonny had ever seen defeat Nephi's in a fight, even if it was just during training. Back at the academy, Castor had been a star of their batch of sleepers. Handsome and friendly, he was not only popular but also respected. And although it pained Sonny to admit it, that wasn't only because of his lofty status of a legacy. Even other legacies looked up to him. Many even considered him to be the true king of the rankings, speculating that Changing Star had gotten her first place by mistake. Castor was powerful, skilled, and charming. He was also humble and had an amiable personality that made it hard for anyone not to like him. His background was impeccable and his future was unquestionably bright. Basically, he was the polar opposite of Sonny. Damn, I knew that voice sounded familiar. Sonny turned his head and stared at the handsome young man in utter bewilderment. What was that guy doing here? The two sleepers, who didn't even know how close they had come to tasting the sharp edge of the Midnight Shard, were doing the same. There was no more excitement on their faces. "Oh, it's you. That was my line." Castor looked at them with a silent smile. There was no apparent hostility in his eyes, but for some reason, Gunlog's men seemed to lose their desire to stir trouble. After glancing at each other, one of them said in a hesitant tone, "You know this guy, Castor?" He gave them a nod. "Yeah, we were in the academy together. Don't mind his rude behavior, guys, that's just how he is. Rough around the edges, but really nice once you get to know him well." "Since when do we know each other?" Sonny was irrationally angry at that statement, but forced himself to keep his mouth shut. He understood that Castor was just trying to defuse the situation. Actually, his arrival had been very timely. Sonny was sure of his ability to dispatch a couple of thugs, but what would happen next? He doubted that other members of Gunlog's host would just sit and watch. Becoming involved in a conflict with the masters of the castle on his first day here would have been less than ideal. The thugs in question, meanwhile, had given up. Trying to keep the appearance of being in control, they glared at Castor darkly and backed down. "Teach your friend some manners, Castor. Next time we won't be so lenient." With that, they turned around and retreated back to their seats, throwing menacing looks at anyone who dared to stare at them. Soon, the grand hall was once again filled with the hum of voices. Castor followed them with his eyes and then turned to Sonny, his smile becoming a little somber. "That wasn't a very smart thing to do, my friend," Sonny scoffed. "Yeah, well, who says that I'm smart?" "Wait, no, that didn't come out right." The tall young man stared at him for a few seconds and then sighed. "In any case, it is very nice to see you, both of you." With that, he sat down as though somebody had invited him. Well, admittedly, there was some connection between them. Wishing to talk to people with whom you had attended academy was sort of understandable. Still, Sonny didn't like it. Throwing a quick glance at Cassie, he smiled coldly and said, "What? Are you very shocked to see us alive?" Castor hesitated. "It is good that you managed to survive." It seemed that this was his way of admitting that yes, he was surprised, but in a pleasant way. It wasn't a secret that Sonny and Cassie had been seen as two walking corpses by all the other sleepers in the academy. Just like Nephi's and Castor occupied the top two positions in the rankings, they were dead last. Because of that, the two of them had been shunned and ostracized. Of course, when it came to Sonny, he not only welcomed the cold treatment of his peers, but had actually been the one to engineer it. In any case, no one had wanted to be around them, as though afraid of becoming infected by the invisible aura of death that followed them wherever they went. Sonny himself had been guilty of avoiding Cassie as much as he could in the past. It must have been very strange to see the two of them alive, and well after months spent among the horrors of the Forgotten Shore. Cassie smiled. "Thank you." Castor reciprocated her smile and asked, his tone strangely warm, "You are Kasha, right? And you are Sunless." Sonny gave him a curt nod. "Right. Although I'm surprised that you remember our names, don't think that we've forgotten how you guys used to treat us." Cassie squeezed his hand and said in a disapproving tone, "Sonny," Castor chuckled. No, he's right. We behaved like a bunch of jerks. Looking back, there were a lot of things we did wrong. If only we had known better." His voice trailed off, and after being silent for some time, the handsome young man suddenly smiled with nostalgia. "But still, those days in the academy were not all bad, right? I still remember the first time I met you, Sunless. You made quite an impression. All those tall tales, spitting in the faces of awakened tyrants, slaying sword saints with a shake of a finger." He chuckled, remembering the good old days. Sonny grinned. He was in the mood for some mischief. "What, that trivial stuff?" "Ha, child's games. You should have seen the things I've done in the labyrinth. Now that's something to brag about." Castor looked at him with humorous sparks dancing in his eyes. "Oh, well, do tell, what else have you done?" Sonny shrugged with profuse indifference. "This and that. Let's see." He pretended to think for a few moments and then said in a bored tone, "I guess the most incredible thing I've done was killing a great devil with just one strike of my sword. Finished him right off, no problem at all. I even got a memory from that kill. But before you ask, no, I can't show it to you, because oh right, I ate it." Chapter 139. Castor stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Even Cassie giggled, entertained by Sonny's earnest delivery. Shaking his head, the handsome young man smiled and said, "I see your sense of humor did not change. Good, that is good. Few people manage to preserve it here." Sonny blinked a couple of times and said, pretending to be offended, "What do you mean, sense of humor? It's the honest truth." He received another bout of laughter instead of an answer. There was food, safety, and laughter, he thought suddenly, remembering how Cassie had described the bright castle after dreaming of it for the first time. She had also seen Sonny leading her through its gates. Her prophetic visions were turning out to be frighteningly accurate. Makes you wonder about that other vision she saw. Not allowing himself to become distracted, Sonny chased away the ominous feeling and hid a smile. Then, with a shrug, he scoffed. Well, don't believe me if you don't want to. That was just one of my many adventures anyway. Although the other ones were, admittedly, less remarkable, the usual stuff. Slaying dozens of awakened creatures, being resurrected from the doors of death by a beautiful princess, summoning ancient horrors from the depths of the cursed sea, outsmarting ancient fiends to escape from their clutches, sailing through the abyss on a boat made of demon bones, fighting gargantuan leviathans underwater, and so forth. Mundane crap like that. As he was talking, Cassie gradually stopped laughing and turned to him with a somewhat startled expression on her face. It seemed as though it was only now, with the harrowing journey already behind them, that she had finally realized how outlandish it all actually was. Put together, the facts of their bloody struggle to survive sounded like something out of a fairy tale. But they both knew that all of that had actually happened. It had happened to them. Castor chuckled. Wow. Compared to you, Sonny, my own story sounds kind of lame. I just entered the dream realm near the city wall and spent a few days running away from a bunch of terrifying monsters, then stumbled on a hunting party from the castle, and that's pretty much it. He sighed. By the way, when did you guys arrive? I'm sure I haven't seen you around before. There was no reason to lie, and Sonny couldn't anyway. Looking longingly at his monster stew, which was slowly growing cold, he sighed and said, We reached the Dark City 2 days ago and entered the castle yesterday at dusk. The handsome Legacy stared at him, then blinked a couple of times. Wait, what do you mean? Did you guys really spend 2 months in the labyrinth? Uh-oh. Finally, the moment he had been wary of came. Sonny really didn't want for anyone to think that he was some kind of a powerful figure. First of all, there was no better advantage than being underestimated by the enemy. Secondly, he still had to hide the fact that Changing Star had not been the only one to receive a true name in the first nightmare. Luckily, he had long thought of an exceptionally convincing excuse. When in trouble, blame everything on Nephi's. Laughing inwardly, Sonny pretended to shiver and sighed. Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. That place, it's pure hell. Honestly, if it wasn't for Changing Star, both of us would have been long dead. She wouldn't have survived without his help, too, but Castor didn't need to know that. Sonny was pretty sure that mentioning Neff's name anywhere near the names of 2 losers like Cassie and him were believed to be would make anyone think that she had single-handedly carried the both of them to safety on her back. As it turns out, he was right. As soon as he mentioned Nephi's, something changed on Castor's face. With a strange look in his eyes, the handsome man leaned forward a little and asked in a deceptively calm tone, Changing, Lady Nephi's is alive. She is here. He had already forgotten all about how unlikely it was for someone like Sonny to survive a long journey through the deadly nightmare of the labyrinth. Sonny narrowed his eyes slightly. Castor's reaction was a little bit more intense than he had anticipated. It was on the border of being weird. But then again, the tall and handsome Legacy had seemed to be strangely enamored with Nephi's even back at the academy. You bastard! Enraged for some unknown reason, Sonny gritted his teeth and said, Yeah, she's around. Turning her head slightly in his direction, Cassie hesitated for a moment and then added, We only had 2 soul shards when we came to the castle, so she is staying in the outer settlement. For now. Castor leaned back, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face for a fraction of a second. Then he inhaled deeply and said, I see. Sonny took a sip of his tea and asked, Why are you so interested in Nephi's all of a sudden? The handsome young man looked at him with surprise. What? Oh, I'm just glad to know that more of us survived. Then he sighed and shook his head. From what I was able to learn, there were no more than 7 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore by the spell this year. Up until today, I thought that I was the only one to survive. It's good. It's good to know that I was wrong. Castor's face grew solemn. If Lady Nephi's was with you, that explains how you have managed to reach the Bright Castle alive. But the other three, I'm afraid that they are long dead. May their souls rest in peace." Sonny and Cassie lowered their heads, coming to terms with this new information. It was true that they had not been treated well by the rest of the sleepers in the academy. Still, it was also somewhat heartbreaking to know that several of the kids they had known, even if it was just for a short amount of time, were now gone, killed by the vicious crucible of the dream realm. The cruel and ruthless nightmare spell had taken its first victims. Who would be next? Without having to look at each other, they quietly repeated Castor's words. May their souls rest in peace. Chapter 140. True Legacy. Some time passed in silence, with each of them thinking about what their own fates would be in this cursed place. Finally, Sonny extricated himself from this dark reverie and asked, "So you've been here all this time. How are you able to afford to live in the castle? Don't tell me that you have joined this Golden Serpent's army." Castor sighed. No, I didn't. Although I'm going to lie if I say that I haven't been tempted to. One way or the other, all roads here lead to Gunlog and his men. I don't think there's more than a handful of powerful sleepers who have managed to remain independent. Currently, I'm one of them. Sonny stared at him and repeated his question. How so? The handsome young man shrugged. My aspect ability gives me a certain advantage when it comes to escaping the clutches of the nightmare creatures. Not so much with killing them, though. I went on a few hunting expeditions with other independent hunters. But that was a mistake. We barely escaped alive. Still, it landed me a few soul shards. The rest I got from selling a couple of memories. Right? Unlike them normal people, the proud Legacy had entered the dream realm with an entire arsenal of memories that his clan had prepared for him. He had also started with a somewhat considerable amount of soul essence already absorbed, although it wouldn't have been too much. Unlike memories, which could be brought back to the real world by anyone, actual soul shards were physical objects, and as such, only masters and saints were able to transport them because they traveled between realms physically, and not just in spirit like sleepers and awakened. That meant that even rich Legacy clans couldn't afford to feed too much soul essence to their scions in advance. Masters were a rare breed after all, let alone saints. In any case, Castor had it better than anyone else on the Forgotten Shore. His ancestral memories were enough to buy him months, perhaps even years of a tranquil life in the castle. He could use this time to learn the ins and outs of the Dark City to become an independent hunter or reconsider his position and join Gunlog's host eventually. Even in this hell, his background gave him an enormous advantage. Lucky bastard. But that still didn't explain why those thugs were so unwilling to get on his bad side. Sonny frowned. Why were Gunlog's men afraid of you? Castor looked at him with irony. Those two? Oh, right, you have just arrived at the castle. Well, basically, there are different kinds of people serving Gunlog. The guys you have so carelessly offended are members of the castle guard. They are at the bottom of the totem pole. They are also the weakest and have little to no real battle experience. What minor reputation I have is enough to make them think twice before messing with me. For a second, there was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Because of Castor's amiable personality, when talking to him, it was easy to forget what the word legacy really meant. Legacies were trained to fight and kill since they could barely walk. Every one of them was a true powerhouse. Sonny had no doubt that Castor's actual reputation in the castle was not as negligible as he would have them believe. After all, he was the only human. No, actually, the only being Sonny knew of that had managed to defeat Nephi's in combat. And in terms of personal power, Nephi's was as high as one could get in Sonny's heart. No one else could even compare. He was also sure that Castor's reputation was earned by spilling blood. I really hope that I won't have to face this guy in battle one day, Sonny thought, feeling a cold sensation that he desperately hoped was not a premonition. With a sigh, he tried to hide this unease and asked, "So I shouldn't be worried about their retaliation?" The amiable young man gave him a nod. "The two guards you have humiliated might try to do something on their own, but there won't be any reaction from the host itself. But I doubt that they will. Just don't antagonize them any further." He suddenly grew serious. "However, if they were hunters or, even worse, one of the pathfinders, even my name would not have protected you. You'd simply be dead. So please watch your actions in the future. This castle, in a sense, it can be as dangerous as the city outside, especially for someone with your, temperament." "What's that supposed to mean?" Sonny wanted to bite back, but then closed his mouth. Yeah, he really did have a temperament that attracted trouble, guilty as charged. While he was reconsidering his life choices, Cassie suddenly spoke in a quiet voice. "Castor, is there really no way out of here?" The proud legacy looked at her and remained silent for a long time, a somber expression finding its way to his face. His eyes were heavy and bleak. After a while he sighed and said, "None that any of us can ever hope to reach, Kasia. As it is right now, this is where we have to live. Maybe something will change in the future, but for now just take care of yourself and try to survive." Standing up, he glanced at them one last time and smiled. "It was so nice to see you guys, really. I'll leave you to your food now if that's okay. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come find me. My quarters are in the Tower of Dawn." Quarters, of course, that miscreant has quarters. With that, Castor left, letting Sonny finally get to his stew, which was barely warm by that point. "Great, breakfast is ruined," he thought angrily, drilling 2 holes in the tall sleeper's back. "His fault, it's all his fault, not mine. Yeah, definitely." Sometime later, Sonny was lying on his bed with his eyes closed. The Tower of Dusk was calm and quiet. It was time to send his shadow on a walk at chapter 141. Golden Serpent. Other the next 5 days, Sonny mostly stayed in his room while his shadow stealthily prowled around the castle, spying on people and learning their secrets. Slowly, he began to understand the undercurrents that flowed beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of life in this pristine white fortress. Of course, in reality, things weren't peaceful at all and as far from pure as one could imagine. But that was to be expected from a place where hundreds of lost youths lived with no hope of ever finding their way back home, away from all the restraints of civilization. He wasn't surprised at all. If anything, it was strange to see some semblance of law and order, no matter how detestable and revolting, persevere despite all the obstacles that stood in the way. Somehow, the inhabitants of the castle were able to coexist with each other in a fragile balance. The system was cleverly built in a way that allowed the abused to dream of a better life and restrained the abusers from going too far. Better life meant winning Gunlog's favor, while going too far meant losing it and being banished into the cold darkness of the outer settlement. Both fear and hope were created and firmly grasped by the bright Lord. Their mere existence kept people in their places. Sonny suspected that the same dynamic, just substituted for a different kind of reality, reigned in the slum outside of the castle walls. The outer settlement seemed to exist separate from the castle, but in fact, both were simply parts of one large ecosystem. People on the outside longed to be allowed inside, while people on the inside dreaded being exiled to the outside. Because the possibility of a better life or a worse one existed, they were distracted from the fact that, no matter what happened, they would still be spinning in a circle. Like a serpent biting its own tail, the bright castle and the outer settlement created a closed cycle of exploitation and abuse that, paradoxically, kept everyone in the dark city sane and alive. It was nothing short of ingenious. Of course, Sonny wanted no part of it. He didn't know how many people were currently surviving in the slum, but there were somewhere around 500 sleepers living in the ancient stronghold. However, not all of them shared the same status. There was a complex hierarchy in place, separating people into different castes. Some of these groups had a distinct place in the hierarchy, while others were less clearly defined. Most of the inhabitants of the castle, unsurprisingly, were directly serving Gunlog. They were guards, hunters, pathfinders, artisans, and handmaidens. Ruling over them were 5 lieutenants who answered directly to the Lord himself, each responsible for their own aspect of the day-to-day life of the fortress. The castle guard was the largest of these groups, consisting of around 150 men. They were in charge of guarding the stronghold and enforcing Gunlog's laws. Just like Castor had said, they were near the bottom of the totem pole in terms of power and status. Anyone with a remotely useful aspect ability could join the guard, and although their training was rather rigorous, actual opportunities to experience combat were few and far between. That was not to say that their job was not dangerous. Every time a stray nightmare creature climbed the hill or attacked from above, it was their duty to either kill or chase the monster away. And out here in the Dark City, no monster was anything less than terrifying and absolutely deadly. The castle guard was led by a morose giant of a man named Tessai, who was one of Gunlog's most trusted lieutenants, and perhaps the oldest sleeper on the Forgotten Shore. He was just 2 years short of 30. Tessai was a ferocious fighter and ruthless commander, holding his subordinates in an iron grip. Above the castle guard there were hunters. These were the elites of Gunlog's forces, each possessing a powerful combat aspect, rich battle experience, and sharp wit to make use of both. There were around 50 of them, divided into 7 hunting parties. Each morning, as soon as the gates of the castle opened, one of the parties left the safety of the impregnable marble walls and ventured into the harrowing maze of the Dark City to hunt and kill awakened creatures. It was thanks to their efforts that people in the ancient stronghold had food on their plates. Without them, none of this would have been possible. Hunters were recruited from the ranks of guards, and becoming a hunter was a dream come true. That was because these professionals enjoyed plentiful rewards from the Lord, such as living in a room of their own as opposed to cramped barracks, better food and access to various luxury items, best memories and tools the bright castle could provide, as well as many other things. Of course, the other side of the coin was that their lives were often the shortest. Despite all their experience and preparations, many never returned from the hunts, and the only reason any did at all was the pathfinders. Pathfinders served as guides for the hunting parties. Just as Effie had said, the secret to surviving in the Dark City was to find and kill comparatively weaker creatures without stumbling into something far more deadly. They made sure to do just that: track the awakened monsters without leading the pack of hunters into the jaws of fallen abominations. There were so few pathfinders that Sunny even questioned whether they could be categorized as a group. In the whole castle, there were less than a dozen. Each of them was a seasoned veteran who earned his role through surviving long years of bloody battles in the ruins, and thus had a chance to live long enough to learn large areas of the Dark City like his own 5 fingers. Needless to say, all of them were incredibly fearsome combatants and enjoyed lavish, sometimes even decadent lifestyles. Both hunters and pathfinders were led by a charismatic man called Gemma. Gemma came to the Forgotten Shore in the same year as Gunlog, and had helped him take control of the castle. Together, these 3 groups, guards, hunters, and pathfinders, formed Gunlog's army, which was simply known as the Host. Chapter 142. Behind the scenes there were 2 other groups of people that belonged to Gunlog. The first of them consisted of sleepers with useful utility abilities and their helpers. These people, known as artisans, played a very important role in the life of the castle. They were responsible for creating and maintaining various items that were either vital to survival or made existing on the Forgotten Shore less unbearable, such as clothes, tools, equipment, utensils, and various gear. Each artisan had a small team of less gifted sleepers helping them craft the necessary items. All in all, there were around 100 of them in total, with most of that number consisting of the assistants. They were led by a young woman called Kaido, who was a talented manager and had an ability that allowed her to change attributes of certain plants. The vegetables in Sunny's stew came from her garden. Since such an ability was nothing short of priceless on the Forgotten Shore, where food was scarce and mostly homogeneous, it wasn't surprising that she had become one of the lieutenants despite being much younger than the rest of them. The status of artisans was somewhat of a tense subject in the Bright Castle. Because they were largely non-combatants, guards felt that their position should be inferior to that of people actually risking their lives in vicious battles against nightmare creatures. Artisans, on the contrary, believed that the rarity of utility aspects and the vital role they played in maintaining the living conditions inside the castle should land them more prestige than the castle guard, which basically recruited any random nobody, enjoyed. This conflict had been simmering for a long time and was not going to be resolved anytime soon. Funnily enough, hunters, who risked their lives the most, did not care about the issue one way or another. Their leader Gemma, however, was silently supporting the artisans and their chief, Kaido, which prevented the guards from being too forceful in their argument. The last group of people who belonged to Gunlog was the handmaidens. These were the young women Sunny had seen quietly performing various chores around the castle, like making sure that windows were properly closed before the onset of the night, or preparing and handing out food during mealtime. They were responsible for maintaining the castle itself, as well as serving the high-ranking members of the host. There were also around 100 of them. From what Sunny knew about the world, these poor girls should have been the prime victims of abuse within the walls of the ancient stronghold, but to his surprise, they were actually strangely revered, and even a little feared. The main reason for this was their leader, a mysterious and strikingly beautiful woman known as Seishin. Seishin not only took care of her handmaidens, but also secretly taught them how to defend themselves. The exact extent of their training was unknown, but Sunny clearly saw that members of the castle guard were very careful to behave themselves around handmaidens, most of the time. The other reason was that, like everything else in the castle, the young women technically belonged to Gunlog, and Gunlog was very particular about people laying hands on his belongings without permission. Even if some foolish guard was brave enough to anger Seishin, no one with a desire to live was willing to get on the bad side of the Bright Lord. Sunny, however, was already scared enough by Seishin herself. The first time he had sent his shadow to take a look at what the handmaidens were up to when no one was watching, it had almost gotten caught. That was the first time someone managed to sense his shadow. One moment, beautiful Seishin was calmly standing with her back to the shaded corner where it was concealed, giving instructions to one of her subordinates, and in the next, she suddenly turned around and looked directly at the hiding shadow. Not knowing what else to do, Sunny shut his eyes and shifted all of his perception back. He was fairly sure that no one would be able to directly see the shadow after all. His innate stealth enhancement was even more pronounced when it came to his silent companion. However, there were a lot of different aspects. Many awakened, for example, were able to feel when someone was looking at them. Praying that this was the case here, Sunny waited for a while before cautiously opening one eye. Luckily, this time he didn't cause too much of a commotion. Confirming that Seishin had returned to her conversation, he hurriedly sent the shadow away and made sure to stay away from the mysterious beauty, and her handmaidens in general, ever since. The last 100 people in the castle were those who paid tribute, but didn't serve Gunlog directly. There was no real name for this group, so Sunny simply called them tenants in his mind. There were two types of tenants, A smaller number of them were those who were able to make a decent living by providing Gunlog's men with various services, mostly having to do with craftsmanship and entertainment. For example, there was a man who created something akin to a music lounge, another one who operated a small theater troupe, and even an entrepreneurial girl who owned a gambling den. A larger number of tenants were people like Harper, those who had entered the castle through luck and remained there by the skin of their teeth, desperately trying to earn soul shards for tribute by acting as servants and doing various menial jobs. These poor folks were at the very bottom of the social hierarchy of the castle. And on the opposite side of that hierarchy, there was the Golden Serpent, the master of the castle, bright Lord Gunlog himself, the man who, by Effie's description, was nearly immortal. On his 5th day in the ancient stronghold, Sonny had finally laid eyes on this loathsome tyrant. He didn't like what he saw at all. Chapter 143. Gunlog. Despite the fact that Gunlog's heavy presence permeated every centimeter of the castle, the bright lord himself was strangely elusive. He didn't show himself often, preferring to rule through his 5 proxies. Whether it was out of arrogance, paranoia, or some other reason, Sonny did not know. After the incident with Sation, he was afraid to let his shadow walk too freely and tried to avoid going anywhere near the fearsome master of the ancient stronghold. Because of these precautions, he had not seen Gunlog until their 5th day in the castle. As it turned out, when Golden Serpent did show up, he liked to leave an impression. Sonny and Cassie were about to receive their usual breakfast when the whole grand hall suddenly grew deathly silent. Feeling that something was wrong, they turned to the entrance just in time to see a torrent of guards pouring inside. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. What's this? Fearing for the worst, he tried to think of the best way to escape, but luckily, the menacing soldiers of the host paid them no attention. Instead, they quickly dispersed around the hall and moved the long tables to the walls, creating a large open space in the middle. Cassie grasped Sonny's shoulder and whispered, "What is going on?" He hesitated, then answered uncertainly, "I'm not sure." Suddenly, he caught sight of Castor standing among the crowd. The handsome young man had a solemn look on his face. His gaze was turned to the dark alcove at the far end of the hall. One by one, all the sleepers turned to face the same direction. Sonny followed their example. Slowly, 5 figures stepped out of the darkness of the alcove and stood at the steps leading up to the throne. They were Gemma, Tessai, Sation, Kaido, and the last of the 5 lieutenants. When Sonny noticed him, an involuntary shudder ran through his body. The 5th lieutenant had no official duties in the bright castle, but everyone here feared him the most. It was a strange, pale man with a bony face and glassy, emotionless eyes. His spine was twisted, making him appear deceptively short. The hunchback was wearing simple black clothes with no adornments and holding himself with a bit of awkwardness, as though uncomfortable with all the attention. His name was Harris, and he was Bright Lord's hidden blade and executioner. When someone needed to be disposed of, he was sent to carry out the punishment. If Gunlog wanted everyone to know about his displeasure, there would be rivers of blood left in his wake. If not, there wouldn't be even a single drop. People would just disappear, as though they had never existed. Harris was Gunlog's murderous shadow. Many of the inhabitants of the castle had seen nightmares in which they awoke only to see his glassy, cold eyes staring at them from the darkness. For some, those nightmares became a reality. Harris was willing and eager to follow any command of his master, no matter how vile. What disturbed Sonny the most, however, was that looking at Harris was like looking at a dark mirror. Despite the fact that they were almost nothing alike, for some reason, he couldn't help but recognize traces of himself in the sadistic butcher, or, to be precise, of a possible future version of himself. In no way, I am much more pleasant on the eye. Forcing himself to look away before the hunchback felt his stare, Sonny turned his head and looked at the tall man who had finally appeared from the darkness. At least he assumed that it was a man, and not some golden demon. Bright Lord Gunnalug was clad in a strange, gilded armor that covered his tall figure from head to toe, not leaving even his eyes exposed. It seemed simultaneously solid and liquid, almost flowing over his mighty muscles and broad, powerful shoulders. In the place where his face should have been, a smooth and empty expanse of polished gold reflected the frightened faces of hundreds of sleepers back at them. Sonny saw his own reflection staring at him, and suddenly realized how small and weak he was in front of this brilliant giant. His legs trembled. The pressure Gunnlog exerted on the space around him was almost palpable. All the people near Sonny were going through a similar kind of experience as him. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide, drops of sweat appearing on their temples. Even the lieutenant seemed slightly uncomfortable, affected by this oppressive aura just like the rest of them. God damn it, that's not an aura, that's a mind attack. Protected by the doubtless trait of the puppeteer's shroud, Sonny was more resistant to such attacks than most. Gritting his teeth, he shook off the effects of Gunnlog's psychic pressure and drew in a deep breath. Then he glanced at Cassie, concerned about her well-being. To his surprise, the blind girl was doing absolutely fine. Unlike the rest of them, she wasn't showing any signs of distress. Sonny stared at her and blinked a couple of times. The reflection, this all started when I saw my reflection in the visor of that bastard's weird armor, but Cassie is blind, so it seemed as though Gunnlog wasn't actually attacking them. It was just an enchantment of that strange golden armor of his. Whoever looked at its mirror-like face was immediately assaulted by a crippling feeling of awe, dread, and the crushing desire to submit. What kind of a memory can practically paralyze several hundred people just from its passive effect? Sonny thought, astonished. How was this possible? Meanwhile, Gunnlog approached the empty white throne and gracefully sat down. The light falling from the numerous holes in the back wall of the alcove reflected from his armor, making it appear as though he was enveloped by a bright radiance. The golden mirror that served him as a face turned to gaze at the rows of sleepers trembling at his feet. A few moments later, a deep and insidious voice resounded from all around them, as though the castle itself was whispering into their ears. "Ah, what a nice day it is today. A perfect day for justice, don't you think, my precious wards? I've heard that there's a criminal hiding among us today. Well, am I not fair? Am I not just? Let me show you how just I am." Chapter 144. Right of challenge. Sonny felt cold sweat running down his back. Shaken by Gunnlog's serpentine voice, he was tempted to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. However, he also understood that every person in the Grand Hall currently felt the same urge. Everyone here had done something that might be considered a crime by the tyrant. He almost expected to hear people begin confessing their sins, but at that moment, a strange commotion at the doors attracted his attention. Moving with menacing determination, 2 guards dragged a man to the center of the hall and threw him on the floor. The man was dressed in rags and painfully lean, which betrayed his nature as a dweller of the outer settlement. However, there were ropes of powerful muscles rolling under his thin skin, and an angry, fearless look in his eyes that made the man appear proud and defiant. Throwing a contemptuous stare at the guards, he picked himself up from the floor and stood up, his back straight and his head held high. There was no ounce of fear on his face. Instead, there was dark, furious resentment. Gunnlog looked down on the brave man from his throne and slightly tilted his head. The outsider grimaced after seeing his reflection in the golden mask, but still didn't lower his head. That's pure willpower, Sonny thought, impressed by the stranger. Meanwhile, Bright Lord's voice resounded in the Grand Hall once again. "My wards, we have a guest today. This man, called Jubei, is visiting us from the outer settlement. Recently, he had been heard leveraging an accusation against one of my men. As a just and benevolent lord, I have invited Jubei here to plead his case and expose the criminal. We must get to the bottom of this matter. After all, the law is our only guiding star in this dark world. Despite being free from the psychic pressure emanated by Gunlog's armor, Sonny still felt strangely affected by his deep, soft voice. He even got goosebumps. With or without the golden memory, Bright Lord possessed a powerful and ingratiating charisma. It was hard not to listen to him. But the man called Jubei just smirked. "That's right. I'm here to accuse one of your thugs, Gunlog. Let's see how you'll get out of this one, bastard." With that, he raised one hand and pointed a finger at the group of hunters watching the proceeding from their usual corner of the grand hall. "That man right there, one of your so-called pathfinders, is guilty of murder. He had killed an innocent kid in the most repugnant of ways. I've been watching you and your minions commit all sorts of vile crimes over these years, but enough is enough. Today I'll see him answer with his life for what he did." A wave of shocked whispers ran through the crowd. Accusing a pathfinder was not something a sane person would ever do. Due to their venerated status, these men were nearly untouchable, and yet Jubei seemed unrelenting. Gunlog spoke. "Is that so? That is a heavy accusation, Jubei. Please tell us more." The man from the outer settlement gritted his teeth. "That scum and his people lured a naive kid into their party by promising him all kinds of rewards and riches. They told him that he is going to become one of them and come to live in your damn castle. But in reality, they just fed him to the monsters as bait." He spat on the floor. "You dare to call yourself hunters, you damn cowards. Don't you have any shame?" A heavy silence settled in the grand hall. People were now staring at the group of hunters with dark expressions on their faces. The inhabitants of the castle were used to pretending to be blind to all kinds of wicked deeds, but all those deeds were committed by humans against other humans. What they couldn't forgive was a human being betraying another of their kind to the nightmare creatures. In the dark city, this was tantamount to sacrilege. Gunlog turned his head to face the hunters, who shivered under his gaze. "Is this true?" The oldest of the group, the Pathfinder, glanced darkly at Jubei and scowled. "There must be some kind of a misunderstanding, my lord. The boy in question was a highly valued member of my party. We all had high hopes for his future. His death saddened all of us a great deal." His voice was steady and calm, perhaps even a little too calm. Jubei snarled. "Lies. I happened to be hunting on that day myself and saw everything with my own 2 eyes. I know what you did, bastard." Gunlog turned to face the crows and sighed. After some time had passed, he solemnly said, "What an unfortunate situation. It seems that it is your word against his, Jubei. What to do, what to do? I trust my brave men wholeheartedly, of course. Who would be so ungrateful as to distrust these heroes when they are the ones keeping you all alive? Surely, there's no one that vile and wicked among you, my precious wards." Sonny held his breath, feeling singled out by the insidious voice. The chilling threat hidden behind these words was not very subtle. Gunalug was silent for a few moments, battering the crowd with his oppressive psychic aura. Then he turned away, letting the people breathe, and said, "But it would be unbecoming of me to play favorites in such a grave matter. And this matter, oh, it is grave indeed. What a dilemma! How do we uphold justice, my wards?" In the ensuing silence, Gemma, the leader of both hunters and pathfinders, suddenly spoke. "My lord, if I may speak. Isn't there a law that suits this situation perfectly? It has existed for as long as humans lived in this ancient castle. I'm talking, of course, about the right of challenge." He glanced at Jubei and smiled. If this brave hunter has any shadow of doubt about his accusation, he should step down. If not, he can challenge the criminal and prove it with blood. Of course, the real culprit here is me. As the person responsible for these men, any crime they commit in their roles as hunters is my fault. Gemma's charismatic smile was wide and friendly. "So how about Jubei? Will you step down, or do you want to challenge me? The hunter from the outer settlement glared at him for a while, his eyes burning with fury and contempt. Finally, he spat. Do you think I'm afraid of you, lapdog? Sure, why not? I challenge you. Chapter 145. Just as the whole spectacle was so smoothly orchestrated that Sonny was almost tempted to believe in it. Of course, he knew better. The only thing he didn't know was whether the bits performed by the Pathfinder and Gemma were rehearsed in advance or improvised on the fly to fulfill their lord's desire to maintain appearances, while having the man who had dared to speak openly against him publicly executed. And that was what this was, an execution. Sonny didn't believe for a second that Gunlog was going to give the brave hunter a chance to leave the Grand Hall alive. No, he wanted him dead, and he wanted everyone to see him die, lest they get the idea that it was possible to run their mouths against him and escape unscathed. And yet, a tiny ember of hope still burned in Sonny's heart. From the looks of it, Jubei was an experienced hunter, a capable, seasoned warrior who faced numerous monsters and ended up on top every time. He was very strong, with enough willpower and resolve to crush rocks into dust. Perhaps a miracle would happen. No matter how small, there was a possibility. That's why Sonny couldn't understand why Gunlog would be willing to risk his right-hand man's life in this farce. As though reading his thoughts, the bright lord spoke. A challenge. Ah, so be it. This is a sacred tradition indeed. As long as good men are willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of righteousness, depravity can't win. The crowd of sleepers exploded into whispers. Some of them were tense and somber, others filled with dark anticipation. The corner of Sonny's mouth turned downwards. From what he could see, depravity had already won, or at least gotten the upper hand. But Gunlog wasn't done speaking. However, it would not be suitable for you to represent the accused personally, Gemma. The Bright Castle can't afford to lose you, my friend. Jubei, would you mind if the accused chose another champion? The hunter from the outer settlement simply shrugged and said, Bring your worst, cowards. Bright Lord turned to the Pathfinder and tilted his head. With his suddenly pale face reflected in the eerie mask of the strange golden armor, the murderer remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a quiet voice, I choose Horus, my lord. Everyone suddenly grew silent. Sonny himself felt cold shivers running down his spine. Why did it have to be that creepy wicked cripple? In the deathly silence, Jubei smirked and spat with grim satisfaction. Even better. It seemed that he had a score to settle with the silent hunchback, too. Horus, who had looked a little bored and uncomfortable through the whole procedure, stared at the Pathfinder who had named him with no particular expression on his bony face, and then slowly walked down the steps. The other lieutenants reacted to this unexpected turn of events differently. Gemma frowned and threw a quick glance at Gunlog before stepping back with a dark expression. Tessie grinned, as though expecting a good spectacle. Kaido grew a little pale and took a little step sideways, trying to distance herself from the descending hunchback as much as possible. Only Seishin remained silent and indifferent, not allowing any emotion to appear on her cold, beautiful face. Realizing what was about to happen, Cassie squeezed Sonny's arm and whispered, Sonny, I want to leave. After a short pause, he answered in a raspy voice, I'm sorry, we can't leave now. Despite the fact that he didn't want to be anywhere near Gunlog's scarecrow, he knew that leaving now would draw too much attention. They couldn't risk that in the presence of all 5 lieutenants, not to mention Golden Serpent himself. What's more, his mission in the castle was to gather as much information as possible. He couldn't miss the chance to see one of the most dangerous creatures in this deceptively peaceful stronghold in action. And there was this dark feeling deep within his heart that one day, somehow, he and Horus were going to end up bloodied, with only one of them walking away alive from the fight. It was as though an invisible thread connected them together. Perhaps it was a string of fate. Meanwhile, the hunchback descended from the steps and stopped opposite Jubei in the empty space that had been cleared in the center of the grand hall. His face was still motionless and a little bored. Sunny held his breath. As Gunlog sat silently on the white throne, Jubei summoned his memories. A flexible armor made out of red scales appeared on his body, complete with a winged helmet and a kite shield. In his hand, a curved scimitar weaved itself from the sparks of light. Its blade was as sharp as a razor. The hunter glanced at Harris and said in a steady voice, "Let's see what you're capable of, Butcher." The hunchback just looked at him with his glassy eyes and silently allowed his thick cloak to fall on the floor. Then he grimaced and straightened his spine as much as he could, suddenly losing the appearance of a small and fragile cripple. At his full height, Horus towered above most of the sleepers in the grand hall, losing only to the giant Tessai. His monstrous, twisted shape radiated a sense of deep, bestial power. He didn't bother to summon any memories, staring at the hunter with the same cold indifference. Jubei scowled. So be it. Full of anxiety, Sunny held his breath. The proud hunter lunged forward, raising his shield and at the same time slashing with the scimitar. His movements were incredibly fast and nimble, his technique sharpened by years of bloody battles in the Dark City and guided by rich experience. Good he's good. Did Jubei really have a chance? As Sunny's eyes widened, Horus seemed to miss the attack completely. As though forgetting that he wasn't armed, the hunchback simply raised a hand to meet the razor-sharp blade and gripped it with his bare fist, stopping Jubei's strike in its tracks. For a fraction of a second, everyone in the grand hall froze in astonishment except for the hunter, who immediately tried to wrestle his scimitar from the iron grip of the Gunlog's killer. But it was of no use. It was as though the saber was stuck in stone. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. In the next moment, Horus moved forward with a snake-like speed and put his large hand on Jubei's shoulder. Then, with a sickening sound, he effortlessly tore the entire arm off. Somebody screamed. As blood spilled on the marble floor, the proud hunter stared at the stump that had suddenly replaced his dominant arm in disbelief, not yet feeling the terrible pain that would soon follow. However, it never did. Before Jubei could even react, Horus grasped his head with both hands and snapped his neck in one brutal, violent motion. Then he hit the hunter in the chest, shattering his ribs and sending the body flying back a dozen meters. The broken corpse of the defiant challenger fell on the floor, rivers of blood flowing from its terrible wounds onto the pristine white stones. From start to finish, the whole fight took no more than 5 seconds. Horus looked at his hands, shook a few crimson droplets off, and then silently returned to his place beside the master of the castle, his expression still cold. However, it wasn't bored anymore. Instead, it was full of subtle glee. After all, he had just helped his lord pass down judgment. This was law, this was tradition, this was justice. Chapter 146. Power. Several hundred sleepers stared at the disfigured body, horrified. Jubei's scale armor disappeared in a rain of light, leaving him dressed only in torn, bloodied rags. A surprised, dazed expression was still frozen on his face. Awash in blood and broken, the man who had been proud and defiant just a minute ago was now nothing but a pathetic corpse. He was sprawled on the floor in a glistening crimson puddle, reminding everyone of one simple truth. Never, ever dare to disobey Gunlog, the Bright Lord, or you'll end up just the same. Sunny was probably one of the only 2 people in the grand hall who wasn't looking at the corpse. Instead, he was looking at Horus. Horus himself was staring at the wall, absolutely disinterested in the gruesome fruit of his dark labor. What else was I hoping for? Stupid. Hope. Hope is a poison. It will only get you killed. Sunny knew all the facts, but only now had he finally understood how hopeless it was to even think about challenging the Golden Serpent. Everything in the Dark City was designed to make him and his army invincible. That was how the damn hunchback had managed to defeat the experienced hunter from the outer settlement so easily, using nothing but his raw strength. He hadn't even had to show his aspect ability. Why was the divide in their physical prowess so vast? That was because with every human in the Dark City possessing the same dormant core, there were only two things that could make someone more powerful than the rest: soul essence and memories. And both were monopolized by Gunlog. Only he possessed the manpower and knowledge to freely hunt in the Dark City. This way, he had become the only person with a reliable source of both soul shards and memories in his possession. Whatever crumbs the independent hunters were able to acquire would inevitably end up in his hands, too, because Gunlog also controlled the primitive economy in this cursed place. By providing food and safety in exchange for the so-called tribute, he made sure that all the resources would flow in only one direction: into his hands. With soul shards and a vast arsenal of memories, he could make his army stronger, which in turn would bring him more soul shards and memories, which in turn would make his army stronger, and so forth. It was a simple, perfect, and harrowing cycle that made his power more and more absolute with each revolution. By the time Sonny, Nephi's, and Cassie had arrived in the Dark City, the divide between Gunlog's forces and everyone else here was too wide to ever be bridged. Sonny had no doubt that most of the elite warriors of the host had their cores saturated with soul essence to the brim. There was a limit to how many soul shards a nightmare spell carrier could absorb before reaching the bottleneck of their rank, although few ever did. Advancing to the next rank removed that bottleneck and enhanced their bodies according to the saturation level of the core. But with no way to advance, people in the Dark City could only rely on the raw amount of soul essence to accumulate power. This meant that within these ancient walls, sworn into servitude to a single man, there lived the most powerful group of sleepers to ever exist in human history. And this was the man Nephi's planned to kill. With a shudder, Sonny remembered Effie's words: "No sleeper can defeat Gunlog ever. It's simply impossible." He also remembered dozens of skulls swinging in the wind above the castle gates. Curse it all! What is she going to pull me into this time? I really have to persuade her to give up for once. My life might depend on it. But somehow, he doubted that changing star even knew how to give up. At least not when it came to her mysterious goal. Curses! Sonny was so consumed by these dark thoughts that he even neglected to listen to Gunlog's farewell speech. He had the general idea of what kind of bullcrap the bastard was proselytizing anyway. Soon, the bright lord had left his white throne and disappeared into the darkness behind it. The lieutenants followed, with Harris being the last one to leave. As soon as they were gone, the body of Jubei was unceremoniously dragged away, and a group of handmaidens silently wiped the puddle of blood off the pristine marble floor. The tables were moved back to their places, and the crowd of sleepers was invited to return to their breakfast, as if nothing had happened. However, Sonny had completely lost his appetite. Leading Cassie away, he glanced at the plates full of food and thought without humor, "I guess there's a first time for everything." For the remaining 2 days, Sonny had done nothing but frantically gather information. Knowing that he will be leaving the castle soon, he became a little bit bolder in where to send his shadow. He spent a lot of time spying on the hunters and pathfinders, learning their tactics and secrets. He observed how guards were trained. He learned which artisans were important and which were not. The only caste he tried to avoid was the handmaidens. He even studied various engravings and stone carvings that decorated the walls of the castle. Finally, the week they had paid tribute for came to an end. On the dawn of the 8th day, Sonny and Cassie once again appeared in the large hall with beautiful stained glass windows and saw the gates of the castle. Despite the fact that there was nothing outside these gates but a dirty slum, Sonny felt relieved. He couldn't wait to leave this damn place. Why do people even want to live here? As soon as he finished this thought, Sonny realized that he didn't actually know what life in the outer settlement was like. Perhaps the castle was actually a paradise in comparison. I doubt it. How bad can it actually be? I guess they just never lived in the outskirts. Shaking his head, he walked toward the gates, but then stopped when someone called his name. Turning his head, Sonny noticed the familiar young man with a thin face and nervous eyes. Today, Harper seemed to be especially distressed. His clothes were a bit less tidy and there were a few ugly blotches of ink on his parchment. Ah, son, Sunless and Kasia, right? Goodness, it has already been a week. Ah, where was I? Oh yes, are you guys here to pay tribute for the next one? Sonny stared at him for a few minutes, then forced out a smile and pretended to be sad. No, we haven't been able to, earn shards, so we're leaving. Maybe we will see each other again someday. Harper opened his eyes wide and stuttered. What? Why would I be? Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry that you couldn't stay longer, but don't despair. Lord Gunlog is truly kind and life is unpredictable. I'm sure you'll be able to come back soon. Sonny gave him a curt nod and turned away. I hope not. Not too soon, at least. With that, they passed through the gates and left the bright castle, the promised castle they had spent so much time seeking and dreaming of. What a disappointment it all had been. Standing under the gray skies of the forgotten shore once again, Sonny and Cassie breathed in the cold, fresh air and both smiled. Cassie tugged on his sleeve. Sonny, what do we do now? He looked at the pitiful slum that lay beneath them and answered without having to think for too long. What else? We go find Nephi's. Chapter 147. Guildhall. Cassie smiled, but then suddenly frowned and asked, But Sonny, how do we find her? He thought for a few seconds, then shrugged. I'm not sure. Follow the sounds of mayhem. This place is not that big. I'm sure we'll manage. They descended the stairs and entered the slum, with Sonny looking around in search of the distinct tall figure. There weren't that many sleepers in the outer settlement who possessed an armor-type memory, so he was sure of his ability to notice changing star in the crowd. Soon, they were surrounded by makeshift hovels and people that had empty, bleak eyes. Some of them stared at them with pity, realizing that the two had just been sent away from the castle. Others openly gloated. Sonny paid them no attention. Once again, he was surprised by the sharp contrast between the castle and the outer settlement. No matter how vile the underside of the ancient stronghold was, people were actually living there, walking around with mostly mundane human worries written on their faces. Here in the slum, people were merely existing, and barely at that. In their eyes, there was a more dire need and a more consummate fear. The need to find food for the day, the fear of being devoured by some unseen monster in the night. They were all gaunt, cold, and listless. The only time hope appeared on their faces was when their gazes accidentally fell on the bright castle. Hope will get you killed, fools. You have it better here than those poor souls in the fortress. All in all, it was not so different from the outskirts, with the added terror of nightmare creatures waiting somewhere in the shadows. But then, there were monsters in the real world as well. They just wore human skin. Sonny was once again reminded of how surprisingly well prepared he was for the trials of the nightmare spell, his lack of education not included. Surprisingly, there was no sign of Nephi's anywhere. They walked through the entire settlement before finally catching the glimpse of her. At the very edge of the slum, perched precariously above the vertical fall from the stone platform, stood an uncharacteristically spacious dwelling. It was crudely put together out of slabs of stone that had been unceremoniously scavenged from the ruins, with many of them still bearing the intricate carvings left behind by the original inhabitants of the Dark City. This barbarous atrocity was the closest to the road of white stone out of the entire outer settlement. Perhaps that was why it seemed to be a bit sturdier than the rest of the hovels. The lodge even had a small addition built on top of it, somewhat resembling a second story. Changing Star was sitting on its roof with her legs crossed, gazing at the rising sun and the cursed city below. In the pale light of dawn, Her ivory skin and silver hair looked beautiful and eerie. She had dismissed her armor and was wearing a crude tunic, with a piece of rope tied around her waist. Sensing their approach, Nephi's turned her head and glanced in their direction. Then she stood up and jumped down, landing lightly on the stone surface of the vast platform. Sunny grinned. "Hey, Neph, long time no see." Nephi's led them inside the stone lodge, which had turned out to be her new residence. The interior was Spartan and austere, with pieces of broken furniture lying here and there and cold winds sweeping freely through the spacious hall of the first floor. Despite its larger size and superior craftsmanship, the lodge had been empty when she found it. No one wanted to live this close to both the edge of the platform at the threshold of the road, where the risk of being attacked by nightmare creatures was the highest. But Changing Star didn't mind. Looking around, Sunny scoffed. "Gee, this place surely needs some work." Neph shrugged, seemingly not very concerned with her living conditions. "Well, they did spend the past 2 months sleeping on nothing but rocks and dirt, so in a sense, even this ramshackle mess was an enormous improvement. With some improvements, it could even become somewhat of a decent place." Suddenly, Sunny felt a little guilty about all the comfort and warmth he had experienced in the castle. He was even fed delicious fresh food twice a day. Speaking of food, Cassie smiled and handed Neph a small bundle. Concerned about her friend, she had not eaten her supper the previous evening, choosing to save it for this moment. "Here, Neph, I brought you something to eat." Changing Star received the bundle with a faint smile and lingered a little before saying, "Thank you. Do you guys want breakfast?" With that, she walked over to a flimsy wooden table that stood near one of the walls and removed a piece of cloth from it. Beneath, there was a pile of juicy roasted meat. It was sizable enough to feed 10 people in the castle for a day or two. Sunny stared at the meat blankly, then moved his eyes to stare at Nephi's. "Where the hell did you get all this meat? We thought you would be starving here in the outer settlement." She touched her hair in embarrassment. "Oh, a few nights ago, a big monster came from the road. I and a few other people managed to kill it. This is my share of the spoils." Cassie opened her eyes wide. "But I thought that Gunlog's men were supposed to fight off nightmare creatures." Changing Star remained silent for a few seconds. "They do if the castle is attacked, either from the slopes of the hill or from the sky. If the monsters come from the road, they usually don't bother to do anything. So that's why all the nearby hovels were empty. Who would want to live in the direct path of attacking nightmare creatures, especially since people who were supposed to fight them weren't going to move a finger to help?" Sunny smiled darkly. "That's the glorious castle guard for you. Wait," he blinked, then glared at Nephi's. "If that is true, then why on earth, dream realm, would you choose to live in this pit of all places?" She stared at him for a while, then said in a flat tone, "It's quiet here." Then a small smile appeared on Neph's lips. Turning to a window, she added, "I like it." Chapter 148. Last harvest. Behind the window, a striking vista of the cursed city sprawled far below. The morning sun washed the ruins in a pale light, making them look menacingly mysterious. Nephi smiled. "Besides, what can compete with this killer view?" As though answering her words, a ghastly wail resounded from somewhere far away, echoing in the wind like a dying scream. Sunny trembled. I guess she meant it literally. With a sigh, he put Changing Star's strange choice of habitat at the back of his mind and approached the pile of meat. "Let's eat first." The three of them sat on the stone floor and ate monster meat, passing around Cassie's beautiful glass bottle between each other. It was just like the good old times, provided that those times were not actually that old, and there had certainly not been anything good about them. Almost. When all three of them were satiated, Nephi's looked at Sunny with calm intensity. For some reason, he was reminded of the unseen waves of pressure that Gunlog created anywhere he went. "What have you learned in the castle?" he sighed. This was going to be a long conversation. Sunny started by describing the general order of things in the ancient stronghold. He told Neff about the 6 different castes and the complex relationships that existed between them, as well as briefly explaining how the members of each caste lived their lives. Sometimes, Cassie would add a few details of her own. Changing Star frowned. "Wait, did you say that there were 500 people living in the castle?" Sunny gave her a nod. "Yes, somewhere around that." "Why?" she thought for a bit, then said, "That doesn't make sense. There are almost as many people here in the outer settlement, perhaps even more. That would put the human population of the Dark City at around 1,000. Most of them are fairly young, too, which would mean that each year, hundreds upon hundreds of us are sent to the Forgotten Shore, with most somehow managing to survive and reach the Bright Castle." She paused. "But I haven't seen a single sleeper of our crop here in the slum. As far as I know, we 3 are the only ones to come to the Dark City after the recent solstice." Sunny scratched the back of his head and said with reluctance, "Actually, it's 4. Castor is also here. He's living comfortably in the castle." Nephis suddenly grew strangely animated. "Castor of the Han Li clan, he is here. No need to be so enthusiastic, damn it." Sunny tried not to grimace. "Yeah, he had been here pretty much this entire time. Actually, Castor had told us that there were only 7 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore by the spell this year. Strange, I know." He paused for a few moments and then added, "Truth be told, I noticed this discrepancy as well, but there is an explanation. You see, there seems to be a pattern to how many people the spell sends here. 15 years ago, when a bunch of crazy humans first laid claim to the castle, there would be just a dozen or so newcomers each year. Then a few dozen. Then 100. In the past few years, it was several hundred each time." Sunny gestured at the 3 of them. "Until this year, that is, when mere 7 sleepers arrived. Since the spell is obsessed with the number 7, some people believe that this marks the end of a 14-year-long cycle and the first year of a new one. I think it's plausible." Changing Star thought for a bit, then asked, "How does Castor know the total number of new arrivals?" That was a good question, naturally. One that Sunny had asked himself many times before finally convincing himself to go find the handsome legacy and ask him directly. "There's an artisan in the castle with a weird type of revelation ability. She can trace the general location of everyone a person had ever met. Castor paid her a bunch of soul shards to check if any of his acquaintances made it to the Forgotten Shore. She told him there were 6. Nephis was silent for a few moments, then simply said, "Continue." Sunny did. He briefly mentioned the main points of everything he had been able to learn, including all the vile crap he had to witness, and his own thoughts on how things worked under the pristine white surface of the magnificent fortress. Inevitably, he had to describe how ingenious and unassailable Bright Lord's hold over the Dark City was. Cassie grew pale and quiet during his somber account. Changing Star's face grew darker and darker with each word. When he told her about the travesty of a trial that ended with Jubei's harrowing death and shared his own thoughts on how powerful the host truly was, the corners of her mouth turned downward. Finally, he came to the conclusion, "And that is why Gunlog can never be defeated. He controls every facet of life here, both material and abstract. Food, shelter, hope, fear. Everything comes under the purview of his authority, and his authority is absolute. Even power itself is his to give and take. Out here, Gunlog might as well be considered a god." Nephis remained silent for a long time and then quietly said, "He is not a god, he is just an imposter." Sunny chuckled. "In this hell is there a difference?" She glanced at him sharply and gritted her teeth. After a few minutes spent in tense silence, Neph suddenly said, "Still, that only explains why Gunalug can't be overthrown in a rebellion. Why didn't anyone simply kill him in his sleep? Why didn't one of his lieutenants stage a coup? After all, this is how tyrants usually end, by the hand of their most trusted ally." Sunny smiled darkly. "Ah, well, that is because up until now, I only told you about his power as a ruler, which is, by all accounts, nothing short of terrifying. But his personal power, he shivered, then added in a hoarse voice, "It's way, way worse." Chapter 149. Dark Diver Sunny was silent for a while, then sighed. "Do you remember how Effie told us that he might as well be considered immortal? Well, she wasn't wrong. Apart from the fact that Gunlog has probably absorbed more soul essence and has more experience fighting both Nightmare Creature and Awakened than anyone else on the Forgotten Shore, there's more to him than that." Nephi's frowned. "Is his aspect ability uniquely powerful?" Sunny shook his head. "His aspect ability is that he is able to breathe and move with incredible speed underwater, but it is connected to what I am about to tell you." He hesitated. "You see, Gunlog came to the Dark City around 8 years ago. Since his ability was of no use in the ruins, he quickly became an outcast. From what I was able to learn, things were even darker in the castle back then. Strength decided everything, and anyone without strength wasn't even considered to be human." Sunny shuddered. He could imagine it vividly. This was by far the most cruel and bloody time in the history of the Bright Castle. Right after the last member of the original cohort to conquer the ancient stronghold had perished, and before Gunlog took control, things balanced at the edge of madness for a while. Say what you want about the bastard, but at least he kept the humans here from turning into animals completely. Sunny continued. "But Gunlog, he turned out to be mad even by those standards. Because he actually began to hunt in the Dark Sea." Changing Star blinked. "What?" He nodded. "Yes. At dusk, he would dive from the city wall into the black water to scavenge the soul shards from the monsters of the labyrinth that were crushed by the flood, racing against the approaching horrors of the depths. And at dawn, he would dive into the retreating sea to scavenge meat from the remains of creatures that the dwellers of the depths had killed and left behind." Nephi's silently stared at him. They had met the abominable existences that hid beneath the black surface of the cursed sea twice, and each of these harrowing meetings had left scars on their souls and minds. To do so twice a day, every day, Gunlog was indeed a madman, but he was also somewhat of a mad genius. Sunny took a deep breath. And this is how he turned from a desperate outcast into the Bright Lord. One day, Gunlog was pulled away by a current, and once the sea disappeared, stumbled onto a mortally wounded, dying Leviathan. The creature was still alive, but just barely. Knowing that the carrion eaters of the labyrinth will soon come to feast on it, Gunlog began cutting the meat of the creature's bones with his knife. He paused, then said in a strangely dark voice, "By chance, the Leviathan happened to die from its terrible wounds at that exact moment. And since Gunlog's blade was the last thing to cut it, the spell happened to attribute the kill to him. And that kill happened to give him a memory, a wondrous golden armor that no human weapon can even scratch." No one really knew a lot about the dwellers of the depths, but Sunny and Nephi's had once witnessed 2 carapace centurions retrieve 2 transcendent soul shards from the carcass of one of them, which meant that Gunlog's armor-type memory was at least 3 ranks above the soul cores of every human on the Forgotten Shore. Almost every weapon-type memory they possessed was either of dormant or awakened rank. Even if someone managed to kill a fallen creature and acquire an ascended weapon from it, the weapon would most likely still be ineffective against the transcendent armor. And since that damn armor didn't have any openings, basically, Gunlog was invincible. Sunny sighed. With that armor, he returned to the Dark City, gathered a few supporters, killed everyone who stood in his way, and took control of the castle. No one was able to threaten his reign ever since, and all those who tried, well, their skulls are out there for everyone to see, swinging on chains above the gates of the castle. Nephi's remained silent for a long time, staring at the floor. She seemed to be a bit disheartened. Finally, she asked, "What traits does the armor possess?" He shrugged. "Who knows? It's not like anyone who had the opportunity to learn that lived to tell the tale. The only thing widely known about the golden armor is that it is made out of some strange liquid metal, and that it emanates a field of crushing psychic pressure. But even that is not entirely true. Actually, it only affects those who look at their reflection in the visor. Cassie wasn't affected at all. The blind girl raised an eyebrow, only now learning that everyone except for her always felt incredibly oppressed in Gunlog's presence. For once, her terrible flaw gave her an advantage. It had also allowed Sonny to learn a valuable secret, but he had no time to be happy about it. The most important part of this conversation was drawing close. He had to convince Changing Star to abandon any idea of going against Gunlog. Otherwise, all three of them were going to end up dead. Sonny looked at her and asked in a carefully neutral tone, "So what do you think?" Changing Star was quiet for a while, then suddenly said, "I have also learned something while you were gone." Sonny frowned slightly. Was she trying to avoid this conversation? Feeling heavy and uncertain, he asked, "Really? What is it?" However, in the next second, he had forgotten all about his previous worries, because Nephi's looked him right in the eyes and said, "There is a gateway here after all." Something exploded in Sonny's mind. What, there is a gateway? Stunned, he stared at Neph with wide eyes. How could this be? Why hadn't anyone ever mentioned it? No, it didn't make any sense. If there was a gateway, why would people just stay in the Dark City? Why were both Effie and Castor so adamant that there was no way out? A familiar dark feeling of unease settled in his heart. Trying to compose himself, Sonny slowly said, "Then why hasn't anyone left? Where is it?" Nephi's looked at the window, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered in a flat tone, "Where do you think? It's in the Crimson Spire, of course." Chapter 150. Hunting Party. The Crimson Spire, that eerie and ever-present shadow that had hunted him all this time. The Cyclopean tower that stood at the center of the labyrinth, or maybe was the source of it, emanating a harrowing sense of foreboding. The background for the last part of Cassie's vision. Of course, the damn gateway just had to be in that damn spire. Sonny sighed. This was unwelcomed but not unexpected news. After all, Inspector Rock did warn them that, should they ever find themselves in a region of the dream realm without an established human citadel, they should look for the gateway either around or inside the most prominent landmark there. The Crimson Spire loomed over the entire forgotten shore like an axis connecting heaven to earth. It was hard to imagine anything more prominent. Ever since Cassie had first told them about it, deep down, Sonny always suspected that they were going to end up having to enter that creepy tower at some point. After the revelation that there was no gateway in the human castle, that suspicion only grew stronger. But wait. There was something else that Instructor Rock had told them. Work together to defeat the Gateway Guardians. Wasn't these his words? So who is guarding the Crimson Spire? Glancing at Nephi's, he asked darkly, "So what is inside the spire? I gather that it's not something pleasant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 1,000 sleepers choosing to live in a city full of vicious monsters instead of going there." Changing Star nodded. Without changing her expression, she looked away and answered, "A fallen terror." Sonny's heart skipped a bit. A fallen terror, the nightmare creature one whole class above the dreaded tyrants, with 6 mighty soul cores providing it with profane power, would certainly do the trick. So, going there is suicide. No amount of sleepers could ever hope to defeat a fallen terror. The possibility of surviving such an encounter, let alone emerging victorious, was zero. It was even less probable than breaking through Gunlog's indestructible armor. Impossible. He chuckled. What irony. To not only be trapped in this hell, but also be forced to stare at the path to freedom every day, knowing that you'll never be able to reach it. That was such a cruel torture. Sonny would even go as far as to say that it was a type of hell in and of itself. No wonder the Tower of Dusk was so unpopular. Living there would simply drive some people insane. They were really, truly stuck here forever. Nephi sighed. The first ruler of the Bright Castle led a large expedition to find a way out of the labyrinth. They all perished. The second ruler, the last member of the original cohort, tried to reach the gateway instead. They all died, too. After that, no one tried to find a way out anymore. The three of them remained silent for a long time, their mood grim and somber. Now that they had a chance to spend some time in the small human enclave on the forgotten shore and gather information, there were no more excuses to deny it. Everything that Effie had told them was true. They were going to spend the rest of their lives here, however long that might be. Sunny sighed, then looked at Changing Star. So, what's the plan? Nephi's looked at the vista of the ruined city through the window. Sunny was sure that she had already thought a lot about their future. He just hoped that her thoughts were not too crazy. After a while she said, "We will create a hunting party." Not too bad. Despite the fact that becoming independent hunters was going to be a long and perilous journey, it was at least achievable. They just had to be smart and careful about it. He scratched the back of his head. Going into the dark city blind will be very dangerous. Nephi shrugged, then turned to face him. "You are right. We will need to recruit a pathfinder. Someone who was already experienced and could teach them the ropes. That would certainly speed things along and make the whole process safer." Good thinking. "Do you have someone in mind?" She gave him a nod. "As a matter of fact, I do. We will go see her later, but first." Her eyes gleamed with intensity. "Tell me every detail of what you have learned in the castle. Every name, every aspect, every ability and flaw you've been able to glean. Every grievance people have and every agenda they're hiding." "I need to know it all," Sunny smiled. "Sure, no problem, but be warned, this is going to take a while. I've been very busy snooping around, you know." For the first time since receiving his aspect, Sunny had been able to do what he had planned to do